Good morning, DK Sim fam. Hello. Firing passes right out of the gate.
Yeah, baby.
Jason Rossi, we have ourselves, for yours truly, the fraud shift. Noon, and then get out.
Oh, one and done.
The one and done. And I could not have a better person with me for it because we've been over this before. Do it. Get out. Exert all energy possible. Now, you have two. You have the next two sims.
Yeah, I'm good. I got a little bit. I'll keep a little in reserve, but Clash, I'll start full, baby, and end empty. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Empty the tank.
I got to play something here. I'm over on my old Twitter machine. I follow at Brandon Glasheen, and he seems to have put out something here. So let me just check.
Okay, that's enough. Class has begun.
Oh, this is one of your TikTok. Oh, this little nerd. Oh my God, is that Wendy?
All right, let's start with Jazz and Sixers, Charlie.
Okay.
Did Jazz cover? No, they didn't, mister. The Sixers won outright. In fact, Joel Embiid hit his points prop and his points, rebounds, assist prop. Very good, Charlie. Okay, let's move to the Pistons.
Just get to the girls.
How about you, Molly? Did the Raptors
Molly.
cover their spread? No, they did not. 24-point win.
Very nice facial hair.
The Raptors were without some of their best players. Molly, superb. Well, we all know James Harden returned to
This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when a man tries to do woman like mannerisms. Huh? I can't tell if these is how old these kids are.
Show me you hit the under.
All right, kudos, getting the like retweet as we speak.
At Brendan Glasheen on TikTok and Twitter, betting class for like fourth graders.
Okay. I was gonna guess about third, fourth grade. I dig it. I like the concept. I told you, Glash. I hope people make fun of you a little bit. I hope people pick on you, and I don't mean that as a bad thing, because they're just jealous because they're not getting their creative juices out. All right, that's what you're doing, man. And, like we're talking about here in the sim. I'm sure that takes you 10 times longer than a sim does, but bring it.
You're not joking. Thank you for taking a look, though, Rossi. I thought you'd
That
enjoy that.
That was funny. I always dig the character work. I'm a big character guy. We have, you've kind of motivated Carolyn Azak, who now has a Weather Woman gimmick on Wacky Weather Wednesdays. So I think more, put it out there. You started this whole pup by like dressing up like coaches and stuff. So pour it out, baby. Pour it out.
All right.
Follow the man.
So check it out over on the TikTok. Hello to the chat. We do have a sim to do. Broncos, Cowboys. Did you make a lineup, buddy?
Nope. I didn't care about anything about the sim. I'm just watching all your TikToks for the next hour and like 10. No, I did make a lineup. I will let you know, when I saw these two teams, it's tough because you have a lot of value plays.
Oh, no. Hold on. 1 second. I didn't hit submit on my lineup.
That's it. Good night, everybody.
Oh, my. Come on.
Oh, my God. Who am I working with? Brandon or Brandon Christelle here? Because now I get in your lineup, and you made the contest.
I literally had all my pieces in there. And then I didn't hit submit. Thought I did.
This is ridiculous. Everybody boycott. No.
Sorry.
How about this then? You have to take the Cristal way of doing it. Every time there's a big play, that guy was in your lineup and potentially was your captain.
I remember my lineup. Lindsay was captained.
Okay, don't have him.
I had Sutton.
Got him.
Both kickers. Stacked the kickers. Dak and Zeke.
Oh, okay. All right, we can still monitor that. For me, just so you know, I went with the Ham Man in the captain spot, DJ Hamler. I got Zeke, Locke, Cooper, Sutton, and CD Lamb. So we're going Lamb and Ham duo here. We're feeling the meats today. So third receivers on both teams. Lamb's been real quiet recently, but Hamler, he's been lighten up the scoreboard. So hopefully that will continue.
All right. Well,
yes.
We're underway. The beard. Did this dude just storm off the stream? Now he's back. Rossi's here.
Want me to do it again?
That was kind of cool.
I've left a couple streams because of just pure anger on a play, but we'll see.
I like you when you get mad.
Depends. To get mad takes a lot, or it takes the chat to be real agitating. But I try to keep it on the up and up. And it's early, and it's a Friday Eve, as Madison put in our little Slack channel. So I'm feeling the vibes, dude. And it's super sunny out where we are, Glash.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. It's all good today.
All right, hello to the chat. Gordon Hewitt, what's up? Ralphie, 508. Latrice, Lindenbaum. David, Brian C. The Guru, Dallas God, Jackson Johnson.
Is that his real name? Jackson Johnson.
That's the name of the chat.
I like it.
Justice says, horrible lineup, Flash. I know. I forgot to hit submit. I mean, I'm just trying to really demonstrate how to do the fraud shift properly. The fraud shift, in case you didn't know, is when you do the first sim of the day and then that's it. You just pop in, pop out, done for the day. Now, I don't think it's necessarily a fraud shift if you do like one sim at like 6, because you have to like have an actual day to build towards the 6. You know what I'm saying? The noon, though, you're just in and out, boom. Even doing the 10 o'clock, only the 10 is kind of a fraud shift.
I find that to be the most difficult. That's back in the days, like when I used to do a little bit more with you at night. Like I used to just have 10 o'clocks. And I feel that's like whatever the opposite of fraud, like I don't want to call it, none of what we do here is hard, right? But like it's like the most time bending because you're just like all day, you're like, I could do whatever I want or whatever other activities you do. Then it's like dinner, and then it's like, I don't know, dessert or a tea or a brouhaha, whatever you're into. But like, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, 10 o'clock, I have to do something. Like you can't completely unwind.
Yeah.
But noon, dude, you're gonna have a glorious day with this weather and everything. I don't know if you already did your run. I haven't checked out your Instagram story yet, but if you have not, today is the day.
Not yet. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin David in the chat. I have reason to believe Glash's lineup will be better than Josh Allen's. All right, we're not going there. We're not going there. That's a yesterday thing that we can. We're not going to go over that.
Move on. New day, baby. We're going to try it. Look at this field goal here. What are we getting? Almost a 58-yarder? Come on!
You're not even in field goal coverage.
Give me
what are
it!
you doing? You see that? The defense wasn't even ready for it.
The defense is like they're faking. Dude, look at Prater. Just like, I don't care. Line me up anywhere on the field. That wasn't too bad. That was pretty close, actually.
Yeah.
A little to the right, but, man, I will take... That's what I want in the NFL. I want kickers being able to boot everywhere. I don't know if you saw, Glass. You see this? I think it's like Philadelphia proposed, because it's rule proposal season and, massacre on, free agents. But did you see the rule where they want to, like, get rid of the onside kick and, like, you get, like, a 4th and 15 from your own 25?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's kind of like the craziest rule I've ever heard because, for those that are trying to understand, like I am, I was trying to grasp this yesterday, and it's being proposed by the Philadelphia Eagles that instead of the onside kick, so you score a touchdown, you're still down 3 or you're down 7. Yep. You get 1 4th and 15 from your own 25-yard line instead of, just trying to do an onside kick or kicking it off, which the odds of getting a 4th and 15 are not as bad as people think. It's somewhere in like the 20 range over the last 10 years of stats. Not my numbers. I think it was like Field Yates.
I mean, asking a quarterback to throw a 15-yard pass is not, unless you have Cam Newton, of course, or Tim Tebow. You're not asking that much.
And it's obviously the pressure's on you because it's a 4th, so very quickly could go back to the other team already in field goal range. But I don't know. I felt like this hasn't passed. Last year, I think it was like they needed 8 more votes to change. So I don't know if it's going to change this year, and I don't know if they're also re-proposing it, but it is something that is on the table. I just find, look at Prater just booting 50s here, or 60s almost. Like, I don't know. I just, the numbers for onside kicks have gone down, being recovered, unless you're playing the Atlanta Falcons. And the numbers go up with 4th and 15 passes in the NFL over the last 10 years. So take it for what you will.
Into it. I'm into anything kind of crazy like that.
Well, the NFL's definitely trying to get, I think they're getting a little bit McManus. Sorry, what did I call him? Prater. My bad. Thank you, Andrew. on the 1 through 100, 624 sevens.
Brandon McManus.
Well, I like Prater too. They're all, listen, if you played in Denver, you might as well. Jason Elam kicked it. I don't care. But yeah, I do kind of dig this kind of like, just this year at least, the wildness that is the NFL. And what we're probably going to get. Like, if we're teamed up together, like at this time next week, it's going to be just insanity.
So we got Jason Rossi, of course, Glash, Kyle here from Game Ops. Producer Madison. Hello, Madison. Elliott, 79% owned, highest in the free showdown. Prescott, 68.7. Yes, producer, I got it. Got it. Cooper, 59.8% owned. Gallup, 42.7. Sutton, 42.3. Let's see, who else is here? Shane Thomas, way to hit that like button. Love to see it. You guys are great. About 400 joining us right now on YouTube. The day is here. It's a Thursday. How is everyone doing? Hope you have good vibes. I know Rossi's big about spreading the good vibes.
That's it, dude. Keep it up. You bring it on to us, we'll pass it back to you, and then you pass on to somebody else, and it just keeps going all the way around.
You spin my head right, round. Philip Lindsay. There we go. Game of 3.
Yeah, slow start by both offenses. 2 missed field goals here, but hey, listen, they're trying. They heard that Glash was stacking the kickers. They're like, I'm going to do everything I can. We had a almost 60-yarder and over a 50-yarder. Both missed, but attempted.
There's a first down for Denver. We got. Might have been Sutton.
Oh,
nope,
the hand man.
Hamler again.
Come on, baby. He's already got the most points in this contest with over 5 points now in the captain, baby. Come on.
C. Smith on YouTube. Been watching these sims since the simulation mode and 6-minute quarter days. Today, I smashed the like button. Let's go.
Well, I don't know what took you so long, but I appreciate that, dude.
Dom says hello. Jim Volkmer. What's up, Jim? Jim, I know you're a big, you're into the TikToks. Latest vids up, buddy.
Get in there.
Jeremy Scott. John Delfino, Hamler, and Judy. Keep eating, baby.
That's it. It is lunchtime in the East Coast, and breakfast if you're on the West Coast.
Oh, there's no question. I was having this talk with Freeze Pops last night. When I do Madden After Dark, I don't know about you, I'm not going to bed till like 2 or 3 in the morning. Like my calendar since we've started these streams is all screwed up. Like this is still bright and early for me.
Yeah, well, for many reasons, this isn't bright and early for me, but it's bright. I will say that I do agree with you. I can't get to that 2 o'clock in the morning anymore, just with my housemates, we'll just say, and the noise that could happen at any moment. But I will let you know that, like, I want to unwind. Like, as soon as, like, it hits, like, 11:10 or whatever, I'm like, all right, let's unwind, go to bed. But then I'm like, I'm all wired. You're jacked up when doing this, any form of performance. So then it's like, okay, let me go watch insert comedy or insert television show.
Right.
And it's 12. Then you pop on the late, like, if there's, like, a West Coast game, there might be some finishes going on now that we're, have NHL or NBA. And I'm like, all right, there's another half hour at 12:30. So that's usually my cutoff. But I can easily see you going, like, because you can just do so much stuff. Less interruptions. I don't know if Sarah's up and still going at that point. Yeah, because then it's easier. It's just you.
Yep.
You just scripting TikToks. Yeah. Or creating them.
That's when a lot of the creation is happening late night when the final NBA games are wrapping up. Let's see. Mark Mantelli, how are you? Mike Amen says, sorry, Glash, I'm an old man. Out before 10 on weeknights.
Good for you, dude.
That's why we do 6 a day, right? So you can pop in as often as possible, and hopefully it works out with your schedule.
We're here for you whenever you're ready.
Okay. You were staring at your hand. I was worried for a second.
I was smelling it. I'll be honest. My hand has a little stank to it right now. I don't know what's going on.
I could think of something.
No. I took a shower already. It's like I can't tell if I had like a disinfectant wipe or something. Just it's not like a It's just pungent, and I wasn't expecting it. We've all been there. Just everybody do me a favor. Since there's no buzzword in the 10 and the 12, unless you choose, it's you're the boss. But everyone just take a second, just smell your hand. That's we can all do it as a community. Just everyone. Oh yeah, mine's not good. Mine is not good. Just take a little whiff, Glash. Come on. What do you got?
Smells like grapes.
Nice. That would be nice. That is a pleasant smell.
Brandon McManus.
Got that one.
4-3.
Smash Land. Hold on, Smash Land. I'm sorry. Smash Land says, "Smell my finger." And then he quotes Jason D. Rossi, 2021. Over on the old Twitch. What's up, homies?
Yo, it's Derek on Twitch, Prince of Darkness. Reed Tease, did you know? Thank you. Reed Tease, did you know? I guess. I'm gonna just not say the full name, but I'll say Nut. Hello, Nut. Banded Caterpie. Germ. Heavy. Mr. Figueroa. There it is. How we all doing on Twitch? Got 60 strong on Twitch.
Appreciate them. Appreciate everybody. We're coming out in droves today. Chat's on fire.
Hey, last night we had Gollum from the Lord of the Rings hop on last night. That was pretty cool.
That is cool. It was good. I like how the celebrities come out. Your Rolodex is wide open, and I appreciate you bringing them on in.
Yeah. As you can imagine, it's really tough on the vocal cords to get Gollum in. So it's special when Gollum shows up.
Very nice. Yeah, because you've had such characters. You called up Elmo. We know Troy and Joe Buck can sometimes make their appearances. You make a call when Glash calls, they answer.
Keep hitting that like button if you haven't already. It's good to have you with us. We'll go through the schedule for the rest of the day. Got the contest page open. 11,063 entries in this free showdown. McManus just drilled a kick inside the 30. That's good stuff.
Yeah, you're getting some points here. It was both teams did their thing in the first quarter. Both defenses allowing them to make moves, but two deep missed field goals, and then you had the one there by McManus to make it a 3-0 score. Hamler's still the story. Watch out for this guy.
Drew Lock, 7 of 8, 79 yards. Prescott, 2 for 3.
Where am I sitting right now? 13th. All right. This is the funny part of these contests, Clash, when it's 3-0, and whether you could be in last place right now and finishing first with a game like this. Nobody's jumping off the page. Hamler's got 3 for 47. That's far and away the most impressive player so far. But 3 quarters, things could happen just like that. I was snapping my fingers, my stinky fingers.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's a lot of pressure when you talk into a microphone and want to snap your fingers. You better make it a good snap, Yeah,
I've never had the skill of a good snap. I have a very light snap, and it took me years to, get to that point. Because you ever had, I don't know, when I was little, I could never snap my fingers.
My younger brother was the same way.
Yeah.
So,
must be very, brilliant minds that can't do it.
Poor kid. Hey, Ronald Brown, who's new to the fam. What's up, Ronald? Ronald was asking us about depth charts the other day. He's been taking part in the Sims. Hey, Kyle. What's up, buddy? Kyle, not on Madden After Dark tomorrow. Not back on Madden After Dark till Sunday night. There goes Zeke up the right sideline.
Oh, yeah.
Woo!
I got to point this one out. It's always good. John Delfino says, I don't know if he's I'm guessing he's talking to you. But he says, my life has been crazy the last year. Well, kind of a lot of people's basis. So having this has been a big part of my days. Love these freaking things. Hashtag DK Simfam, hashtag Glash, hashtag Cough, hashtag Rossi, hashtag Christian, hashtag Lots. Hashtag Ulrich, hashtag Ducey. Didn't have to hashtag us, but I appreciate all the love.
Nice work.
I'm glad to have you here, Johnny boy.
Chef Duke, Brad Wallace, Bill, Chris B, Reckless TV. Please let us hear. I can't even do it now. I can't even do it now.
It's too early.
Stand by.
As we're going to see here.
Precious, oh my precious Jesse Russell. My precious to us, Bob.
Okay. Like anything.
Precious pallet sips.
I don't want any. I've recently been critiquing when Kenny, now that he has his microphone, he'll sometimes do this thing where he talks in closer to it, and it bothers me a little bit. That right there, whatever that was, right up there with it. It was an it sounded very good, but man, didn't see it coming and scared me. Literally tinkled a little. Got to change my shorts before the next game.
Average Joe's hid in the bathroom and watched for a few minutes. Back to hell, just heard it again. Jeff, formerly of Ops, yo, we good?
I don't know, Jeff, I can't answer that question.
No, this is how it started. Blake Jarwin makes the catch. So someone in the chat asked me if I could do Donald Duck, and that was my Donald Duck.
Oh, no. Yeah, I used to...
Not good.
No, it's hard because it's just so much... Like, there has to be so much spit in your mouth. The answer to anybody asking a question, the answer is always yes.
Oh, Zeke, trying to stay up, gets knocked down. Cole Page. No, that was not Donald Duck. That was me trying to do Donald Duck last night, and it didn't go well. J.E. says, will you wear that TikTok dress on the stream?
Oh, good call.
I could.
I just want the wig. I don't even care about the dress.
Dak, plenty of time.
Ooh.
Touchdown. Nice catch. Gallup.
But good for Gallup. First touchdown here. Look at him. Just thumbs up, hands up. Oh, now he's getting jiggy with it. Yeah, Michael Gallup. There's so many weapons here in this offense. Like I said, I went with CeeDee Lamb price point as well as, he's very inconsistent. I'm not going to lie. But Gallup's been pretty consistent recently. There he is again. Gets into the end zone. Cowboys on the scoreboard.
All right.
Woo! Yeah, I had Amari Cooper as well. Man, hurts. And Zeke. That literally couldn't have been worse for owners of just Zeke, Cooper, and Lamb, or Jarwin.
Ronald says, I knew you were going to win that rock, paper, scissors match last night. I want a slice of that pizza. Me and Freeze Pops, halftime, best of 5, rock, paper, scissors. He went up 2 games to none.
Oh, boy, he came out of the... You pulled, what was that? The old NBA first round comeback.
Rallied back. So I ended up tying it, and then we kept tying. So we both were at 2-2 for 4 more rounds. So we said, you know what? Let's save the clincher at the end of the third quarter. So Freeze Pops is going to buy me a pizza next week when we're on Madden After Dark.
Love it. Will the pizza arrive during Madden After Dark? He's gonna...
I think that's what we're going for, and I'll be mowing the pizza during the sim.
I love it.
So get excited, and Ronald, if I could, I'd send you a slice.
Did you cheat?
No.
Okay, just asking.
There's footage of this.
Listen, there's been footage of other things, and there's been a lot of proclamations made about the goodwill of some of the people here on the Dream Trade.
Wow.
I'm just asking the question because I know it could be out there, being the Scoops reporter that I am.
Andrew L. It was actually really fun. So the way we did it, Rossi, was I turned around like this. And then he turned around, and then I would go, rock, paper, scissors, and we'd spin with our move.
Okay, so there was no way of changing.
No way of seeing each other, and then no way of changing your hand. You had to have your hand present when you turned.
Okay, I like it.
I thought it was actually well done for something we organized in 30 seconds. Drew Lock, complete. Noah Fant for a gain of 4.
Well, like Noah not going anywhere. Yeah, let's move on. Scratch that in post there. Madison, appreciate it. Just trying to think of something real quick. Didn't happen.
Hello to Juan Flores. Sup, Juan?
Hey, Juan.
Chef Duke, I don't know if it was better than the sim, but if you think so, thanks. It was a good time. Actually, it was a bad sim. It was a rain sim, Niners and Bengals. It wasn't very high scoring.
Yeah. Well, this has made me think. Thematically, I know we have Color Rush Tuesdays. Maybe I don't know. I don't try to look too far ahead. But Andrew, if I can make a request for the next game, let's do maybe like a Throwback Thursday. We should do the throwback jerseys. I don't even know what the teams are. Not even gonna lie. And
I'll tell you right now. Ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Let's see if I like this idea anymore.
All right, so on the punt, we'll go through the schedule for the rest of the day here on the Dream Stream. 5 more sims. Jaguars, Rams at 2. You will be with Lazio. Emerson on a Jag sim. All's right. 4 o'clock, Zach Thompson will step in for you. Emerson and Zach will do Colts Pats. 6 o'clock Eastern, Koff and Christian will call Chiefs and the Raiders. Kaufman here at 8 o'clock, Saints at the Seahawks with Matt LaMarca. And then at 10 Eastern, Madden After Dark, Ravens, Vikings, Brandon Cristal, and Matt LaMarca.
Yeah, Jags and Rams. Those are tough throwbacks, but hey. Let's go like all green. Remember those nasty ones they had? I don't like more teal for the Jaguars.
We have Javier Flores in the chat as well. What's up, Javier? First down for Zeke. He spun down at the 34, gain of 12. Zeke up over 50 yards rushing. Pretty good. Halfway to the bonus.
Get there. So far, he's really, him, Hamler, obviously the Gallup has a touchdown, but nobody jumping off the page here so far. Almost at the 2-minute warning.
Nick, the first game went to OT. Right. We're talking last night, the Madden After Dark sim. Zeke up to 70 yards. Ashley Edwards says, there we go. Chef Duke, feed him. Cole Page says the Mark Brunell era Jags jerseys. That's what he wants for the throwbacks.
I know a guy, if he's in the mood, he could always tell me he's the boss. He could tell me, get out of town.
So Heavy on Twitch says I did cheat for rock, paper, scissors because he says that I used Tommy Freeze Pop's microwave. The reflection.
Everyone trying to get that advantage. Hey, he's got that. I would just guess without seeing it, without being there live, that I don't think you could have seen it in the reflection of that microwave, because that microwave actually reflects, the angle doesn't reflect towards us.
Right.
So, and also it's a white
BS argument is what it is.
Well, that too, but it's also a white haze to whatever those bubbles are on. It's like an old school microwave. It's not like it's a glass that reflects everything, because you can't see into the microwave either. So it's not like a mirror.
Right, and we were turned around, meaning I was facing Leafy.
Hey, you were turned around as well.
Yeah.
Unless Leafy was spying and then trying to give you the ins and outs, like some sort of weird Astros style of quote-unquote cheating. Yeah. Heard things about Leafy in the past. There are rumors, but...
Oh, yeah? Like what?
I don't want to say it. Because I don't like to spread rumors.
Yo, Jobo, if you're in the chat here on YouTube, thanks for sending this link. Pretty cool. I'll take a look at it. Must buy. I didn't cheat against Emerson either. Emerson and I went one-on-one. We did our stream together. All of you, stop calling me a cheater.
Just because someone wins doesn't mean they cheat.
Exactly. Come on, Dak. Oh. Here we go. Another field goal.
Alex P, where is CD Lamb? Jaro says, Rossi, take a break. Glash doesn't need all the brown nosing. I don't believe I'm brown nosing, but if you think I am, Glash, you stink. There you go. Switch it. Switch it on. Yeah, hope you feel bad now. Spencer S. Rossi, you drunk. Drunk on life, baby. And my water. Let's get it in there.
Where is CD Lamb? CD Lamb. Where is CD Lamb?
Sorry, sometimes these things get to me. I just see freak of nature. Does Deucey sleep in a race car bed? Like, if he was on the sim, I would ask him that. He would completely poo-poo the idea of having it and making it a fun conversation. He would tell you no. He would also tell you he does not sleep in a bunk bed, which are both true. I had to confirm. I had to have him move his camera one night. I kind of wish there was a more adult, like, themed beds like that. Like, I feel like water beds are a thing of the past. Like, I don't know if I'd like a water bed, to be honest, Clash, but I think I'd want to try one. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, I've referenced this before. You ever see the Goofy movie?
Absolutely, I
Remember
have.
that part when he jumps on the water bed? I'm like, wow, this kid is so cool.
Yeah. I'm all about, like, I want, like, but like, even like the race car beds or bunk beds or what are the beds that slide out underneath? I'll call it a futon bed. I know that's not the name. Make fun of me in a moment. But like, a trundle, I believe it's called. I want all, like, why don't they have that stuff for like adults? Or some form. Like, wouldn't it be cool to sleep in, I don't know, a dinosaur head bed or a shark? Tell me you wouldn't want to change that beautiful bed behind you into just a nice shark. Or maybe for you some sort of jungle theme to make Leafy feel more at home in its natural habitat.
That would be pretty cool. Wow. You know,
There's not enough
actually,
creativity.
You know, on the note of bedrooms and you know,
Yes.
like stuff, bedroom. Is it fair to call it bedroom attire?
Well, I don't know where you're going, but I like it.
Rossi, do you know anyone that has a dresser, an extra dresser?
An extra dresser.
Yeah, so the back of my dresser, so I was TikToking it up last night, had to take a light from my, long story short, I hate storytelling, not naming names. I took the light from my room, but I had to unplug it from behind my dresser. The whole wall of the dresser fell off last night. The back of
the
my
back
dresser,
of it. Yes, that happens.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
dressers are really poorly constructed for anything but the sides and the front. If any of the back, even back of mirrors, if your dress has a mirror connected, usually pretty flimsy, cheap pieces of wood. It's very bizarre. It's basically like almost like a cardboard box back there.
Exactly. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, it's like a cheap job, you know? Like, oh, let's make the front and the top look all nice and neat. And then, yeah, it's broken. I think I need a new dresser.
Anything that goes against the wall, they put zero. You have to pay full price for 85% of a product because they don't give you the backs. Anything that you're not going to put like as a center of something, they don't care. So yeah, I'm with you. It's happened to me in the past.
It makes no sense. I mean, think about us, right? When we get up and walk as humans, we need what, everybody? Our backbone, our vertebrae.
Yeah.
You know? Bookcases, Madison,
Yeah,
dressers, they need backbones too.
Yeah. Get yourself one of those, any sort of like free cabinetry. I can't even think of what those things are called. Like next to your, let's say you have a 2-drawer or glass set next to your kitchen table. The back of those, complete flimsy, like it's like a piece of paper. It's not even cardboard. It's almost too much respect on cardboard. I'm like disrespecting cardboard. It's yeah. So I feel for you, dude. But you know what the weird part also is? You really don't need it, technically. But
So Starfighter is in the chat. I have no idea what Starfighter is talking about. Juicy's bunk bed says, Starfighter, who are you talking to? LOL.
let me read this. I'm
It
not going to
looks
read it
like
out
a
loud.
message that should have been texted to a friend.
Okay. Yeah, Starfighter, I'm just going to, a little PSA. may want to check where you're sending that.
This is the Dream Stream. We are with DraftKings. It is a 10-3 sim. Dallas leading Denver in Jer World. Hey, Jer. How you doing, Jer?
Starfighter, this is a Wendy's. Yeah, it keeps going too.
I'm lost.
I love it.
When incomplete thoughts just get in the chat, it's like I didn't see your comment from 5 minutes ago. I don't follow your string.
Yeah, and the one thing about YouTube, it's not like we could click your name and see just what you have written.
Right.
Some people say that, be like, Ross, did you see what I wrote? And I'm like, oh, crap, where?
Right.
There's like 19,000 comments in between. Not literally, but.
It would be kind of cool, though, if you just click someone's username and it's like, oh, boom, here's everything they've said.
It sorts the chat.
Right. Wow. We need to have the sorting chat, not the sorting hat. You know.
I'll call Google once we get off.
Yeah, they'll get right on it. Speaking of getting on it, Kyle does a great job. Update the scores for us here. So hit that like button for Kyle. Just about at 100 likes.
Yeah, I have plummeted to 132 into the contest. Almost filled up. Nice job getting that out bright and early or late last night. And currently in first place is Shadowman with a Dallas Cowboys logo. Elliott in the captain, Dak, Jarwin, Gallup, Hamler, Zerline. Nobody under 4.6 for Jarwin, kind of lagging him down a little bit, but still only has 53 points. So anybody, the contest is open, wide open. Could be happening anyone. I'm 35 points and 132. Yuck.
Audio 707, Glash, can you ask someone about removing penalties? So they don't happen ever? I don't have that power. By the way, Shadowman 10-1, Shadowman 10-0-1-2. First place in the Glash and Rossi. The fraud shift free roll. That I did not enter a lineup for. Not good, not cool, not good. 14-way tie for first place in the free public showdown. Leading lineup has Gallup and the captain. Also the Dallas defense. As Dak scrambles for his life, throws across his body, and
got him!
Oh, and Zeke Elliott with the catch, 75-yard touchdown. Oh wow!
What a play! Dak scrambles to his right, looks across, sees Zeke doing the little bubble out from the running back position, just slings it. Yeah, Mike McCarthy, take a bow, dude, like you drew that up. That's incredible. A change of direction in the throw by Dak Prescott. No linebacker is going to be able to catch up with Zeke Elliott, especially in the open field. Touchdown, Dallas. Way to start the second half.
I mean, of course, on a route down the sideline, I'm thinking, oh, it's got to be Cooper, right? And it's Zeke making something out of nothing. Wow.
What a play.
That was cool.
Zeke now in potential for a double bonus. 70 rushing, 87 receiving. Full 2 quarters basically left to play. Incredible. Hopefully you had him in your showdown lineup, your early slate here. That's a heck of a start.
Wow, Jim, what a play! What a play call! I don't know what he's doing with this, Jim. That's my replacement, Dak.
I remember sitting in the locker room with Dak and thinking this kid's athletic and make the plays, but not all of them. Didn't think he had that in him, Jim.
Oh, Tony.
He got it, though.
That was good. That was well done. Oh, Tony. Can't wait to call March Madness very soon on CBS.
Oh man, I wish I could get in the gym with those guys. They all just like working out, and they get the ball, they shoot around, and it's just like free falling. I can't wait to see who's going to be the Cinderella story. Who's putting on a slipper of glass? Who wears glass slippers? Seriously, somebody answer that question. Who wears freaking glass slippers? Can we just talk about Cinderella for the next 14 and a half minutes? Because the story doesn't make any GD sense when you really think about it.
Do 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 do.
At the half, it's Villanova 27, Loyola 2.
Jim Nance, Grant Hill, and Bill Raftery, great to be here. I'll be at the Masters very soon in Augusta, and I really miss my broadcast partner, Tony Romo.
Just eating the sandwich.
Cinderella story, Jim.
I feel like those stepsisters, Jim. I'm telling you right now, give Cinderella the broom and see if she can turn into a beauty before midnight in pumpkins and glass slippers.
Brace yourself, Tony.
Tony, it's noon. You're on for the next 12 hours. But someone really needs to explain Cinderella to me sometime.
Oh, hot potato.
Yeah, the story's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Pumpkins and glass slippers. Like, literally, I've never seen a glass shoe that you actually wear. Like, I see, like, those, like, Swarovski. Like, if you go into that store, everything's just glass and beautiful and costs as much as my life. Yeah, I've never seen, like, people wear glass shoes. Maybe that's what you should do, Josh. Next TikTok. Just wear some glass shoes. There's a man that can do it. Ooh, Madison, a glass shoe.
Pretty good.
Get those creative wheels turning here. It's midnight. Something's gonna change. Get your glass. There's something there for you.
Roland says, I almost just joined my work conference call with mute off, and that would have been awkward explaining the background noise. We have Matt King and Matt Davis in the chat. They're both going at each other. There's good energy here in the sim.
It is good energy. Loving it so far. Everyone's vibing. We're having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
I'm guessing we're having audio issues. Is it still pertaining?
BW Parks, appreciate you. What's up? Hit that like button, DK Sim fam. Hit subscribe on YouTube. Also, turn your notifications on via Twitch. Have those notifications on so that way you know when we go live, you're reminded to join the dream stream. Chris Adams, you guys got to do Joe Buck and Aikman. It's been a while.
I get so much at one time.
I hear that. So both Amari and Zeke's X Factors are lit. What a time.
Get the ball out to him. Get it to your weapons, Dak. Don't be foolish. And don't be selfish. Don't run. Get it to these guys.
Talk like this.
Dan Barano. I think that's how you say it. Barano. Yo, guys, don't worry. I'm here now. What's up, Dan? Oh, Zeke, have a day. He's in the 90s now, rushing.
Get there. Come on. 13 more yards receiving, under 10 yards rushing. Get the double bonus. We're still almost 5 minutes left here.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, it gets cringy when both are acting like a couple of 10-year-olds who ate a ton of candy together.
Oh, boo-hoo, Jordan. Dude, you are such a damper sometimes, man. I love you. I do. I appreciate you being here every day. But listen, you need a hug, you just call. I'll come straight. I feel like you were like New York or something, I think you said. I'm going to come give you a hug, dude. I'll mask up. I'll wear a full body armor.
At the end of the day, when we come here, this is me. And I have no idea what's going to come out of my mouth a lot of times.
Like, listen, it's fun. Bunch of guys having some fun. Hopefully the chat's enjoying it. And listen, if something's serious going on, of course, you're going to see the tone change. But let's go. Enjoy it. And gals. Yes. Sorry, Madison. It's very offensive. The first lady of DraftKings Sims.
Steven, number 2 joke of the day. How do you make a tissue dance? You put a little boogie in it. That's good. It's pretty good. I've never heard that before.
No. Reed Steve, did you know? Says Rossi, can you give my ankle a hug? Sure can, dude. Just stay still.
That's pretty good. Put a little boogie in it.
And we're gonna boogie, woogie, boogie till you just can't boogie no more. Boogie. What a just, I love that, like that. Where did that come from? I'm thinking way too, yeah, like that, there's that term, like it's mucus, and they're like, well, we gotta give it a name. Give it a booger. Like, what? I know what my afternoon's gonna look like, just reading all about boogers.
Dak throwing across his body and on the run, like these wacky releases, it's working.
It's almost been the best. Well, he's has one touchdown pass that was good. But, I mean, that was, like, right down the middle to Gallup. But other than that, like, yeah, he's been scrambling out, throwing the ball across his body. Awkward body momentum, but getting the job done.
Come on, Zeke, get that bonus. All right, there you go. Got it. Check.
So, this is not tie-in, but it says the earliest origin of name Booger are with Viking settlers in the Middle Ages. The surname having to come from the place by the Vikings and the name for someone who lived in a place noted by the presence of the ridge formed on the boundary. What? What does that have to do with the stuff coming out of our nose, Google?
There's Jarwin helping Dak get over 200 yards passing. You just missed it a moment ago. Zeke Elliott hit the bonus. He had a 75-yard touchdown reception. So maybe we'll get a rare prize and a double bonus potentially.
Let's get it. Well, after this play, I'll tell you that there's not an exciting definition of where Booger came from.
Come on. Churn the corner. That's what my dad always say watching football. He'll say churn, that Boston, like that Lowellian accent. Yeah, churn the corner. Not turn with a T, but with a CH. Churn the corner.
Like we're making butter. Churn.
Yeah, churn, kid.
Just so you know, booger is just slang. It was just made up one day for dry mucus from your nose. So I guess instead of being like, dude, you got a dry mucus on your nose, they came up with booger. Maybe it's from someone named Booger.
Boogie, boogie, boogie. Boogie, boogie. All right. 2nd and 5, ball to 15. Dallas is just, controlling this ball game.
Lenny, look, we get 2 tight ends set.
Storming up the gut. Zeke is spun down at the 2.
Tough spot there.
Very tough. It should be at the 1, I think. I thought they'd give him a touchdown, perhaps.
I think he just hit the bonus, too. The booger bonus. Pick that dry mucus. Get some. Let's see. Yeah, the knee. Yeah, knee's down.
Charlie's asking for a Jar Jar Binks impersonation. Jar Jar Binks. Not good. Not my best. Zeke! Pound
Got it! Just stops. Knew he was in. Just starts walking.
Do it.
Nice play there. So Zeke got the bonus in the rushing category. Now gives you the touchdown. So he's got a receiving touchdown, rushing touchdown. 13 yards away from a double bonus. It is the Ezekiel Elliott explosion game here. Look at him. Just knows he's going to score. Almost stops before the lineman. Gives him a good game. How about it? Or way to go, cowboy. Whatever you call it, wherever you're from. Gets in that end zone for the tug. Attaboy, some of them call it.
Emerson's baby gap shirt. You guys want jokes? I dated a lady with a wooden leg. It wasn't going so well, so I broke it off.
Jeez.
That's dark.
A bit.
It's terrible. Jim, not Nance. This is Jim in the chat. Drew Lock, best sim quarterback of all time? Yes or yes? I sense the sarcasm.
Watch out, there's a whole quarter to go.
Got Rossi here, Glash, producer Madison, Kyle, updating the scores for us. Andrew on the ones and twos. Guys, we got about 600 of you on YouTube. Please hit that like button if you love these Madden Sims. 6 a day, 7 days a week during this NFL offseason. Get to work on that like button. Don't waste any time. Smash the like. Hit subscribe on our YouTube page. We really appreciate you guys choosing the Dream Stream.
Yeah,
Thursday afternoon, morning, wherever you may be.
Yeah, millions of things out there. There's a lot of content in the world. There's TikToks, there's Twitters, there's MySpace. So to come here, hang with us, means the world. Appreciate you.
Fumble?
Big man picks it up, though. He's like, oh, give me some yards.
I've never seen this. Dak without his helmet on.
Because he's balling today.
You ever see that? I've never seen that.
That animation I have seen. I can't specifically see if I've seen it for Dak. Like, I've seen other quarterbacks in that position before.
Huh. Zeke had the helmet off, too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
First time I've noticed it.
Chilling on the side. The weird thing is, back in the day when, like, video games, you know, before they've gotten to this ridiculous, like, you know, where we had 6th generation of systems, but, like, they used to just be the players on the sideline with helmets on.
Yep.
It always just look weird. Like, because you watch NFL in the 90s, and then you play, like, you know, Madden back in the day, and there's just, like, a player with this helmet on. It's like, that's not what they look like.
Glad to see you guys are enjoying the Sims and making some time for us. It's great. So we got probably another player or two here in the third. It's been all Dallas. Zeke is having a huge sim. That 75-yard touchdown to open this quarter was nuts.
Oh, electric.
75-yard receiving touchdown. So Zeke, in this spot, though, with Dallas winning by 21, I don't know if they're going to throw it to him again. He's at 87 receiving yards. He's already hit the rushing bonus. That's not an issue.
Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be... It's going to have to just take, like, that, like, third down play, because he plays all down, so there's a chance. It's just he doesn't get a ton of opportunity through the air. Even, like, before that long catch, he just had 12 yards, right? So if he can just find a way to get 13 more, we're all going to party. It's going to be a party at the Glashes.
Prescott, 200 yards passing, 202 to be exact, 2 touchdowns. Drew Lock, 10 of 16, 88 yards. Zeke has hit the rushing bonus, 15 carries, 122 yards. Melvin Gordon has not been good lately, 7 for 14. Lindsey, 2 for 16. Jerry Jeudy, 1 for 4. Jeudy also fumbled, but his team picked it up for him. So no fumble lost. Cooper, 5 for 67. Elliott, 5 for 87 and a touchdown. Jarwin, 3 for 16. Lindsey, 3 for 10. Hamler, 3 for 47. Gallup, 2 for 25. Sutton, 1 for 11. Jeudy, 1 for 15. And we have not seen CeeDee Lamb.
Nope, that was a bad call so far. He's averaged around 3 points his last 4, but has had those explosions a couple of games prior to. His last 10, he was averaging in the 20s. Well, I shouldn't say that. Probably about, like, he had 4 games in the 20 out of his previous 10. His last 3 have stunk, and he's trending in the stink category again, the booger category, if you will.
See you guys here in the chat with questions. Yes, injuries are on, but they rarely happen. They don't happen. We have not seen one happen in these Sims, but they are technically on. Arcade mode, all Madden difficulty, exhibition event type. Injuries are on. All that information can be found on the Madden Streams info page. Zach Thompson and our DK Nation crew, they do a great job getting articles written to preview the late slate. They also give you the schedule for Wild Weather Wednesday. Yesterday, you get all the weather listed. You find out who's the starting quarterback, RB1, Wide receiver depth chart, Zeke just continuing to dominate. He is an RB1 for sure. Also, the power back, third down back, superstar traits, X factors, all that good stuff. By the way, you can find Rossi on the Twitter machine. He's at Jason D. Rossi on Twitter.
Yes, sir.
I'm at Brendan Glasheen. You can also find me on the TikTok machine these days.
Heard about that.
Brendan Glasheen. Much appreciated, fam. Zeke, they're just, you know what? The Cowboys, they're throwing out the playbook and just give the ball to this guy. Take us home.
Yeah, I just wish they would throw it. I want to see it. Now there's only 7 yards to play here in this drive, and you can't even get the bonus even if he catches it. Come on.
Come on, Eileen. Dak throwing
Oh!
to Zeke. Touchdown. It's close. It's very close.
5 yards, I think. No, 6.
Yeah, it's not quite the bonus, but what a sim for this guy.
Third touchdown of the game. 2 through the air. Rarity for Zeke. And 1, obviously, on the ground. That equals 3. Math. But yeah, it just gives you more opportunity. That's the exact type of play you needed. It's tough if you rostered a guy like CeeDee Lamb, who stinks today. Tough if you have Amari Cooper, Jarwin. Gallup had the touchdown, but has relatively been quiet. It's really the Zeke Elliott show and Dak, playing the benefactor of that.
Have a day, Zeke Elliott. In the captain spot, 76.5 points.
Jeez Louise.
6 receptions, 94 receiving yards, a 75-yard receiving touchdown when Dak Prescott threw it across his body to the opposite sideline. He just caught a touchdown there. And, oh, yeah, he's ran the ball for 146 yards.
Yeah, non-captain, 51 on the nose.
Who is the last dude? I think Saquon's done it, McCaffrey, to get a double bonus in the receiving and rushing categories.
Yeah, McCaffrey. I've seen McCaffrey. I've seen Lamar a few times.
Right, Lamar's done it with passing, right?
Yes,
Passing and rushing. So I think you're right. I think it's McCaffrey and Saquon have both done it.
I did a game, when McCaffrey did it, and he barely got there, so it'd probably be something like this. But we'll see. Kenny's coffee mug, formerly James Farrell. I want all of your formerlies in there, James Farrell. But anyways, he says, who the hell faded Zeke? Because he got a fumble there, but goes out of bounds. Yeah, I don't know. Not a smart play to fade him today. But just in case you did, he has, before this, he had 26, 9, 19, 14. He had a 46. He's had his highest score. Oh boy, I'm trying to go as far back as I can. This might be his best performance here in Madden 21.
Let me check it out on the old desktop here.
Yeah, quick research tells me that.
So I'll keep it simple.
Please do. I'm stupid.
Zeke's total, if you go in the game log history, okay, he's hit over 40 points only twice.
Yeah.
46 maybe 3 times. 46.2, 42.6, 42.9. So in 3 sims over the last, in 3 of the last 60 sims, he's hit 40 plus. Today he's done that again. So 4 times in 60-something appearances, yeah.
Yeah, so this is... I still think this is. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. You have to say things with conviction, even when you're wrong. This is Zeke Elliott's most impressive and highest scoring performance in Madden 21.
So in the sim where he scored 46, I'll look fast.
While you do that, Dr. Acula, yes. Lamar still holds the most non-captain points at 91. He had 300 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. It was insane.
So the one he scored 46. Lost it. Hold on, stand by.
I'm here, baby. I'm here for you, Glash.
All right, here we go. Ready? So the one where he had 46 points, right? 161 rushing, 3 rushing touchdowns, 5 receptions, 41 yards. I think this is more impressive.
By far. We just need 6 more receivers. We still have 6 minutes to play here. And the way that Denver's finally getting down the field in a pretty quick fashion, maybe we get a touchdown. Maybe it's Hamler. Maybe some people will get really excited about that. But you probably will have about at least 4 minutes and change to play with the Dallas getting the ball back. Zeke being a 3-down back.
It's possible.
He was the first guy I ever saw doing the little spoon feeding. I called it cereal because I didn't know what it was when it first happened. You could just keep feeding him. Let's just keep feeding them. Through the air, baby. Come on.
Just keep feeding. Just keep feeding. Still a lot of time, too.
You know, when you're on if you're going for a run or I'm on my treadmill, it's really fast. Some people say, like, I am fast, or, like, they tell you, like, to say things, like, to visualize. I just say, just keep feeding. Just keep feeding. Just keep feeding. in that tone, too. Really, really helps when you're at, like, a 11 pace.
New York GOAT just tuned in. This game is crazy. It's been a Zeke fest.
Oh, Prince of Darkness calling for a vulture. I don't know who would be a vulture here, though. The running backs, no vulture on the running backs. I'm looking above Glash. I don't know if you can see. I'm looking here in Dallas. We do have the open, there's like windows to the sky, but it's closed. I don't see any vultures here.
Melvin Gordon is in. Touchdown.
See, that's, to me, Melvin Gordon cannot be. We've had this argument before in the Dream Stream. He is not a vulture. He's technically the RB1.
Well, technically, he's the one.
Yeah, and then that's when analytics guy comes out and goes, well, if you look at our numbers here, down 31-3, there's not much scoring that can be done here. The Cowboys have a 99.6% chance of winning this game. So Melvin Gordon is the RB1 by technical standpoint, but people don't draft him as the RB1. So him could be quote-unquote a vulture, but he's not technically a vulture. Thank you.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Analytics guy.
MJ in the chat says, let's go, Gordon. Audio 707 needed that.
Somebody. At least somebody's happy. I'm not. I'm in 147th class. You're doing better than me by not submitting a lineup.
Yeah, I want to shout out the 189 entries. Good stuff. Triggs 985 is in first. Zeke's the captain. Prescott, Cooper, Gallup, the Hamler, and Gordon. So that Gordon touchdown keeps the lead intact for Triggs 985.
So here it is. Still 5 minutes left to play. We need 6 receiving yards by Ezekiel Elliott to hit the double bonus. I don't care if you have him in your lineup or you don't. You want to see it. That's all. We all smelled our hands earlier together. It was a real sign of unity. It was amazing. Now we all have to bring that goodwill, all the positive thoughts, to Simlay. Are we getting an onside kick here?
Sure are.
See, that's why we want to do that 4th and 15 from the 25. Oh, CD! He's there! Give a point!
Yes,
Kyle.
in CD!
Kyle, we just updated the scoring thing, so if you get recover an onside kick, it's 100 points. Thank you.
What do you think Zeke's hands smell like?
Money right now.
Yeah.
Big contract. Double bonus in sight. Cereal. Both Madison and Andrew both immediately said cereal. I should have thought of that. Stupid joke I made of myself too.
Hey, by the way, Ricky Robbie, thank you to Ricky Robbie for triggering this thought. Just opened the early classic contest.
Yeah.
Zeke Elliott is 89% owned in that contest. So you pretty much after this performance, you have to have Zeke for the first 3 games of the day to have any chance in the classic.
Good point.
Right? I mean, this is an unreal performance.
And he keeps adding to it. Like we said, he's going to get the ball all day. He's got the rushing bonus. He's up to over 160 on the ground. Get us to a 3rd down. We want to see the man catch. We need 6 yards. Come on, baby.
Amari Cooper and Zeke have had X Factors lit pretty much the whole second half.
He keeps just bouncing off that first tackler with his X Factor. Yeah, I don't know why Cooper still has it. Obviously, it must take like an incomplete pass or something to knock it off.
MJ in the chat says, you guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. Thanks, MJ.
Very quick breaking news here.
Ooh.
There was rumors abound after one of the Rooneys made the comment about Ben Roethlisberger. He has officially signed to come back with the Steelers in 2021.
Yes, I'm seeing it right here. Pittsburgh Steelers, blue check mark.
Oh, they did it too. Yeah, Ian Rappaport's where I got. So
the Steelers have put it on their website. They have signed Big Ben to a new contract for 2021.
I'm dying to see those numbers. I want to know how low can you go, Big Ben? How low can you go, Big Ben? We need to win, Big Ben. I still don't know. I still find it very curious that they went Big Ben back. A little, like, obviously there's nobody else, and yeah, precarious. I don't know if that's a word, but it still sounded good in my head. Field goal. No.
Oh.
Throw the pass to the man. But yeah, I find that very fascinating that they didn't see that there's any other potential in something. Because Big Ben, like, threw the ball, first of all, for a guy coming off of a surgery that no quarterback ever returned from, threw the ball way too much. They're definitely going to have to figure out that offensive line and run the ball. But I guess maybe he still does give them the best chances. Nobody more familiar with the offense.
They need him, though, Rossi, to recommit in the sense that they can't be 10, 11 weeks into the season and have what happened again like last year, meaning they just fall off and like the offense does not generate any consistency. I feel that they're kind of doing their offense a disservice. Now, look, he's, like you said, he might be their best option for next year. I would like to think they're going to get someone else in the room. Maybe it is Mason Rudolph. I don't know how much they really believe in him.
Hey, don't forget, Flash, very quickly, just remember, they do have Dewey Haskins in that room now.
That's fair. That's a good point. I forgot about that.
Just for argument's sake, just so you know.
I forgot about that, yeah.
But I agree. I still agree with you. I think they need, whether it's in the draft or because they just need a lot of competition. That's what I think this team needs. Internal competition. I think they're going to draft a running back early. I think they'll be the ones because I love the James Conner story. I think they're drafting like the mid-20s. I love the James Conner story. He's a cancer survivor. You know, everything that happened with Le'Veon Bell. He had a baller year 2 years ago, but he's too often injured. Doesn't really have a second gear. Benny Snell's a nice player, but not somebody you're going to be giving the ball to 20 times a game. For DFS purposes, he had like one this year that you made you go, ooh. But yeah, for me, they need to get Smash Mouth again. They need to find that guy that they can get the weight off of Ben Roethlisberger, let Juju Smith-Schuster rot somewhere else because he stinks. And just, maybe a guy like Golden Tate who just hit the market yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. You're not a big Juju Smith-Schuster guy, so I think this news confirms that they're probably not going to pay him.
Oh, he stinks. The best thing they could do is move on for financial purposes.
Nice play by Sutton.
He just threw the guy off of him, looking like that woman who was I think it was a Toys R Us back at one like Black Friday, who like just bodied a man to make sure he didn't enter the store early. Google it.
Now, look, you might have that opinion of Juju, but the Steelers might like him a little bit. They might not like him enough to give him a contract.
He's not coming back.
And I only say that because they've got. Why should they? If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, why should you give contracts to these wide receivers in the sense that you just draft them so well?
100%. And you just need to find possession guys. Chase Claypool could be a star. I think, this is just me, and this could be personal. Just like Lash is big on TikTok, I'm not going to have my son over his house to watch that because I'm going to try to change his mind a little. Like Chase Claypool being in the same room with a Juju has been a little flashy, probably had a little bit of that Antonio Brown selfishness to him, and you could think I'm crazy by this, but just look what happened to that team down the stretch. They completely fell off. They believed in their own hype. They just stopped, and I get there was injuries on defense, but I think you need a complete minor tweaks here and there, and if they like Juju and he's a good player, of course, that's fine, but I just don't think he's going to fit. They need more consistency out of that position, and they got to run the ball. Rant over. And also Mike
Yeah,
Tomlin.
James Conner's not coming back.
They're drafting a running back. I can look at it again. I've been all about quarterbacks recently because we're here in New England. But there's one running back, just a thumper. Oh, get in there.
Oh, a garbage time touchdown, Cortland Sutton.
All right. See if that gets me over the 100 mark.
Want to shout out Miami Misfit on Twitch, 4th in the free roll. Needed only 0.3 points behind for first place. And with that touchdown, we have a new solo leader. Corona in first. Watch out. Tony Romo might want it. 7-point lead for Corona. And Corona played Sutton. That's good. Going for 2. Not happening.
But we still have a potential chance here for Ezekiel Elliott. We just need 6 yards receiving.
Yeah, and right, hope maybe Denver will use those timeouts and we'll get like a weird 3rd and 6 and they'll go for it and throw it. Guys, before I forget, one last push here on the like button. Hit that like button, please. Smash it, tap it, show it some love.
Twist it, bop it, tickle it. What was the other ones? We just had this, I think. 'Cause I was saying it's like bop it, twist it, pull it, smash it, like button. Remember bop it? Did you have a bop it class?
Yeah, man.
Okay, just making sure.
I was actually talking to Sarah about Bop It the other day.
Flick it. Did you have a crossfire?
No, is that the one where you could like it had like 4 different? Is that a kind of Bop It?
No, that was just that awesome. Oh, is that CD Lamb again? Get that man. The hands team coming through. No, Crossfire was that really awesome commercial when you were a kid. It was like Crossfire, young and caught up in it, and it's like some like marble game, like where you're like shooting things. I couldn't tell you anything about it. I don't know one person that owned it, but I need you to do me a big favor. I might have to tweet you. I'm gonna tweet you the ad from the '90s of this. It was by far the most epic commercial for anything, and that includes GI Joes and all that stuff. Like this was epic. It will give you nostalgia vibes. You'll somewhere in the back of that mind, you'll remember.
Come on, Zeke. If anything, even if Zeke doesn't hit that receiving bonus, just score another touchdown. Just troll this Denver defense.
By the way, not even going to call the timeouts. Just got a first down on the first run. Crossfire! Yeah, come on, everyone knows. You gotta get the crossfire.
Kyle Finley says, Glash, what place are you in with your line? Oh, wait. Yes, Kyle, I forgot to hit. Forgot to hit enter. Such a dummy. Damon, that's one way to light up that like button. Problem Kid Gaming. The last 2 drives, all of a sudden, Denver is playing legit. Oh, Rossi, I'm going to click on this. I want to see what you're talking about.
Meager says, Rossi, we had Crossfire growing up. That's that red gun that shot marbles out across the track, kind of knock hockey with marbles.
Oh, dude, yeah. This game is awesome.
I've never seen it in person. It was just the most epic freaking commercial of all time. 30 seconds of just amazingness. Crossfire! It just had like that 80s like raw hair metal rock track. Zeke Elliott ended with like 1,000,000 yards there.
I'm telling Matt King and Matt Davis, who keep yelling at each other in the chat, to wrestle.
Ooh. Can I referee?
Matt King and Matt Davis trying to claim the first name Matt. They're both embarrassed of each other to have each other's names.
Oh, yeah. That's a tough one. Especially if you're in like grade school where there's only like 20 kids and there's 2 Matts or 2 whatever your first name is.
Yeah, it's too bad when like if you're the Matt that gets called the last name and not by Matt and the other kid gets Matt.
Matt
it's like,
too.
oh, yeah.
By the way, maybe they should have a Crossfire battle.
Love
Loser loses the name. Crossfire, you get caught up in it. Wow! It's like amazingly epic commercial. But anyways, Glass, you don't even have to ask me. I'm just going to let you know. Ezekiel Elliott is your TikTok lashing of the game. He deserves all the awards. Give it to him. Everybody, give it up for our guy, Senor Ezekiel Elliott.
I think CeeDee Lamb, as heroic as he was recovering 2 onside kicks, he didn't have a single catch.
Damn it. CeeDee Lamb really held me back. Lineup looks pretty good. Well, not really, but decent enough. Sutton had 27. Cooper even got me 11.7. Drew Lock 13. Zeke 55. Hamman at 11.55, and the captain. CeeDee Lamb though 0. Not the day for the meat. It was all about feeding him more, feed the man. So yeah, CeeDee Lamb, you get the get off my lawn, you stink. Crossfire was an epic commercial, but I wasn't able to get it, and I don't know anybody aside from Meager who had the game award.
Dalton Schultz had 1 for 7. Can we go back to the top guys on the receivers really fast before we move to the D? Thank you. Sutton was great. 6 for 122 and a touchdown. Elliott, so as we mentioned, Elliott missed that receiving bonus by 6 yards. 6, yes. Judy, 4 for 52. Cooper, 5 for 67. Okay, that's good.
I finished in 82nd. Not happy, not proud. Don't think I did our commentating duo any justice here, but job well done by you, Glash, finishing in first place.
Hey, man. Yeah. An incomplete. Corona Dew, 9978, first place in our free roll, titled Glash and Rossi. The Fraud Shift. Rossi is back for the next one, but I'm done for the day. So
give it up for him. Give it up for Mr. Glasheen, everybody. Go check him out on the old TikTok at Brandon Glasheen on Twitter.
That's why they call it the Fraud Shift, my friend.
By the way, your DraftKings name will always make me believe it's Big Lash. When I look at it, that's all I see is Big Lash. Big Lash, baby. Who you rocking with today? It's me and Big Lash.
Justin Craven says, love that game. Talking about
Crossfire. You'll get caught up in it. If everybody in that Zoom in our Slack isn't just rocking out, I'm blasting that as soon as we're done. 31 seconds of glory.
The winning lineup, Zeke was in the captain, 25% owned in the captain spot in our contest. Prescott, Cooper, Sutton, Greg the Leg, and Melvin Gordon in the flex. The larger public showdown, we had, wow, a 79-way tie. Woo! So the winning lineup, everyone is splitting $2.23 in DraftKings money. Elliott in first, Elliott in the captain spot, rather, 31% owned there. Prescott, Cooper, Sutton, Greg the Leg, and Melvin Gordon. All right, buddy. Coming up, you'll be with Emerson Latzia at 2 for the Jags and the Rams. I am done for the day.
Thank you.
Rossi, I know you're local. I will be doing some football tomorrow night on TV. Looking forward to it.
Wait, high school football?
College, baby. FCS.
Holy smokes, where at?
We'll be on NBC Sports Boston, Albany, and New Hampshire. Top 15 matchup.
What
7 o'clock.
All right.
7 o'clock kickoff, baby.
Friday night?
So it's right before the 8 o'clock sim. You want to catch an hour of some football? Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Awesome, dude.
So I'll be back on Saturday morning, afternoon at noon Eastern here on the Dream Stream. So
yeah.
Got to get some work done. So off for the rest of today, off tomorrow. I'll be back on Saturday. Hit that like before you go, guys. It was great to see you this week. Of course, we'll wrap it up the week on Saturday. Rossi, like I said, I would not have rather. You're the one person I would have loved to do this with. I wouldn't have it any other way. To do the one and done sim. So
nobody gets a one and done quite like me, and I appreciate that, Clash, and I appreciate everybody. Yeah, I'll be back with Emerson in about 40.
All right, dude. All right, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Yeah, do it up. Make good lineups. Peace.
Hey, Alexa. Hey, Alexa. What's up, bro?
Hey, how we doing? How you feeling?
I am doing great. Alexa, shut off. So I'm singing a song, and then I didn't realize she would pick that up.
Yeah, you gotta keep that stuff out of the house, dude.
Is that? I don't know if we can see it. I think we can just see the edge of it here. Is that the vacuum behind you?
Oh yeah. You know why?
Let's bring that into the frame, please.
It's very heavy. It's old school. Here we go.
Dude, you are so jacked. You can lift that up.
Seriously. I just want to say this is here because I suck at making lineups recently. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought I could rub off. And maybe the Dyson could take over, and I'll start crushing in lineups. But I couldn't get into yours because you only put 100 people.
Ooh, did
VIP.
I really?
VIP status.
Yeah, so I made it like relatively late. So I was like, okay, when I do that, I tend to make it more of an exclusive club. I'm going to see which DK Sim family members out there are paying attention and not focusing on their life or their job. And I want them to be dialed into the notifications on DraftKings. So yeah, it filled up pretty quickly. So maybe next time I'll push to 150 like I did for the 4 o'clock contest. But I'm excited for this one today because we have America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, heading west in the city of LA, in the city of Angels here, taking on the Rams. Did you end up what?
Yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of something. What was that?
Whoa,
No,
what's
I'm just
going on
kidding.
there?
I got a phone call. Should I answer it?
Go ahead if you
No,
if
I'm
you
just
know who it
kidding.
is.
No, it's
Okay.
It's a client, we'll say.
I was like, the last thing I would want to hear is like bad news on the sim.
No,
At
could
least
you imagine? Yeah, that's just my doctor. I have some blood work. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right away.
And you.
Right away. Okay. Yeah, I just got to finish the Madden sim first. Don't worry, Doc. I'll be in later.
You have 2 hours to live. Okay, well, I'm going to spend half of that calling a sim on the dream stream.
And then I'm going to get on an airplane and just jump off.
Okay, it works for me. Oh, dude. Have you done one of these already today? What is it? This is the second one. Did you do the noon?
I did. Me and Glash. Glash, we started full and ended empty, and this is what I'm going to do with you. I'm just going to, everything I got, you're going to get.
Okay, so you did not build a lineup.
No, I did. I just went in the bigger free roll.
Okay, what did you end up doing?
I ended up doing this. I went with D.D. Westbrook in the captain, Malcolm Brown, Goff, Tyler Higbee, Minshew, the future of really the Jaguars' backup, and Robert Woods.
Well, since you asked, I went ahead and captained Josh Lambo, since he follows Winnie on Instagram. And then Gardner Minshew, I got Robert Woods, I got Cooper Kupp in there, I got DJ Chark, and then Tyler Eifert. And that is in the Eiferted LOTZIA contest.
Like it, and it's okay if you Eiferted, because you know what? It's a natural thing.
It is. It is.
Oh.
Even when my dog does it, or maybe potential other roommates, I said, it's not a big deal, dude. We all do it. Raquel Armstead, fart.
No, Eifert. You Eifert. And yes, you do. I'm sorry, roommates. I don't want to name names. I know what you do. You do.
Oh, man. What's up, everybody? Emerson Lazia, Jason Rossi here with you. Andrew on the ones and twos, producer Madison. We got Kyle from the ops team hanging with us. And we're gonna do that thing you like, man.
I have a serious question for you. So you're more of the age group of me, us elders here. Do you remember Crossfire?
Remind my mind that.
Remember a certain commercial that went a little something like this? Went, Crossfire, you'll get caught up in it. Crossfire, and it was like these kids flying around, and then it's like a marble shooting game.
Okay. I remember commercials similar to that, like for Nerf guns and that kind of jazz.
Same time frame, but basically El Paso #1. We were talking about it last time. El Paso #1 says just ordered a Crossfire at, I won't say the store. We'll just say department store X because they don't pay me. He says gonna go by later and pick it up. Crossfire. I can tell he's singing. Dude, look it up. Just look it up. And we don't have to make this a big part of it. I just wanted to ask because I thought it would give you nostalgia vibes like it gave me. Like playing like Super Mario 3 and then jumping right over to like your Crossfire, which by the way, I never owned one.
Interesting.
Very much. Very much.
Joker says Lazia's contest was full. How many people were in it? It's the Century Club, dude. 100 today. 100. Do have a major announcement coming up at halftime. I teased it yesterday. I'm not like the late Sim Patrick. I will deliver on my promise.
Oh.
I know that's why we have already 300 people dialed in, and while we'll probably get up to thousands and thousands here over on YouTube and on twitch.tv/DraftKings. What's up, everybody? I see you there, Smash Lana. Yes, that was some young gravy I entered the stream with. Oh, man, you can't do that, Norwell. What's up, dude? So this is the future home, at least the Jaguars are, not the physical location of the Lord and Savior, Trevor Lawrence. As Gardner Minshew's like, yo, Trevor, can you do this? And pulling it down, it's my dude, DJ Chark, 55 yards. That's why Gardner Minshew will be the best backup in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, don't forget, someone quoted, I saw a tweet earlier by a verified account, very much in on the media, saying that Gardner Minshew has a better QB rating than Joe Montana career-wise. So,
oh, yes, it is a fact, bro.
Ipso facto, Gardner Minshew better than Joe Montana.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers do not lie. Neither does this Rams defense here. On dropping him in the backfield, 3-yard loss. This is Throwback Thursday. I'm just kind of picking up on that as I'm looking at the uniforms.
Hey, see, I was saying, I think that could be our new motion. I don't know what your news is, so I don't want to. I literally didn't know till like 2 minutes before you popped on.
I told you about this. Like, we were texting about it. I was texting someone about it.
What the hell are you talking? No, why would I say I didn't know about it?
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know if you knew, but you said you didn't know because you didn't want to spoil it.
What are you talking about?
Dude, what happened to you, man? You've changed.
No, you do this all the time. You were talking to somebody else, and I don't care. I'm fine with it. I'm happy not to know, unless it's going to make me cry. Then
oh, that is so easy. Hold on a second, because America's team is taking the lead.
There he is. It just still doesn't look right in the number 34 in his uniform. Chris Thompson getting it done for the Tut. What a drive here by America's team, as you so politely call it.
Man, I had him in my lineup there for a while, and then I was like starting to get super fancy. And I was thinking, let's just get creative as hell. Let's take the kids to arts and crafts. You know what I mean? Because yesterday, I'm riding high. I finished third in one of the contests. Remember, I won the hell out of like a 7,000 member free roll last week. It was closer to 200, but it felt like 7,000 at the time. But anyway, I got 1.5 points out of Josh Lambo already in the captain spot.
Hey, it's a hell of a start. Getting the kicker in the captain spot. I dig your style. You know I'm down for that. You know I love
kickers. and I did have you in mind. I did have you in mind as I was building and going with that strategy.
Yeah, it's a bold strategy, but we'll see.
Tank the Chai Guy, what is up, my dude? J.E. Rossi's Fat Cat. CEH. There's Jason Rossi in the chat as well. James Farrell, Eric Court. What's up, Ashley Edwards? How you doing, everybody? Choker, good to see you today, my sweet chinchilla. El Paso. Lucci Rivera. Tom's Microwave. The familiar faces. Hashtag team always here.
I have a serious question.
Okay, go ahead.
When your username is, let's say, Ross's Fat Cat or Tom's Microwave, and then you send an email through your associated account, is your email come across like it's sent from Tom's Microwave or Kenny's Coffee Mug, formerly known as James Farrell? Like, it doesn't your YouTube name reflect your email alias?
No, because I think you can mess around with your email can be different than your username. For sure. Because my username is what? Like Elotzi or something, Emerson Lotzi. That's not my email.
But like the name that comes across. Like my email address is, yada, yada, yada @gmail.com. But if I change my like username to reflect, like it says Jason Rossi right now, but like when I had it as Santa Rossi for a little bit, I thought I sent an email and then somebody replied and I saw my alias as Santa Rossi. So I wonder.
I like Santa Rossi. I forgot about that dude.
Yeah, he was cool.
Yeah, he was.
I just want like Tom's Microwave to be sending emails and like he believes, let's just say his name's John. It shows up as like John38 at Gmail, but like the alias shows up as Tom's Microwave. Oh, Tom's Microwave. Go ahead.
Can you imagine like if you had like control over that in a way, but you forgot to switch it back and you were like applying for a serious job you wanted, and it's like your email was like, I don't know, Tom's Microwave or like Rossi's Fat Cat at gmail.com. It's like, yes, I would love to be your new engineer.
I will take your CFO position. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
Tom's Microwave says, I don't email anyone from this account, LOL. Some people say, Dwayne says privacy settings.
Okay.
I don't know. I just remember when I did it. One of mine sent, and like, again, the email is still the email, but just like the alias of your name that generates.
Oh my God, he was so wide open. That's Robert Woods.
If a tree falls in the wood and there's no defender near him, it doesn't count as a touchdown.
Hell yes, it does. Damn it, I should have put Goff in there. I'm telling you, the best lineups that you can build in these games sometimes, it's just when you just don't think about it at all.
That's what I did, dude.
I probably spent 2 minutes thinking about it. That's too long for me.
I quickly went on right before we popped on. I said, oh, Emerson, I was looking for your contest, looking for your contest. Then I see it's filled up. I'm kicked out of the club. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. No sweat. Go put another one. I just boom, 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 boom. And look at that. Robert Woods is in there. Goff's in there. We're all right. We're doing it.
Whoa.
Excuse me.
Was that real?
That was real because I'm drinking a soda water that I found it has caffeine in it, which makes me nervous.
You're not a big caffeine guy, right?
No, I'll sometimes have like a green tea or like a tea that has like some caffeine in it, but like I don't wake up in the morning and have like I don't drink coffee, for instance.
Well, this Sims kind of got me feeling a little bit energetic here. We're 2 for 2 on drives that have resulted in touchdowns. We're on pace for like a 49-49 game.
Ooh, that gives me the tingles, baby. I love it.
Same here.
I want one of these games because you're doing the 4 inning. I don't know what you have to do in between. Maybe make like a protein snack or something. Maybe do like 50 push-ups, get to your 1,000 a day. But like this could be one of those games that we just go literally like. I wouldn't be mad if it was 49-49 like overtime. Like I want something silly. If we're gonna go there, let's go there.
Okay. Yeah, because we have Colts at Patriots at 4:00. I'll be on that call with Zach Thompson, who's going to slide in and host a game, I think, for the first time this week. I don't know where he's been.
Dude, I don't know.
Something's up with him, too.
Yeah, here we go. Emerson, the line. Something's different about you, man. I'm going to start reversing on you. But me and ZT, after our meeting the other day, he messaged me and was like, hey, dude, haven't seen you in a while. I was like, yeah, I haven't seen you. He's like, let's talk. So we chatted. Now,
I will say this, during the meeting the other day that we had with our entire team, and when Kenny started talking for like 10 minutes by himself, I took time to message Zach, because Zach had messaged me just asking me how I was, because again, we haven't seen him in forever. No one knows what Zach has been up to. So we'll get to the bottom of that at 4:00 as Gardner Minshew picks up the first down, 2nd and 8. But he messaged me, so he knows the announcement I'm making at halftime. He knows. Producer Madison knows. I think most people know.
I have no idea what you're talking about, and I love it. And by the way, there's a legend that Kenny is still talking to this day from that.
Oh my God, if that guy ever has like kids and he's like reading them a bedtime story, he's going to like finish the book, but then just keep like talking. He's going to add like his own chapters to it or something. I don't know. Do you read to your kid? Is that a thing? Okay.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, it's a big
that's like important, right?
Yeah, like you do with Winnie.
Yes, very similar to that.
Yeah. Just
I started reading
conversation.
I started reading a book last night. I don't know if you saw my Instagram story.
I missed it. I missed everything, clearly. Announcements are happening today. I've got to go put on my adult diaper, I guess, for this. No, I did not check out. I kind of, sometimes on social media, I'll be honest, I sometimes shut it down. I was
There's
watching,
nothing wrong with that. I respect the hell out of anyone who can do that.
but I'm not, now that I think about it, it wasn't last night because I was watching Shaquille O'Neal wrestle, and I was tweeting about that. So.
Oh, yes. What was that part of, by the way?
So it's a company organization called All Elite Wrestling. So they're on TNT on Wednesdays, and yeah, opening match, him and Jade Cargill, this specimen of a woman on Google, and yeah, he was in there, dude. Took a bump through a table, power bombed Cody Rhodes. It was, you know, he wasn't anything like, oh my, like what a feat, but to take the bump through the two tables, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, he has one of the largest men, I think, in the history of men.
And he's no young pup. It's not like that, dude. Like, if that's not like what your body's used to, like his body isn't what they call in wrestling business. Like, body isn't calloused to taking those hits and those bumps. Like, to do that, just kind of coming up, like, yeah, sure. Let me show up on Wednesday. Yeah, I'll fall like 6 feet, and he's also 7 feet tall. So basically, 12 feet. His head fell to go through some tables. Good for him.
Okay, good for him. Good for the Jacksonville Jaguars punter pinning the Rams inside the 10. And we're also inside 10 seconds to play here in the first quarter. Yeah, Mike says great bump Shaq took last night. Yeah, you hear the beeping behind me?
Is that part of the?
It's the washing machine. No, I'm just washing the sheets right now because we made the mistake of putting Winnie on the bed when she's still in the process of becoming a woman, and she ripped her diaper off.
Oh.
Yep.
I thought this was going to be a much more fun story when you wash your sheets, but unfortunately.
No, unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought, you know, Shaq wasn't the only one wrestling last night, but
yeah, no. I'm like wrestling my dog, trying to like, you know, wiggle the diaper back up and like poke the tail out of the hole.
This is poking tails and whole different thought process. But hey, listen. How's Winnie feeling though? Honestly, since last time
she's great. She's great. Yeah, she's doing well. Thank you so much for asking. Went on a nice long walk right before this sim, so everyone's feeling good. She's gnawing on some bull pizzle behind me. Bully stick. Cheers, bro. So Higbee, by the way, 3 catches, 30 yards. So he's leading in the receptions department. Chris Thompson 1 for -1. Woods 1 for 46. And that touchdown, he was so wide open. Yep. And then you have DJ Chark, I think just has that 1 for 55. Rushing department, Chris Thompson 7 for 26. That's basically all you need to know there. And then Goff 4 for 4, 76 yards, has that touchdown to Woods. Minshew 2 of 3, 66 yards.
Look at your guy, Tank the Chai Guy says, just shot you a follow on IG, Emerson.
Oh, Tank the Chai Guy, my sweet Simchilla. Thanks, babe. Appreciate it. You guys want to follow along in the adventures and all the weirdness that is yours truly. Emerson, what am I? _Emerson. Lots of Winnie love on there as well. _Emerson. And then Rossi, are you a public public account or private? Oh, what's your account?
Private. First of all, private on social media. What are we doing? Second,
that's Madison. That's like producer Madison. She does that.
Yeah, I have enough judgment on producer Madison. Also keeps her camera off and a Zoom call, so we got enough going on there.
No one knows what she looks like. I'm with you.
Andrew, Kyle, I don't even know if these people are real. They're just voices. But anyways, at Jason D. Rossi across all social media platforms. So you can hop aboard that fun train. Or you could be the type that just looks at my pictures and doesn't follow. I know you're out there, people. But no, you were saying you started reading a book, and I haven't gone over to your IG yet. So what is this book we have started to read?
It's The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F. That is what it is titled and labeled. And what I love about it, I thought it was going to be like really big and thick, and then it arrived in the mail, and it's a lot thinner than I thought it would be. I think it's only 200 pages. And I haven't read a book cover to cover, and I'm not kidding you. I said it yesterday, like 12, 11 years, something like that. I'm 20 pages into it, and I am hooked. I am absolutely hooked. This man makes so much sense. And I forget the author's name off the top of my head, but It's really good stuff. So when I'm done, I'm going to deliver a report card here on the Dream Stream. Like a book report kind of thing.
I'm marking off my guesses of what your announcement is. So you're not leaving. Okay, that's one. The book club,
No.
I thought that was it. You just kind of announced book club of its own. So I
yeah,
guess that's not it.
It's Mark Manson, by the way. Mark Manson is the author.
Mark Manson. Uh-oh, Robbie Noble's threatening me.
Ooh, Ray. Ray says, I've read that, Emerson. Ray, the reviews I read said it was great. And again, it's really, really nice to hear something so refreshing, because I feel like his mindset on a lot of things in life, at least early on in this book, are very contrarian. And that's the way I like to think. So let's go. Give it to me. Just the title pulled me in. It was like, I would love to give less F's about things.
Do you feel 20 pages in, you already start to have the vibe of...
It's changed my life. It has changed my life. My life will never be the same again.
Dude, you have changed. Something's up with you.
Dude, I saw you, and is this the first time we've been together since you shaved your face?
Yeah, because we were Tuesday. It was the last time, and then we're back here. Yeah, I shaved yesterday. Or I went to the barber.
Okay. Would you be interested? I mean, Jordan Lindebaum, this is a good recommendation. He says start a book of the month club like Oprah. Would you be interested in getting into that?
Oh yeah, I do want to be honest. I don't know if I could finish a book in a month unless I was motivated to, and that's not because it's pure laziness, and that's 100% on me. But if you told me, hey dude, let's do this book, we'll chat with Madison, and we'll do one stream a month, like in the beginning of the month or whatever, then I'm in, dude. Especially if it's something like this where I feel like it could actually potentially help me in my mindset. I'm all
in. Well, that's what this is doing. Peace of Mind says, is there a book called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Sim?
Actually, yes, Madison is writing it as we speak, because I'm sure she could give a lot of advice in that category.
Germ says 83.6% of the sim can't read.
Actually, Emerson, when I get my glasses, because I'll look smarter, potentially handsome, or it could make me look even chunkier, depending. But yeah, I'm in on this though. Oh, it's on Prime?
Yeah.
Oh, $13?
Oh, dude, and I had a $10 off coupon, and I got it for $4, bro. It was amazing. Speaking of amazing, how about a Sam Sloman? Is that a 50-yard bomb? No, he misses it.
Dude, so this is...
Go ahead.
Last sim, we had a 58-yarder missed. We had a 52-yarder missed. Now another 50. Kudos to the kickers for just giving it all they got, giving it all the leg. But you know what? We got to start getting some accuracy here. Get the leg going. Lucia Rivera says, Rossi, you could read like 10 pages a day so you don't burn out. That's good advice.
That's basically like what I'm doing. So last night I said I'm going to do 10 pages. I went above and beyond. I rose above the adversity of my brain like shutting down in a way. I don't know if you run into this problem, but like I get into it and I'm about like 10 minutes in, 10 pages in, and then it's like my mind's not accepting like what I'm reading anymore. So I'm having to go back and read a paragraph like twice or 3 times in order for me to like soak in what I'm actually reading. Because my brain gets so tired so quickly because it's so jacked. It's this muscle in my mind.
Yeah, it's the one muscle that you're consistently working, dude. You're just flexing that brain, dude.
Well, my quads.
Well, duh. But hold on, you can't oil your brain though. Remember that. So,
with Turkish oil?
Well, we're gonna do that too. We'll get there. So I love this. I'm looking at this book here, The Subtle Way of. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Clapback. And my options to purchase. This is hilarious. So here's your options. Kindle, don't have it. Audiobook, which I think is kind of cheating because I feel like it's not cheating. It does count if you listen to books. I'm not saying that. I mean, in what we're talking about.
Yeah, the people use those mainly for like road trips, right?
Yeah, and if you're driving a lot, right? Or walking, or whatever. Hardcover, paperback, audio CD. Out of all I just mentioned to you, what do you believe would be the most expensive purchase and the least expensive purchase? Kindle, audiobook, hardcover, paperback, audio CD.
Hardcover, I'm going cheapest, and then I'm going to say audio CD is most expensive.
Close. Audio CD, $20.
Bro, who has a CD player anymore? I don't even think our car has a CD player.
But the production to put that together, that's why it costs so much. The cheapest technically would be the paperback. Would be $12.19. But I think hardcover because it makes me feel more astute.
Yeah. So if I was to start a book club, though, and I'll address must be here in the chat, yet you're going to have to purchase your own markers and crayons. All right, that does not come with the books. They're just book recommendations. And I don't know. What a book club? Hold on, you go ahead and do your thing. It's fourth and 1 right now. As a 2-minute warning has arrived. They're going to go to the air, and that's just a terrible play call. Should have just handed it off or ran the football, crying out loud. Also, I see people addressing Tyler Higbee. For some reason, Tyler Higbee is playing like he is Travis Kelce or something right now. I think he has 5, 6, 7 catches. I don't know what it is. The man has been nonstop right now. We'll get to his stats at halftime. His Goff is sacked there by Miles Jack. Sack Bros in the house.
Know it. Yeah, Higbee so far 73 receiving yards, 8 grabs, just dominating.
Dude, what is up?
He's changed.
He actually has. I'm gonna try to find his.
Let me ask my son if it's okay. Hey, it's cool if I get in a book club. Hey.
This would be, hold on. Yeah, you keep talking to him, whatever. What I'm saying is actually is less important. So 8 catches is his high in a game. As I'm scrolling back, he's done it twice before. But you got to go back 20 sims prior. He had a 7 recently. And then, holy hell, I don't even know where I'm at anymore on his player card. I'm so deep. He averages 10 fantasy points per game. As Jared Goff, 3rd and 13, he's now in Detroit, and this is remarkable. This will now.
And come on, give it up, Higbee.
This is reminding me of the one time Zach Thompson was like, "Don't play T.J. Hawkinson; he's gonna suck." And T.J. Hawkinson had a 15 reception game, and I said, "Zach, I appreciate your recommendations and who you say to play, because I typically go complete opposite of that, and now I am having success." So we'll see what Zach says coming up before our 4 o'clock game between the Colts and the Patriots.
Yeah, please, whoever he says not to play, everybody just bounce on it. I just got to give a shout out. Choker says air frying a grilled cheese with turkey and green chilies. What a mix! Sounds delicious. And then he says Ducey would lose his mind. Yeah,
Wait, one more time? That does sound really good.
So a grilled cheese in the air fryer. So it's an air fried cheese, we'll call it, with turkey and green chilies. Sounds awesome. Are those Choker, are we talking fresh green chilies or out the jar? And no judgment either way. I'm just curious. Because I ain't cutting no green chilies. That really sounds good. I'm a big air fryer guy. And the guy you're teaming up with next, Zach Thompson, huge air fryer guy.
He really is.
But don't bring it up to the other guy we mentioned because he, does his thing.
He has an industrial-sized air fryer too, because he has a large family.
Yes.
He's just nonstop, so his family is ridiculously huge. And so now, when he
nonstop.
So he occasionally sends me pictures of his spread for dinner, and taco night, it's 300 tacos. You would think he was feeding his church or something.
Dude, I'm telling you, the time he tagged both of us when he had those, it wasn't, what did he call them? It was he was making empanadas or something, but he showed just the rolled out, the meat and the little small, whatever, lack of a better term, taco shells, if you will. Anyways, but dude, it was literally, there was 100 of them. The dude is
Rams. Yeah, he really is. Although he's lost build on the way. I don't even recognize him. He's changed. He really has changed.
Something's up with him. We gotta talk. You gotta talk to him.
The Rams are on the Jaguars 8. There is 33 seconds of ticking. They have one timeout left. That was Robert Woods on the reception there So trying to break the 7-7 tie. The likely, I would think, come out of this with at least a Sam Sloman field goal, but we've seen worse connection by here. How about that?
Got it. Cool.
Really, yep. Coop, Loop.
I had to take him out of my lineup. That's how I got Higbee in, but good trade-off nonetheless, I guess.
Rossi's fat cat was like, yo, is Emerson like a Jaguar season sim ticket holder? He's always on the Jaguar sims. It's true, dude. And I love it. It makes me feel like I'm at home with my folks.
It's just him chilling with the fam. It is going to be really fun just to flash forward to, September. When you have, Trevor Lawrence, and there's so much hype. We don't know who they are going to open with. I'm assuming it's going to be at 1 o'clock on a Sunday. And just big grin on your face. Whatever, maybe Zach Thompson will come over because by that time I'm going to be like all up in your business. Shirtless, short shorts, grilling season. Or you can come here. We could do it outdoor, whatever. But I don't think the Jaguars and Patriots play, but now I just want that because I want this fantasy party in my head. But I'm saying, how fun is that going to be for you? Literally, every season starts off that way, but this year more than ever, or at least in 7 years, that you feel like this is a legit team.
This feels good. It feels good. The excitement, even if there's not a whole lot of winning, as long as you're seeing, and any of you guys fans of any teams out there that are kind of hitting the reset button, a lot of cap space, you have a young quarterback in there. As long as you're starting to see the signs, okay, this guy can be the next franchise quarterback. I think it's probably how Chargers fans feel about Justin Herbert.
Yep, big time.
A lot of that, I think, was a coaching issue out there with all of the late hiccups and coughing up games late in the fourth quarter. But yeah, you look at Herbert and say, great, he's in. He's got it. You look at Joe Burrow, same thing. So that gives fans of these teams that have struggled at times some hope. That's all Jaguars fans want. I don't know if there are many of them in the chat, but you guys could probably back me up on that.
Oh no, dude. I think Chargers are there. I think there's some with the Bengals. They have a lot of money to play with. I think they might be a year off, to be honest. I think Jaguars, just because of everything. It's up my head. I'm trying to think if there's any
I'm just and
Dolphins.
Yeah, the Dolphins. That was rough for them because wasn't that week 17? They just needed to win, right?
They got the Bills blew their doors off.
Yeah.
Tua, poor guy. Fitzpatrick got a little the COVID situation, so he wasn't even available. That he probably just trapped himself in. He's like, yeah, watch this. See how you guys win without me.
But I am excited. I've said it once. I'll say it again. I'm excited for this offseason in the NFL. We've already seen some ginormous blockbuster trades, and then free agency here begins 4 o'clock Eastern time in the afternoon on March 17th.
St. Patrick's Day.
Let's go, Minshew, tossing it up. That's pulled down. How about some points? Some garbage points. Bye. Who do we have? Chris Conley.
Chris Conley gets it.
CC. Chris Conley, CC. There were CC's pizzas everywhere in Jacksonville too. That was great. $5, stuff your face, throw all your dignity out the door. Great dessert pizza. Pizza's great.
Is it made with dough or is it made with a dessert type of crust?
No, I think it's regular. I think it's regular dough, dude.
I'll get down.
So I got something you can get down with. Jared Goff, 15 of 18, 201 yards, 2 touchdowns. Minshew, 5 of 7, cracked 100 yards with that long completion in the end. Let's go to the rushing department. What is going on? Why's the blow dryer on?
Well, here's the question: is the roommate?
I don't know if she's doing her. What? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I can hear her back there wolfing down and sucking down the disgusting bone. 13 carries, 49 yards for Chris Thompson. He's got the tutty. And that's it. No one else has more than 8 yards rushing between both teams. You're like, well, you're talking about Malcolm Brown and Henderson, those guys. Yeah, they haven't been running it because Tyler Higbee, for crying out loud, has 9 catches, 93 yards right now.
Yeah, he's well on his way to a monster day. Points have just been updated. He's over 18 points so far.
So I'm going to take this time. Major announcement time. Major announcement time. As everyone knows, Winnie is becoming a woman. So she was supposed to get spayed this week. When this happened and things started happening to her body that I don't even understand, pushed the surgery back 2 months. We have decided to use this 2-month window before she has surgery to grow our family. So we are going to be growing our family by 4 legs. No, not a human baby, but everyone say hello to Georgie. This is Georgie.
Georgie?
She's Georgie, yes, because she will be coming from Georgia. And so my wife really liked the idea of naming her Georgie, and I agreed. I said, that's awesome. And then hold on 1 second, because there's video here of her running around and then eventually pooping. But I will not show you that. Here instead is a closer up picture of her eye and half of her face, because the people we're getting her from are old and don't know how to take pictures.
Yeah. Checking her out. Looking good.
But anywho, we're looking forward to that. We're kind of crazy. I've always wanted 2 dogs, and this was a opportunity. I said, okay, while we're in like puppy mode, I want to do this now, seriously, because we have all the hand-me-downs. We have the smaller crate for crate training and stuff like that. I said, now's the time to do it. It's probably a lot like human babies. You know, parents are like, I just want to bang this out. Let's just get it done.
Well, I guess. Maybe a little different, but I get it. And by the way, I have a huge apology to you, Emerson, to your family, your growing family. You did tell me this the other day. I didn't know it wasn't already like out. So I have changed. Something is wrong with me. We should talk about it later. But congratulations, most importantly, to the whole Lancia clan. 2 legs, 4 legs, 3 legs, all of the above.
I'm pretty stoked about it. And then I'll hopefully be introducing her to all of you next week, late next week.
To break it down for first time playing Fortnite, it says, oh, my cell data is still sucking, so I don't know what the announcement was. Ladies and gentlemen, huge news out of DraftKings Simland. Emerson Lancia is switched his protein powder. He is going to an ISO way. He's looking to lean out. So please stay tuned and please respect his privacy with this announcement. If you're late to the game, you missed it.
Banded over on Twitch is like just this major announcement that turned out to be a puppy reveal. And then you said, first time playing Fortnite, Ducey is engaged.
Oh, here we go again. Let's do it. Congratulations. Yeah. Hashtag congratulations, Ducey, everybody. Come on, give it up to him. But honestly, Emerson, like, we could joke, but like, as someone that is not I have a cat that I could do without, that is awesome for you guys. I'm super pumped. I know how much pride you take in the puppy community, and obviously Madison being a huge puppy mama, like what the love that you guys share and with the dog. So I think it's just going to be more fun, especially you're reading this book. So your mindset's going from not giving a bleep about nothing to more love when dogs just crapping all over your bed. No big deal. Throw it in the washing machine because I don't care about that. I just want the love. So
Goofy is a dog. Such a letdown. Bro,
no.
You're a dog. Come on, man. This is good for you. Your people are growing.
Oh, Goofy isn't a dog. That's weird.
No, Goofy is a dog. There's God, don't go down this.
Okay,
don't go down this rabbit hole, you son of a gun.
Did you hear about Ben Roethlisberger? He's a dog too. Or is he a cow?
David Georgie says, oh my God, he named his dog after me. I feel so flattered. We love you, DG.
Emerson loves me. He told me so, he says.
Before you know it, it will be Emerson's fat dog. This Rusty's fat cat. There is, we have talked about it a little bit. I'm like, okay. I mean, will they be like different builds? You know how my parents rescue all these dogs down south, and a lot of the times they do tend to put on a lot of weight with my folks who are very generous with food portions. And so maybe one may be thicker than the other. Who knows? We're going to love these sweet little muffins for who they are. Shape and size. Welcome home.
Really important here is this just so you now have more arsenal against Thor, the god of thunder?
Yeah.
Like,
We
you need
are
more dog.
Dude, Thor could eat every dog in the neighborhood easily. Thor's only like a month old and he's already 200 pounds.
Thor's heavier than me.
He really is.
Thor's a big husky boy. So yeah, you gotta line them all up. Yeah, Miller, get Miller, Winnie, Georgie, Thor, just tossing them around like they're like Thanos's sidekicks there.
Is Andrew on the ones and twos? Do you and your roommate, do you guys have a dog? Do you guys have any pets? Let me know, pal. I'm ready to judge you. First and 10 here, around 5 minutes to play in the third quarter here. I see him typing. He's trying to figure it out. First time playing Fortnite. No, as what we know right now is Juicy is not actually engaged. I do believe he is. He's close to, yes, but congratulations for being close to taking that step.
Could be, could not be. And maybe congratulations to him and watch out to the person on the ice.
So Andrew on the ones and twos says no. He looks at dogs like boats. It's good to have a friend with one. Yep. We've been up here in New England for 6 years, and we have flirted with friendship of people who have boats. None of them have lasted long.
Yeah, that's my number one thing. As I get older in life, I want a boat. Not a big boat. I can't afford that more than likely, depending. Unless I start doing all 6 sims every day of the week, along with my other opportunities. But yeah, I had a few friends with like small boats, and it's really cool. And then like same thing, it just doesn't stick. It's like I haven't heard from that dude in a couple years. I wonder if that boat's still there. I wonder if he died. Would he give me the boat as well?
Yes. Yeah. I guess what we could do is we could find like really old people with boats, and then make friends with them, like quickly and passionately.
Yes.
So you do, and just let them know how much you love boats. Okay, one more.
There he is.
One more for the Rams. Henderson on the board. First receiving touchdown.
Henderson getting in now. They're sharing the wealth in this Rams offense. Looking like the greatest show on turf, jersey-wise, as well as the way they're playing. Spread it to everybody.
So turn your head and Goff, hooking up with Harry and the Hendersons. And the Rams in total control here in the third quarter. It was the opening drive of the third quarter, chewing up almost 4 minutes.
No. Chew it.
Dude, that is crazy. Andrew on the ones and twos put a picture in our Slack channel. Kendrick Perkins' kid is ginormous. Wow.
He is.
I've never seen that before, but he is just destroying all the other minions on a basketball court.
You can't play Pop Warner, I can tell you that.
The best is when you see those viral Pop Warner videos pop up like a couple times a year, and there is the one kid who is like definitely not 12. Like it'd be like you out there, you suiting up, just thinking because you're relatively close in height with the kids, you can like fool everybody when you're still really a foot taller and you're definitely like 50 pounds heavier, and they just give you the ball. You just stiff arm kids into another world, just ripping their souls out of their body.
It's actually fun. Like, I don't know. Did you play Pop Warner football at all? When you were
No, I didn't start until freshman year. I was a late bloomer, and then turned out to average 2 catches a game my senior year.
Holla. Brag, by the way. But, yeah, I when I was little, like, there was a weight limit. Like, very low weight limit. So I don't know how quote unquote big I was when I was wearing husky clothes and scarred for life. But I couldn't play football as a child. So let's just say, for argument's sake, in the city I grew up in, let's say the weight was like 135. I probably weighed like 140 as a 6-month-old. You know, like it's or whatever age. But it was like, yeah, that was a big blow to the old. Oh man, can't play because of weight. But then you see these kids that are on. You see these videos of guys just trucking people, looking like, you know, soda vending machines on the field. I'm like, well, where was this kid? But they thought I was gonna like hurt somebody. This kid's just annihilating kids. I'm hollow. I'm like one of those Easter bunnies that like you bite into that stink because they're just hollow inside. That's me.
Producer Madison says her brother was 6 feet tall. Was 6 feet tall in middle school. He was 6'5" by age 16. So 6'5"? That's like almost Taco Fall tall.
Dude, 6'5" at 16, and this dude isn't like. He must be just a specimen.
Yeah.
Now, Madison, is this?
He looks like Madison, but with short hair, so it's kind of like odd to look at.
But is that the little brother? Isn't like? Oh, okay, no. So it is okay. It's a younger brother because she has the twin brother as well.
Okay.
But he's 6'3". But Madison, you're tall, right? Like.
I mean, I think she's taller than you. Yeah.
Yeah, 5'9". Technically, yes. When I'm 3'8".
Like we all knew that kid growing up. We all had that kid like in middle school. Dude, when I was in first grade, I remember this one dude in my class had a mustache. And I'm like, I don't understand what is happening to you. I was like, you were totally normal in kindergarten, dude. And then we're in first grade and you got like muscles and mustache and you're out like hitchhiking. Like, what are you doing?
That's like, it is tough. That's the thing. Like, you're like, because then I feel for those kids. Like, I feel for the really tall ones, like, especially if they're kind of like a little awkward with like socially. Like, that's hard.
Smoking cigarettes at recess. Yeah.
Seriously.
He's like, hey, you want to trade some pogs? I'm like, sure, dude.
You're like, are you a teacher?
Don't hurt me. Yeah. Yeah, you the new art teacher, man? Like, no, I'm in your class.
Yeah, give me your homework.
Yes.
I'm gonna beat up your dad. Like, what?
Yo, Goofy is the dog saying, yeah, Emerson's gonna be pushing his dogs around in baby carriages when he gets older to get his workout in.
Oh yeah.
Because first time playing Fortnite, says I'm gonna be like the 80-year-old crazy cat lady, but with dogs. For sure.
Oh, obviously, he's already He's on the gateway here. He's got 2 dogs.
So I'm like you. I'm gonna be the male like version of you, like the old man version. As you're like the 80-year-old cat lady already.
Just get out of my way! I gotta get to the cat food aisle.
Like you're the cat dude. Like your vacuum is behind you right now.
Yeah. Gotta vacuum all the cat hair. You gotta taste the food first too when you get cat food. You gotta make sure it's good. The guru over here says, it goes both ways. I was a small kid and they moved me down in Pee Wee football. And since I was older, I mashed kids bigger than me. Because they were, I don't want to say, they're dumber. I guess it's not bad.
Yeah.
It was just less experience. He says, I scored 25 touchdowns in 10 games. First of all, huge brag there, guru. I don't know if I believe you.
For real.
I don't know if I believe it. I want to believe you. But hey, good for you. And you know what? It probably hurt you in the long run. That's the thing that stinks. Like when I was like I have a January birthday, so you could go either way in sports. And most of the time I was in the lower category. So I was playing against kids a year younger than me. And I still didn't play that good, but I don't think it helped me like competition wise. Like guru, that's a tough precedent. Then like let's say let's say you get to high school and you're used to like just dominating Pee Wee kids, and then it's like, oh, here's a real person.
Oh man, I so miss those days of my life. Those were great. I don't know if like I don't even know if those youth sports are even the same anymore. And I just bring that up because my sister went to my nephew's like championship basketball game
Yep.
recently, and the game was tied at 6, and they had to go to overtime to decide a winner. And I said, "This sounds like one of the worst days of your life." Watching a basketball game tied at 6, you have to go to overtime.
Call it a tie. Call it a tie.
Yeah, basketball. Producer Madison, I'm serious. It was basketball.
Dude, I scored 20 points in a season, and I thought I was good. We had, like, when I was in 5th grade, it was rough. It was rough. When you're young, those basketball games are pretty bad. It's like, you ever watch really youth hockey? Like, my nephews have been watching them since they were, like, 5 on the
No.
It's bad, dude. Just watching kids can't skate, pucks just around. Like, there's the one kid who's good, like, in all sports.
It's the coach's kid.
Well, my nephew was a coach's kid, and he wasn't that. He was great. He's become a really good hockey player.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, there's the one kid that knows what he's doing, and everybody else who doesn't. And it's hard to. And same thing with basketball. Like, I thought I was good. I would, like, go into I go into 5th grade, like, yeah, I scored a point last night. And like, oh, really? You did? I'm like, yeah, no bigs.
You popping their collar.
Yeah,
What's up, ladies?
I was in Catholic school, so yes, we did have collars to be popped. Yeah, I was like, what are you guys up to later? You guys want to go to the mall on the weekend? Maybe hit up the, Panda Express, go get some free samples?
Panda Express, amazing.
Yep.
Speaking of amazing, Tyler Higbee, amazing first half, 9 catches, 93 yards, nothing in the third.
Big fade so far.
Like, he's done enough damage that would be great spread out over 4 quarters. But that's totally disappointing. DJ Chark still with 1 catch. That 1 catch, 55 yards. I think Lindenbaum, a couple of you guys have pointed out, I think he's being blanketed by Jalen Ramsey. This is like the Ramsey revenge game here against the Jaguars. That's definitely something to consider in these matchups. And again, player ratings, all that stuff available if you want to kind of really dive deep into potential matchups in these games. That's all available on the Madden Sims information page. Madden Stream information page.
Yeah, if you're going to play for cash, check that out before you set your lineups.
Yeah.
All the movements. I do have a question for you.
What's up?
But first, go with what your went. Because mine's...
The Vincinator, talking about Panda Express, the candied meat. It is so good. And they're so generous with their portions. And then they'll always give you samples. That was one of the best go-to spots in the mall food court. And I'm old enough, kids. You know how old I am? I remember when Chick-fil-A's were only in food courts.
Yeah, I'll be honest, still never had a Chick-fil-A, and I was in a mall recently and asked my wife, should we finally try it? And we didn't do it.
What's your deal, dude?
I've changed. I don't know, something's up with me.
You can eat healthy there if you wanted to. You can go with a grilled chicken sandwich and a side of fruit, and then go with a diet lemonade.
No, none of that. If you're gonna do it, you do it. Like, if you're going to McDonald's, I'm getting a Big Mac or the McRib that one time. Or like, if I'm gonna do it, everyone tells me the spicy chicken sandwich. It's like one of the God's greatest creations.
Hell yeah! I would say if you go there for the first time, you got to do it right. You got to get the classic or the spicy. That's fine too. The waffle fries. Get yourself a milkshake. But even producer Madison says that's fine. You're missing out. That's more. That's more for us, buddy.
Well, no, that's not how.
And
it works.
there are rumors. There are
works.
There are rumors and rumblings that there is one being put in currently in the heart of downtown Boston on Boylston Street.
Gonna be a lot. There's a lot of retail space there. I was down there. It was very sad, and I just kept driving.
It is very sad. Yeah, it's very sad.
We're coming on, but we're on the up here. We are on the comeback. By the end of May, we're all gonna be vaccinated, baby. We're all gonna be feeling it. We're all gonna be at Emerson's patio for the big reveal. When's Georgie arriving? Give or take.
Yeah, we'll be doing the transaction next week. I'm gonna be like, yo, you got the stuff.
Yeah, what is it like? Showing up at a parking lot when I sold things on like Craigslist?
Yeah, well, that's how we got Rufus. We got Rufus at a 7-Eleven.
You told me that.
And when we were living in Salt Lake City, it was like a deal going down. The dark of night in the corner of the storefront of 7-Eleven, right just outside the little lit area.
Hey, over here, I got the dog.
You look nice. What are you doing? Oh, that's right. It's amazing. You look fantastic. We are, speaking of fantastic, you guys have been extremely generous with your likes today. The first time and only time Rossi and I will ask you guys for this game because I don't want to bug you about it. We're having a good natural conversation. It's flowing. But 18 likes away from 200. If you guys wouldn't mind just tickling the like button, if there's 18 of you who haven't, feel free to hammer away now. Just think of Rossi's toes, something that brings you joy.
Dude, they look like they've been frostbitten. Something's up with those things.
Dude, you are like Frodo Baggins.
Dude, my feet, because I'm taking up like this indoor running stuff. Nobody warned me about this. My feet are gone. They used to be chicken nugget toes. Now they look like I was found in the bottom of the Titanic, frozen. These things are gone. Whole foot.
Oh,
Start
man.
shaving away. You want some extra cheddar on your, Romano? Let me get my foot up there for you. Like Mr. Deeds.
No. Well, I didn't know what was going on back there because I heard like the blow dryer going. There's a lot of movement back there, and I've got the green monster wall behind me as Sloman delivers 3 points.
Over 50.
Is it? No. That wasn't over 50. He was just inside the 40.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm giving him credit. Listen, I've been doing a lot of these field goal things recently. I know where it is. Okay. That one might not have been. You're right. It was about like a 36-yard.
No, it was like it had to be like 45.
46.
God, you're terrible. But you know who's not terrible? We got a kick-ass DK Sim fam got us to 215. So we have cracked the third wall.
Crap, it's like my toe.
Stop. Producer Madison is trying to eat lunch now. The last thing she wants to hear about are your chicken nugget toes, pal.
Dude, these things are just calloused, man. I gotta get some. I gotta go to a nice pedicure ASAP. You want to do a his and his?
Yeah, actually, I would. I'd love to do that.
Might have to.
I want to get a massage or a pedi this weekend. I'm doing one of the two. I am in treat yourself territory.
Listen, you reading the book. I'm sure part of that got to be to
take
care of you, number one.
Thank you. There's Chart, guys. Another one. Been a rough game for Gardner Minshew, so the complete opposite of real life because we know how amazing he is. But first time playing Fortnite says, I'm mashing a double chicken and steak chipotle bowl for lunch. Do you have any room in there for like the beans, for the rice, for the vegetables? That is so much meat, and I've got nothing but respect and love for you, sir. You are going to have the worst case of the meat sweats. Hopefully you have a roommate or a dog, someone who could lick that sweat off of you because that is going to be flavorful.
Dude, double chicken with beef. That's amazing. This dude's just going to be all yoked up the rest of the day.
Straight protein, dude.
Yeah, his shoulders are going to rise all the way to his ears.
Traps are growing by every bite. It's not going to have a neck anymore.
No. First I played Fortnite says, I want a DK announcer Foursquare battle.
Oh, damn. You remember playing Foursquare?
Dude, we talking about like the game like out in the like,
yeah, with the ball and
yes.
And it's like what would you have? Slams?
Slam! Bump, all
right.
Let the boys be boys. Yeah, you did.
Oh man. I'm reading rules now. I'm way deep in this article. Official rules of Foursquare. This is too serious of an article. I need ones that's gonna break it down with the old moves that used to have.
Cherry bomb, that's right.
Yeah.
Foursquare was bomb.
It was. You know, that's what's so great about being at that stage of our lives where everything was just so simple.
Yeah, Crossfire ads were playing on Saturday mornings when I'm watching like
yes.
Rugrats. Still,
I think there's still a new Rugrats movie coming out, but it's like
it's a show, dude.
It's a show?
Yeah, and it's like the newfangled CGI style. Like, stop doing this. Hey, everybody that's my age group and above, stop remaking the stuff that was old. Just let it be. Let it be. Put it on these streaming services. Tell people to watch it. Go make something new. You're ruining it. Like the new DuckTales, dude. Get out of town. I was watching that. The theme isn't the same. That old DuckTales theme, top 5.
Yeah. It really is.
Yeah. It sounds like Hall & Oates. It's amazing. Just DuckTales. Woo! Like,
Here we go. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery.
Or rewrite history.
DuckTales.
Woo! Not ponytails or Gotland tails, it's DuckTales. Woo! I don't need no lyrics, man. I can do it. The danger's out to find you. Well, there's a stranger right behind you. All you have to do is grab those DuckTales. Woo! Oh, forget it, dude. Absolute. All day. My voice is crap. Don't care. I could do this all damn day.
How about, you remember, Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. Chip and Dale. When there's danger.
This one, all I know is the Chip and Dale. I skip Chip and
Me
Dale's.
too. Okay, no, definitely not me. But you're right. Like all of the theme songs for shows back in that like time were just like the rock and roll songs you were listening to on the radio.
Genius stuff, dude. There's no like that's the one thing about television today. Brenda, this isn't like to be ranty about it, but it's like there isn't themes. It's just like quick screen. Like I don't know every show, but like I just think of like Modern Family, like The Office just had a little like piano jingle, and that's even older. Like they just like have like title screens now. Like, I want a jingle. I want to feel like I'm a part of something. It's not just like, oh, here's your quick intro. And like, don't make me skip the intro.
Yeah.
Give me a
song. See, I think it's just because we live in that like 140 character world now where you don't want anything to like take too long, and you're just like get me to it. I kind of like that, but because that was just our time growing up, where you were into that stuff. My mind has changed a little bit. I love a good jingle, so I'll still listen to the Office one. But most of the time, I'm like, just get to the show. Let's go. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, I get it, but I feel like I'd be more likely to watch the intro if it had a song to go along with it. Like even like How I Met Your Mother. I love that show, but it's just like it's just like it is a song, but you don't hear anything.
I've never seen a single episode of that.
Oh really?
No.
Interesting. Fun fact. Love that show.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody okay over there?
Yep, here we go. Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh yeah, that's again couldn't tell you much more, but I just know Heffy. What was his buddy's name? Heifer.
Yeah, Heifer. It was hey Heifer.
Yeah, that show by the way, it's very bad for children. Don't know how that.
No, out of the end zone. I was looking for Chris Conley.
Yeah, Rocco's Modern Life like made Ren and Stimpy look like it was for like 5-year-olds. Like it was bad content on there. The things like look what he did for a job. Google it one day if you're bored, or next time you're on the toilet.
Yeah, that was also fourth down. So now the Rams take over. 2.5 minutes and ticking. Heifer Wolf. There was Filbert. Remember Ed Bighead?
Filbert. Oh. The Guru 805 saying 835. I can't read. I need my glasses. He says 2.5 Men had the best song. But see, I didn't. Somewhat song. Kind of more of a jingle. But still, I like it. That's a good one.
Yeah.
DuckTales.
Yeah, it's the golden age of television in my eyes, for my life.
Well, yeah, because we were before our formative years. Like those are like things that like that gives you that first, like the first like from like whatever it would be like 4 to about like 10 is like your brain just is so sucked in on that stuff, and then you get to stuff that you believe is like the greatest ever from the ages of like 14 to 20. And now we're just bitter older people.
Oh, yes!
Got it! Safety
No, he stays up!
What? What?
Oh my God, what a series! What a series of unfortunate events.
Oh my God. That was insane.
We were both so into that, and I love that about us.
Oh.
It's just like you rob us of like the rare safety. I love seeing that stuff. And we're like, no! Yeah! It was intercepted!
It was a safety. Goff spins out of it, throws a bomb. I was like, throw a touchdown. Intercepted! Oh my God!
That was the greatest series of almost plays and then a play that I have ever seen in sim history. That was just incredible. I needed that thrill. And by the way, we talked about DJ Chark being shut down by Jalen Ramsey earlier. He's got 4 catches, 119 yards. So Jalen, foot off the gas a little bit here as his team has a 24-7 lead. They're going to win this game, but a lot of garbage time points coming your way, hopefully. So it could make a difference no matter what contest you're in, whether you're in the Eiferted contest, another free roll, or if you're in a bunch of the paid contests too. I've seen some comments over the past few days. People are like, hey, I'm trying the paid contest for the first time. This is actually pretty cool. Throw a quarter down, 50 cents, whatever. Win a few bucks.
I'm all about it. I was checking them out right before this because, I couldn't make it to the VIP party with the lot, with the I farted. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I was looking. I'm like, there's so many great options. I'm just looking at the 4 o'clock here. Like, you got a couple 5s, 12s, 30s. You want to go big? Go big. You want to go little? Go little. You want to have some fun? Let's have fun. I like to party.
Me too, man. I'm with you, Potato Chip.
Big sale on potato chips, and I just got a text message from some company. I don't know what they're doing with my number, but
We have, is that O'Shaughnessy getting on the board? Yeah.
O'Shaughnessy, it's his season. We are less than 2 weeks away from.
Uh-oh.
Patrick, what happened?
You okay? Did she finish her bully stick?
What's going on over there?
I don't know. Like the backdrop, the step and repeat I have is like moving a lot, and it sounds like someone's like struggling to get by. I think my dog was trapped.
Now, I don't know if you can hear this banging in my place.
What is that?
That's my dog upstairs, we'll say.
Okay, forget it.
Hey,
You're a
knock it
liar.
off. I'm just kidding. It's fine.
Pay attention. Pay attention. 24 seconds to go. Minshew, touchdown.
And look who it is.
Yes. It's Eifert, baby.
The namesake of the contest from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, Tyler Eifert.
Out time, man. 2 catches, 8 yards before that. So makes rostering him worth it just a little more. He was 42% owned in the big chunky showdown. In our contest, the one you did not get in, very exclusive Century Club, 44% owned. What's crazy is it looks like, as of now, all of Higbee's damage was done in the first half, which is kind of frustrating because you're 7 yards away from the bonus and you're on this pace, this 18-catch pace, which is not going to continue, but you're thinking at least 1 or 2 more catches to get you that 3-point receiving bonus.
Yeah, that would have been nice. It happened in the last game. We had Zeke Elliott almost had a double bonus, shy by 4 yards. 6 yards, sorry, 6 yards. A monster game, though. Is this on the hands team? Reynolds, nice play.
Coming up next, Colts at the Patriots. Colts at the Patriots. I'll be on that with Zach Thompson, who makes his return to the stream. No one has seen him in a long time.
Air frying the crap out of things right now.
Doing something.
I'm gonna.
He's doing something.
Can I spoil something for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
For the sake of time purposes, Tyler Higbee. I understand it was a tough second half. He's still gonna be your. Emerson's gonna get a new Pooch Player of the Game.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Okay.
There are 34 spots left in the LOTZIA in a van down by the Rivers contest. That's for the 4 o'clock between the Colts and the Patriots. Get a fun little lineup in there now. Fill one out for bragging rights. A big old fat $0 on the line. But it's been tough. A lot of you have been failing to knock me down and take me down. I have been destroying these contests lately. Today, this one, not great. 89 out of 100. Josh Lambo, my captain, 3 points. It's okay, because he still follows Winnie on Instagram. Rossi's Fat Cat, gonna bounce, guys. Be back later on today. Good sim. Rossi, don't forget to feed me. Meow.
I got you, dude. I got you always. Actually, he really could be my cat because my cat's not down here. And when he's not down here when I'm doing this, I have no idea what's going on. Could be part of the anarchy upstairs.
And sources are telling me apparently Zach was on the Sims yesterday. That was definitely not him.
We can't confirm it. We cannot confirm that. Sources can sometimes be wrong.
Yep. Don't let your eyes fool you, dude.
Yep. Also, I got confirmation he was not.
He was not?
Nope. Was not on yesterday.
He was
So
not.
whoever
Wow,
this is,
yeah.
sources wrong. But here's something that is source correct. Player, the new pup player of the game, that was Tyler Higbee. The create a better jingle for modern television, not my television program time.
Consider Billy.
Yeah, no, whatever that is. I don't know who that guy is anymore. He's changed. But it is D.D. Westbrook. 1 grab, 3 yards, puke. Ugh. Like
Yeah,
what he did on your sheets. That's what D.D. Westbrook did to
Vomit.
this game. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Put a diaper on D.D. Westbrook ASAP.
Yeah. Her diaper is MIA right now. OSU fan 3872. If scores were to hold, you are currently in first place. You would win the Sorry I Farted contest. And then looking at the free, so north of 11,000 entries in the free showdown. Wow, currently 16-way tie for first. If that holds, as Kyle is adding up, double checking, triple checking scores right now, you'd each take home $7.46. And 46 cents you didn't have before.
You can go to Chick-fil-A and get that spicy chicken sandwich everyone's
Actually, yeah, you could. You could get a great sandwich for that price. I hope all of you are back at 4 o'clock.
Be back. Don't be a fool.
We should have a good time. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you here. Get a lineup filled out, right? Meow. But Jason Rossi, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Madison, Kyle on the ops team. Much love to everybody. And let's do it again, shall we, in 49 minutes. Okay? Toodles.
Cheers.
Love you. Cheers. righty, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see all of the familiar faces again. Third of 6 Sims here on the Dream Stream today on Thirsty Throwback Thursday. Emerson Lotzi back with it the second straight one. Speaking of thirsty, how are you, Zach Thompson? How are you?
I am doing very well. I'm not thirsty. I'm fully caffeinated and ready to roll. But
you and me both. And then I heard like producer Madison earlier was saying like she's crushed like 4 or 5 cups of coffee already. I don't even know what Andrew does to have so much energy all the time. Poor Kyle's got to listen to us from the ops team. But good to have everyone back here together. We've got ourselves little Colts, little Patriots, little van down by the rivers. Lineups have locked.
By the rivers.
Come on, kids. Dude, 150 entries filled up. Way to do. Way to be you, DK Sim fan. What'd you do for a lineup?
What did I do? Well, I went with Trey Burton in my captain spot because if there's one thing I know about Phillip Rivers is that he loves those tight ends, constantly hitting those tight ends, pass. So high volume. Yep. Trey Burton is my captain, so that's where I went there. And then the rest of my lineup is Cam Newton, Phillip Rivers, Julian Edelman, Paris Campbell, and the Patriots defense, which has now become the number 1 defense in all of Madden.
I forget that, like, when I do Sims with you, because you're so involved with this side of the company, how you know everything. So that was a really interesting fact that I don't think I could get from any other analyst who I crushed play-by-play with. Well, so thank you for doing that.
Glad I could bring that. Yeah, they passed the Seahawks. The Seahawks have been the one, and they've been the one for ever since we switched to Madden 21. But the Patriots have passed them. Been better. More turnovers, more sacks, more defensive touchdowns in fewer games. So get yourself some Patriots defense. Now there's no weather today. Now when there's weather, you got to play defenses. So when there's, Wednesdays are defense days, but I carried it over to Thursday. I didn't get to do any streams yesterday, so I'm hoping for some defensive production here. Who do you have in your lineup? Did you go defense, or did you get weird and go kickers, or did you not do either of those things?
Last game I got a little weird, right? I went with Josh Lambo in the captain spot, completely backfired.
I feel like you always do that, though.
Yeah, I honor
your boy.
Yeah, I honor one of my best friends. Absolutely. This one said, okay, Captain Devin Asiasi. All right, didn't hate it. I said, let's see if we can squeeze in some other talent. Cam Newton, Phillip Rivers. There's your boy Trey Burton. There's James White. And there's Paris Campbell.
Yeah, Paris is a very nice play. I like him a lot out of that speed, out of the slot. He brings a lot of speed, a lot of upside. And I do think, too, as we've seen with this Patriots defense, they've got those really good cover corners. Stephon Gilmore, obviously, on the outside. But they cover the outside very well. They do give up points to tight ends and slot guys. So that's why Paris Campbell, Trey Burton seemed like solid options to me, and both in your lineup as well. So we agree on that. And I like your captain. I had Asiasi actually in my lineup until the last minute when I switched it up a little bit and went with Edelman instead. But I like Asiasi as a good play here as well. Very involved in these Sims, much more than he was actually in real life.
Oh, yeah. Real life, he was a straight-up ghost. And it
until the last game of the season, he did have that touchdown.
Then we're like, oh, my God, the Patriots have a tight end now. Everyone just loves to overreact.
Touchdown, and this is me. So how much did that one touchdown improve his average draft position next year? Right, because everybody's going to be like, oh, but he had the touchdown. He came on at the end of the season. He had 2 catches, I think, during the entire year. One of them happened to be the touchdown. Probably raised from like a guy you could get in the last round of ADP to a sleeper tight end. People are going to be all fired up about since we know the Patriots tight ends can be so good. And that was a throwaway from Phillip Rivers. He threw it to absolutely no one.
Pretty ugly. And speaking of ugly, Asiasi, big old fat bagel last game when the Patriots played Miami. Then 4-4. But what kind of sold me a little bit was the games before that.
Touchdowns?
Dude, look at this. 25, 21, 15, 27, 20, 28. Like, he went on this ridiculous hot stretch where
and look at all the touchdowns.
Yeah.
It's all touchdowns.
Dude, hold on a second. Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Knocked away. He had a ton of touchdowns. There went on a
2,
little touchdown.
1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Then 0, 1, 1, 1. Yeah. Tight ends, baby.
That's right. And punts. No, but that's not nearly as exciting.
Yeah. I asked people because it was kind of disappointing. I discovered how tall you were right before we came on. So I asked the chat, I said, how tall do you guys think DT is?
Yep.
And Mike McDonald says 6'4". Turtles 1, 6'2". Eric Court, that's a good answer. It's bigger than life. And then Giggle Pig says 6'2". Steve Boss says 6'3". So would you
appreciate all this, guys?
Would you like to?
I am 6 feet flat, even.
Wow.
Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, I as well as Andrew on the 1s and 2s, both truly believe with all of our hearts that you were at least 6'5" because of how broad your shoulders are. You look like a large, friendly man.
I was a safety, and I was a fullback in soccer, and I was a power forward. But I grew up in Guam, where let's just say I was one of the taller people. So it worked for me to play power forward, even though I was not quite as tall as you guys are all giving me credit for, and I do appreciate that. Thank you. Make me feel better, I guess.
Dude,
or disappoint everybody.
I love, too, like, again, the subtle drop of you saying you grew up in Guam. Every time you remind me of that, I am reminded of how much I enjoy you because you're such a unique individual. We did talk last sim about the industrial-sized air fryer that you have because of the large number of roommates.
Hey, look, it's your boy, Devin Asiasi with the catch. Yes.
Thank you, Devin.
Throw another shrimp in the air fryer. We've got room, Aussie for that on that catch. Yes. I do have a very large air fryer. How did that come up?
I think we were talking about food and cooking food. And I think Rossi was talking about how he was going to put some food for his cat in the air fryer. And then you came up. I said, well, I'm doing the next game with him. Then people were like, we haven't seen him in forever. Where the hell has he been? You know, he's losing all this weight. He's changing.
I faded away entirely. No, I was on Tuesday. I had a sim, and then I've got this one today. A little bit of a limited schedule with all the NBA action. We're also ramping up for baseball over on the playbook and just getting everything ready over there. Got some more cornhole content coming your way as well. So get fired up for that. All kinds of good stuff coming your way in the playbook, which is where I spend my time when I'm not here on these sims, but it is good to be here with the sim fam as often as I can be. Nice first down pickup there. Is that James White or Sony Michel on that carry? Was that your
couldn't see if it was 28 or 26.
26.
Okay, so Sony Michel it is. For you, for Cornhole, who is the writer for us who is having to research all of the Cornhole? Is that you?
That is
wow.
Me.
What are you learning about cornhole that you maybe did not know before? Because having talked to the play-by-play dude who does that stuff for ESPN, it is cool to hear about the sport, and it's very relatable to just regular old Joes like us.
Yeah. So who did you talk to? Was that Trey?
Yes, it was Trey, the redheaded dude.
Trey Ryder. Yes, I've actually written back and forth with him on Twitter because I was like, I need stats, and there's no stats here, and he was like, oh yeah, they're just right here, and he showed me, and so we're all good. Nice guy, super nice, very cool. I did not realize how important the feel and substance that is in the bags that you throw. That's super, super important, and like changing bags is like a golfer changing clubs. It totally can change the entire game. And there's certain things that are allowed and not allowed within quite a bit, actually. I was surprised at the variety of options that there are. So a lot of bag research, actually, I've been doing. And just the different leagues and things and how they've, there's quite a history of competitive cornhole. And then when you watch these guys play, it is... The level of strategy is absolutely insane. Like, I've played cornhole before, but like they're trying to block and then set and then put their stop it here so that if the other guy tries to slide it in,
Yeah.
he'll knock their bag in, and keep him from being able to enter the. It's really.
It's a lot of
very,
thinking
very
ahead.
fascinating.
Like it's like so many of us are like, all right,
It's almost like
let's
chess,
just
right? Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of strategy to it, and whether you try to put it right through the hole or kind of run it up the board and maybe leave it just a little bit short so you can knock it in later, but block the other guy from scoring until then, and there's pretty competitive. It's very cool, and a lot of skill. These guys, they practice a lot.
They do. I mean, it's just like it's straight, just repetition, over and over and over again, just like with anything else.
And consistency, right? Like you might, and I might, when I play, I might make it once every 100 times, let's say. But they're like consistently same spot, same spot, same spot, same
Just
spot, same spot.
These
that
dudes just
repetitive motion, just like a pitcher. It's almost like a pitcher, right? Where you've got that motion, and you can tweak the motion, you can tweak the delivery a little bit, and I do a little bit of work with Little League, which we talked about during the summer, which we're getting fired up with that, and we were talking about pitching motions and
Good for
everything.
you.
And it's similar to cornhole throwing motion.
Yeah, the return of the ice cream truck. Then very
That's
soon.
right. If we're lucky,
Oh, we're
And
in,
it's
baby.
touchdown.
Sony Michelle, welcome
Sony.
home.
Fire up the Sony.
Opening drive.
Sony Walkman back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yellow.
I remember those. Remember, like you'd have the CD Walkmans, and then, but like if you're in the car listening to one, you always thought you were cool, but like you hit a speed bump or something in your mom's Windstar, it would skip. And then there was an option you could have like a non-skip mode on it, but still, if you hit a big enough speed bump or pothole,
It was only a couple seconds.
Yeah, if you ran someone over, like yes, it would skip.
Yep. And I had one that was radio, which I thought was cool because then you could listen to baseball games on it. So,
Oh wow, look at you, yeah. The Sony Walkman here has the Patriots up 7-0 Colts had
And
the
it was
opening
yellow.
kickoff. It was yellow.
bright yellow, yep, banana yellow, and I believe it had a tape deck in it too, cassette deck. I think you could do a
Yes.
cassette or radio, from what I remember anyway. Good question here on cornhole. What is the official weight of the bag? It is between 14 and 16 ounces.
So
I did look that.
So it just has to be between that. Are there ones that are specified like this?
Yeah,
is
they have to
going-
be
this-
certified.
Okay.
But it is the AFL, which is the one that we cover. I think. No.
Yeah.
The ACL, American Cornhole League, is
Exactly.
it's a bring your own bag league. So it is not like you check in and are assigned like these are the official bags. You do bring your own bags to the competition, and there is a little bit of variance, right? Like it doesn't have to be the exact same, but it does have to fall between certain specifications, and it has to be certified. And originally they were filled with corn, right? Like that's normal.
Yeah,
that's kind of the name.
But
But
now beans? Is it beans now?
they do, yeah. You can do beans. I'm not sure. There's a lot of different things. You know, rice is another thing that isn't a lot of. The standard ones that you can buy, like if you just go get corn, cornhole to set up in your backyard, can come with a lot of different things. Because the bags have, the reason why it's called cornhole is because there's corn in the bags.
And you're tossing it in a hole.
Exactly.
It's pretty simple stuff. Almost
Think
like
so.
like basketball. Like you're taking a ball and you're putting it in a basket. It was originally a basket back in the day.
It was a peach basket,
Yep.
actually. But we don't call it peach ball because that'd be weird. We call
Yeah.
it
No. Agreed upon. 400, north of 400 people watching now with us over on YouTube. And then I see you there as well, Twitch fam. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Little T.Y. Hilton action.
T.Y.
Smash Lana, Prince of Darkness, Heavy Kevy, Pete Fooligan, Buggy Boo, Tim the Man. Pleasure to see everybody here today.
Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate it.
Not too shabby there on the opening Patriots drive for Devin Asiasi.
Right down there,
Yeah. Had 2 catches, 39 yards. So if you were smart enough to put him in the captain spot, like yours truly, he has 8.85 points.
Nice.
Thank you.
Very nice. Congratulations. Not much from my captain, the tight end on the other side, Trey Burton. Still waiting. You're not allowed to switch bags during the game, and just in case you were wondering, you can sweat on the bag, and that's fine. But you cannot intentionally put any other foreign substance on the bag.
Oh, no pine tar, none of that.
No pine
kind
tar,
of
none of
stuff.
that. No, or even water. You're not allowed to do that. Put water on it.
So,
Change
and you
it.
would think being a little moist would help you get a better grip on it. So maybe if you are a natural born sweater and you sweat a lot like I do, maybe my calling in life, and yours too, all my fellow sweaty sweats out there, we should be playing
play
cornhole.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. And yeah. There you go. Yep. You can you should remove, you should if you sweat on the bag, you are expected to wipe it yourself. That's another in the rules that says that. Players should use a cloth or towel to remove sweat from themselves.
How much has
if you're doing it on purpose.
That's different, right?
Yeah, yes it is. It is not allowed.
How much has the pandemic changed this sport? It seems like it's already kind of a spatial sport.
Yeah, I mean, so I have not been following it for a long time, right? I wrote it up.
Whoa. Okay, man.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm kind of new to the game. I wrote it up for the tailgate weekend. We had a pool that covered the kickoff tournament down there in Florida, right near the Super Bowl, where they had their kind of big season open tournament. And this is another one that we're doing with them. So I'm covering it once again. So not a huge history with me and cornhole, but I will say that as I watched, it was very, there was a lot of spectators to it before. Like there were people gathered all around and it would get pretty raucous. So it's that, crazy. just like with anything that's happening during COVID, you can't have the fans there, right? Like you can't have all the fans gathered around, but the game itself, yeah, you're already pretty socially distant. You see now players wearing masks when they play, but other than that, and it's not like a soccer or even a football where wearing a mask, you're not running all over the place, going to wear yourself out, and wearing a mask is going to impede your breathing. I mean, you're standing there, you're throwing a beanbag. So there you go. So the fans, I think, have definitely been impacted by it. It's not the same environment, but the game itself seems to be fairly unchanged from what I can tell. And it's it's a game that you can play pretty easily.
Yeah, I remember back when there were fans.
Simple. Yeah,
I was gonna say, like you're right. It got wild. It reminds me of like a lot of those scenes in Happy Gilmore, just people like going crazy around the tee box. And remember when there were fans at bowling events and how crazy those crowds would get? It reminded me of that, where because bowling to me is another sport that's like relatable. Like you kind of just you go there, maybe like a weekend warrior thing. Maybe you're in a league with some of your buddies, but especially like cornhole, because everyone has like done it or continues to do it, no matter the age. You're at a barbecue, you open up a cold beverage, and you're sitting there and you're just tossing the bags like left and right. And then you see these guys who, just dunk it, like shot after shot after shot after shot, and like consistently how good you have to be to do that.
Yep, lots of what they call four-baggers, which is where you make all 4 shots in a round. Just make them. 4 cornholes, which is 12 points. They do cancellation scoring if you've ever done scoring on that. They do cancellation scoring, and then 20 once a player gets to 20. That is a ball game. So it's not necessarily a certain number of innings, but each player throws 4 throws. And then whatever so let's say I get 5 points, you get 6 points. That means you get 1 point from that inning. the 5 cancels out 5 of yours. And then when one player gets a lead of 20, that's when it ends. So
Arroyo on YouTube says bowling is life.
there you go. I think I would, I don't know. Bowling's more something you go and do. I was trying to decide which one I preferred. But it feels like bowling is something you go to obviously you go to a bowling alley. You do it there. Cornhole feels very much like, let's just hang out in the backyard while we've got the steaks on the grill. We'll just play this while we or brats. The sponsors always make me laugh because it's like beans, Johnsonville brats. It's like all the stuff that you would associate with cornhole.
Yeah,
is
Keystone
exactly
light beer.
Yeah. It's exactly what you would expect. Yes, and DraftKings. So it's good to join the tailgate weekend crew basically there as we see another completed pass. That went to Julian Edelman. Cam Newton looking good out here today against these Colts.
You got Edelman on your in your lineup, right?
I do, yes. I went from Asiasi to Edelman, so we'll see if that is a move that pays off or not. It doesn't really matter right now because Trey Burton needs to show up before I even have to worry about anybody else in my lineup.
Here we go. Let's talk a little bit about football as Malik.
Okay, good.
Malik Smith here. Well, no, don't say okay, good. Like that was a bad conversation because I actually just learned a lot, and I know you're working hard on it. And we have a great partnership now with them. So I need a better attitude out of you, buddy.
Okay, sorry. That was great. Let's talk about football, which is also great. It's all great. It's all good stuff here.
Malik Smith says, I heard Kyle Rudolph wants to play for the Patriots. As we're watching Devin Asiasi. I think he already has 3-4 catches in this game. Yep. I don't know if they need Kyle Rudolph in Simland, but I think they may need him or someone of his caliber, at least back in his prime, right now in the real world.
Yeah, they could definitely use some depth at the position. I mean, Asiasi and Dalton Keene, who they also drafted, didn't progress as much as they would have wanted. Also, rookie tight ends just usually don't have big years anyway, as we see a nice run there by James White, stiff arm, and I think, they did give him the first, so nice first down pickup there. They could definitely use some depth at tight end. A veteran like Rudolph makes a lot of sense. I, as a Patriots fan, would like to see them make a little bit bigger of a move there, like a Hunter Henry or somebody like that, but I think
he's going to be a Jaguar. Sorry. Hunter Henry's going to be a Jaguar, pal.
Okay. Well, fine. Then I think Kyle Rudolph is an option we can consider after Hunter Henry signs with the Jaguars. But I also think until the Patriots figure out who's going to play quarterback, bringing in a veteran tight end might be a nice move. It might not. But until you figure out who's playing quarterback,
well,
it's not going to be a game-changing move.
And that's a good point. Do you think right now, how do you think their quarterback situation will impact them in free agency? Because if I put myself in their shoes, I'm one of these free agents to be wide receivers or tight ends, those who other teams are going to want. I'm going to say, well, why do I want to go there right now if A, maybe you're not so much of a fan of Cam Newton as a quarterback. We all love him as a person. And then like B,
he's a free agent.
You don't even, that's another thing. Like you just don't know who's playing quarterback there right now.
Right. No, you have to be sold on the system. You have to be sold on the Patriot mystique, and you have to be sold on whatever the dollar amount is. If you're a free agent right now, you're not signing with the Patriots because of a quarterback, because they don't have one. Now, as we see Cam take off with a nice little run here for another first down. He is a free agent. I don't see him coming back as great as he was, and he was awesome, ideal, great dude, like you said. Nobody had any issues with him, and there were some concerns about that as a very loud character at times in the past. But he fit in perfect. He was, model citizen, just struggled to play the position. And I think if you're the Patriots, you've got to build for the future, and Cam doesn't feel like building for the future. For wherever he ends up, I feel like he's a right now solution. I expect the Patriots to draft a quarterback. I also expect them to bring in a veteran. I think they'll do both. I think it'll be.
But I mean, what veteran out there? they're not going to pay a lot of money for a veteran necessarily, are they? Because this veteran isn't going to be looked at as like a long-term answer. You need like a bridge. So that's why, like, if I'm a Patriots fan, I may be a little concerned they bring Cam Newton back.
No.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh,
I really do.
Dude,
really do.
I think they can win with him. I really do. Like, not long term. Like, it's kind of crazy.
No.
But
Like a year or two. Like, I think they will draft Mac Jones or somebody like, whether they have to move up or whether they take him if he slips a little bit. I think they'll take a quarterback in the first round, and I think they bring in Fitzpatrick. I mean, the more I read about kind of like where people are landing, I think that as a Patriots fan, I think that's what's going to happen. And I'm okay with it. I think it might be fun. Complete the AFC East tour for Ryan Fitzpatrick. Come on home. He, as famously,
amazing,
as every time he plays, I think it gets mentioned at least 5 times. Did you know he went to Harvard? Did you know? Had you heard?
So, yeah, speaking of that, so you got to hear about Ryan Fitzpatrick playing at Harvard. You got to hear about Kawhi Leonard's hands. You got to hear about Chris Hogan played lacrosse, so we've heard that.
Chris Hogan playing lacrosse every time. Yeah.
But I would, dude, as someone who works here in New England and get to cover the team every once in a while. Aussie. Let's go, bro. But I would love to see Fitzmagic here. I think sometimes you're like, that's incredible, and then sometimes you're like, what the hell is he thinking? You know?
Yeah. Wait, what? Do you believe that? Madison just dropped in the chat that Chris Hogan used to play lacrosse?
That's not true.
Like, was he any good? Can we confirm?
He's playing for the PLL now. That was like huge, like last week or the week before when that announcement.
I thought he announced for the draft, but have they had the draft? Like, I heard he announced and all the hubbub about it, but I don't think they've actually had the draft yet. So,
yeah, he'll be playing professional lacrosse though again. But yeah, one thing to go back to the Patriots too, like they have that abundance of salary cap space.
Yeah.
When really many teams around the league are like feeling a crunch. So there is time. There's an opportunity right now for them to think big if they want to fill some of those glaring needs. And pass catchers, you mentioned Hunter Henry. There's Chris Godwin, A-Rob, Kenny Golladay, and there's some of these guys could end up getting franchise tagged. Jonnu Smith's another tight end, could be on New England's wish list, but
I like Jonnu Smith a lot. I think that could be a nice fit too. Yeah,
it's all just going to come back to quarterback. And
totally.
I do you think players are going to be more willing to come here and play a skill position for the Patriots if Ryan Fitzpatrick is playing quarterback over Cam Newton? I'm talking just like skill wise here because
Deshaun Jackson's available now. Let's bring him up here too. We'll get him and Fitzmagic back together, and we'll be good to go.
Oh my God, dude.
I just remember when Fitzpatrick wore his swag, like wore his post-game swag to do the interview after his big game there in Tampa Bay when they were both with the Bucks. I don't know that that's going to happen, but hey, they're both available. So somewhere, make it happen, people. To finish the PLL discussion, the entry draft is March 25th. So still a few more weeks, 3 weeks to continue your PLL mock drafts and figure out where Chris Hogan could be drafted. But yeah,
Jeremy,
free agency is going to be awesome. I'm excited about it. There's going to be so much player movement, and as you said, definitely a lot of teams feeling the crunch of the salary cap already. We're seeing players get let go. Some big names, some surprise names. I mean, Golden Tate is out there now, and they paid him. So there's going to be.
Night.
Yep. Jared Cook, they let him go early. He was going to be a free agent, but they did terminate his contract early so he can sign right away. There's going to be some names out there, and depending on who you read, and I don't think it'll be the stars, the biggest names, but I think there'll be a lot more player movement, even among linemen, and among second-tier players just because of the salary cap constraints that you mentioned, and there's going to be more cuts than typical, and there's usually plenty of cuts. So there should be a lot of player movement, not just on the, wow, there's however many new quarterbacks, but also just whole new teams put together this offseason. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I know your Jaguars right at the front of it, with Lawrence coming in, we assume, as well as plenty of cap space down there. So I would ask you too, what is, as far as, is it what, when you're talking about wide receivers, when you're talking about tight ends, like what, I know you've got.
I think the Jags are okay.
Sorry.
The Jags are okay in the wide receiver department. And
So you're not interested at all?
The Chenault kid, right?
Yep.
Who had a great rookie. Yep, had a great rookie campaign last year. Robinson, the undrafted running back who mashed last year, was like a must-add in fantasy. Yes, but they have the most cap space. I just don't want them to go like all, cash happy here and just spend.
Yeah, and do what the Washington football team did, like where they just bring in these big time free agents, pay them tons of money, and then a year later they're like, yeah, they're not very good.
Yeah, you still have to think like a couple years down the road. And I think there were some
especially with the rookie quarterback.
Yeah,
there were some years.
Some seasons there where the old GM Dave Caldwell was just like, let's just spend like right now. We're in win now mode. But $77 million in cap space. Here's their needs. They need a left tackle. They need a tight end. They need a defensive tackle. They need help in the secondary. But that's why Hunter Henry's been linked to him potentially. Yeah. And I think bringing in Trevor Lawrence and
was it Tyler Eifert opted out?
They're expected to cut ties with him.
Okay.
If they haven't already, I know the reports are they were expected to. And then defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson is another dude. I think you got to start on the inside, especially with the rookie quarterback. And this is where Bill Belichick has been good, where he has really showed a strength throughout his GM/coaching tenure. He's good building on the inside out, offensive line, defensive line, and moving out. The farther you move outside, is where he really struggles skill position, that kind of stuff.
Right. And that's what he's going to have to overcome this year, whether it is with Robinson, who I like a lot. I would be thrilled if he was a wide receiver that they bring in. I also think, though, there's going to be so many available that we may not even be considering at this point because of all the cut downs that are going to happen. I mean, Golden Tate, while not a name that I think people are going to want to pay a ton of money to, but he's a very serviceable wide receiver and would be. So let's say the Patriots bring in Golden Tate. Doesn't he become your top receiver at this point with the questions around Julian Edelman? Like I hope Edelman's healthy and he can be a wide receiver one. But
yeah. He said recently, Zach, he's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play. I said, okay,
right.
Woo, 1 year left on the contract. I don't think it's for much money. I think it's just a couple mil, so the Patriots will keep him around. It's not like you're gonna cut him.
Correct. Yeah, it's not a financial burden. It wouldn't be a financially motivated move to move on from him. It would just be that he's unable to play. So. Burton, who had been quiet and invisible and people were wondering where he was, had a nice drive there, but they didn't get any points out of it.
Did they decide not to call timeouts? Did they have all their timeouts and decide not to use them?
I lost track. I don't think they called timeouts at all.
I know. That just seemed a little bizarre, but Burton did come alive.
That was weird.
It was super bizarre. Cam Newton, though, 8 of 10 guys, 116 yards, does have one touchdown there. Sony Michel has the other touchdown. There's one touchdown going to Devin Asiasi. Yep. Sony, speaking of him, is leading in the rushing department, 8 for 28. Tutty, White 3 for 14. On the Indy side, Hines 3 for 7, and Mack just 1 for 2. Cam Newton's got 1 carry for 8 yards. And there's Asiasi.
Look at your boy.
5 grabs, 76 yards, and a touchdown. Now, I will say this, just to compare it to the 2 o'clock sim we were just on. Tyler Higbee, tight end for the Rams, had 9 catches, 93 yards at halftime in the last sim. Nothing in the second half at all.
Thanks, guys. Good day work. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Toodles, he's like, I'm above my per game average.
Exactly. Higbee, we got a whole second half, man. Where are you at? Yeah, so Trey Burton did have 3 catches on that last drive after a very slow start, so he's got some production anyway on the board. 3 catches for 28 yards. Not a great first half for the Colts in general, down 14-0. When these two teams did play earlier in these Madden 21 sims, a little bit more scoring, ended up being 29-22 Patriots. So the Patriots are on track, but the Colts offense has been very quiet to this point. Philip Rivers just 96 yards passing. Even though his name's in the contest, I thought he'd be, he'd
There's a
show
lot
up.
of pressure.
We named the contest after him. Maybe that's it. Maybe the pressure's getting to him. I'm talking about that van down by the rivers.
Cry me a rivers. Cry me a rivers.
And hey, you got to do it until Madden 21 is gone, because after that, so's Philip Rivers. He gonna end up in a booth somewhere?
I would say so. Pretty charismatic guy, right? And I'm a true believer too. Like when Cam Newton is done, he's gonna be excellent, because he says
Cam's gonna be
stuff,
really good.
He says things right on camera.
If that's what he wants to do, he might do other.
Sure.
I mean, like, he's got so many other interests as far as other aspects of culture that he is very into. Fashion and obviously.
Oh my
fashion,
God, he would
right?
would crush it in Fashion Week, dude. Like
I'd
I
be
watch like
interested.
The Devil Wears
what
Prada, and like I watch it every weekend with my wife. So that Sweet
Okay.
Home Alabama, and
Okay.
then what's the one where she goes to Harvard and law school, with.
Reese
What is it?
Witherspoon?
Legally Blonde.
Legally Blonde?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. So those are the 3 we always watch, because they're always on the weekends. Anyway,
they are.
I watched Devil Wears Prada. I'm like, this is Cam Newton, dude. This guy knows the ins and outs of fashion more than
There you
any
go.
other dude I know.
So if he wants to be in the booth, yeah, he'd be great. Or on one of the shows, right? Like on one of like the pregame shows or whatever. With
Yeah.
he and Greg Olson can do it together, right?
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Greg Olson, who had so many good years with him there in Carolina, now working for Fox. The two of them can be, on the Fox pregame show together or something. That'd be cool. I'd watch that. Be interested to hear what he had to say. But he did say his podcast, which is also a great listen, by the way. He was on a podcast, Cam, and he said Bill Belichick is dope and then something I can't say.
Yeah.
But he had some very nice things to say about Bill Belichick, including saying that he was dope, which, I mean, not a word I think that Bill Belichick has been called very often, but there you go.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to hear Tom Brady refer to Bill Belichick as dope.
Probably not.
No.
No matter how good, and Brady has had nothing but good things to say publicly about Belichick. I mean, but yeah, that's not really how he would describe him. Look at this punt.
Oh, Pro Bowler. That's why, we got a Pro Bowl punter. Bailey.
Yep. Who is it? There was punter news that I actually got a punter alert on my phone. I know, right? Pretty relatively, I guess. Big name punter.
No way.
But,
Hold on a second. I got to
Thomas
look
Morstead
at that. Oh.
of the Saints. Like
Oh.
Yeah, he's been there a long time, and they come. Also cut recently, as in since we started this podcast, Josh Gordon. So
Yeah. Well, Josh Gordon is now going to be part of that one team.
fan-controlled football league.
Fan-controlled football, and he's going to be with Johnny Manziel as Philip Rivers. Be cautious, you are in the end zone, but he completes it fast.
I was hoping for a safety there for my DST, but not to
All
be
good.
today. Zach Pascal with the grab there.
But I thought that was interesting, reuniting with Johnny football in in the league where I guess fans kind of choose like who makes the
so
roster
Twitch
and
users
stuff.
can call plays, which is kind of cool.
That actually is kind of cool.
Right? Like, that's pretty
So
cool.
do you
I'm
vote? Do
very
you, like,
interested
vote
to see
on-
how this works? I don't know.
Are there play options, and then like the Twitch will vote, and then maybe in the next 2 or 3 plays it's called? I would love to no more. I got to dial into it because I love the idea and thinking I could sit on my couch, have a beverage, crushing pizza, and I want Johnny Manziel to throw it up to Josh Gordon here.
I like it.
And I think that league is like
details real quick.
Yeah, I think the
Johnny
league has
Manziel.
started small. It's like just 4 teams. I think they all play in one location in like Georgia. I only know a little bit about this.
They've got pretty good names: the Beasts, the Wild Aces, the Zappers, and the Glacier Boys.
Okay.
But boys is spelled with a Z.
Oh, okay,
B-O-Y-Z.
that's great. Now, the Zappers is the team that Manziel plays for, and Josh Gordon is reportedly going to be joining. I know they played a couple games already. He's going to have to do some COVID protocol stuff where I think he sits out a week or so.
Okay.
He could possibly hop on board.
Yeah, the Zappers are 1-2 right now. The Beasts have already clinched the regular season championship at 3-0.
Oh,
there's 6 weeks. 6 weeks in the 4 regular season weeks, 1 playoff week, and then a championship week in the fan-controlled football league. So it's pretty short.
That's the way to do it as a startup league. Don't say we're starting this up. We're going to go ham bone for like 16 weeks. We're going to do a 5-week postseason because it's really tough.
You're not the NFL.
Yeah, I know, and it's tough to grab. Everyone's going to tune in week 1, and the ratings are going to plummet no matter what, whether they like it or not. It's just natural. It's just what happens. So minimize the amount of time that ratings and your exposure could shrink.
Richard Sherman, Marshawn Lynch, Dalvin Cook, like they're owners involved in this, right? Isn't this the same one? Like I think a lot of the players are in the NFL have become part of these ownership groups in the FCF. And it's all in Georgia, as you said, which is kind of cool. I like it.
What am I hearing?
Gracie's waking up.
Great. is she just chilling?
She's yawning. She's still.
Dude, Gilmore with the sack. The corner blitz.
I like
Gilmore's in there.
Bring Gilmore off the edge. Another very interesting. A lot of people saying Gilmore's going to get traded this offseason, or at least will be in play.
I think it would be. It's going to be tough, right? Doesn't he make a boatload of money? And then B, he's dealing with a little bit of knee issues, and he's on the wrong side of 30. So you may have. I think that's why there were so many reports of the Patriots were really trying to move him mid-season last year.
Yep, that was the. That was the rumor. Whether it's true or not, we don't know, but that was the rumor. There were some reports earlier this offseason that most GMs, like when they did, a survey of all the GMs, and they saw it as a eventuality that he would be traded this offseason. Like that it would definitely happen. The question was how much would they be able to get for him, and would there be a team willing to take on that contract, as you mentioned, because he's still a pretty good player right now, if he is past that injury, but by the contract is a hefty one. So the Colts moved the ball decently on that possession, but not able after that bad field position to convert it into any points.
Stephen Boss was asking, is Koff on tonight? Indeed he is, my dude. Kaufman and Christian coming up at 6 o'clock. Chiefs at the Raiders. So Saints at the Seahawks. Speaking of Thomas Morstead.
Such a good slate tonight, man.
Yeah, it is. And that's Kaufman and Lamarca, by the way, 8 o'clock, Saints at Seahawks. And then Ravens at the Vikings, that's Brandon and Lamarca. So big Saxy on back-to-back games. He and Brandon, there's no way they've worked together yet, have they? Producer Madison? That's a unique, oh yeah, multiple times. Okay. That seems like a very unique combo.
So the fan-controlled football league, just to wrap that up, it's 7-on-7, and it's on a 50-yard field. So they literally started small, if you want to think about it that way. Teams start on their own 10-yard line, try to drive 40 yards for a score. And instead of a field goal, it's a one-on-one battle for the extra point between a wide receiver and a DB. The fans choose the wide receiver and the DB, and there's 3 seconds for the quarterback to throw the ball to the wide receiver.
Wow.
You can, and it's a 1-point conversion from the 5-yard line or a 2-point conversion from the 10-yard line. That's pretty cool. I gotta admit, that's pretty cool. I like it. Way to be creative with your rules.
Yeah. And
Whoa.
Who do we got? James White or Sony Michel? One of the two. James White.
Sweet feet.
41 yards now on 5 carries.
Yeah. Big day for James White on the ground. Also, the third down back, so probably I think he's got a couple catches as well. Go with those 41 yards on the ground. Always a solid play when he is out there as a nice value running back. Him and Michelle usually priced about the same. I prefer to go with the third down back when there's a timeshare like that just because of the PPR points. Although you do get touchdowns every once in a while from those power backs, like we've seen in this one from Sony Michel. Both Patriots running backs actually probably going to end up as pretty solid plays. Philip Rivers not happy on the sideline. He's still feeling that pressure from the name. Name the contest after him.
We did. 37 seconds ticking. 14 nothing. It's the Patriots leading. Yes, the Philip Rivers, man, dude is just playing like an absolute coward right now. Cannot handle the fact that we named a very exclusive contest after him.
True.
And Aussie. Keep it up, my sweet Simsilla.
There you go. Creeping up on the bonus. Creeping up.
Oh, here we go. James Farrell. Hey, Professor Z, I have a question.
Okay, what's up? Does
Farrell,
he ask the question or do we got to wait?
Drop it. I'm going to need to know. As you think of that question and as Zach prepares his beefy, hairy brain to answer what I'm sure is going to be a ridiculously difficult question.
I will have a great answer. It might be for a different question, but it'll be a good answer.
13 of 15, 146 yards for Cam Newton and the touchdown. 15 of 20, 139 yards and nothing there for P. Rivers. Sony Michel, 11 carries, 40 yards. James White, 5 for 41. Sony does have a touchdown. Only passing touchdown for Cam Newton. That came, I think, back in the first quarter to Devin Asiasi.
Yeah, 8 catches, 92 yards for Asiasi. The leading receiver on the Colts side of things is Zach Pascal, 4 for 40. Paris Campbell does have 3 for 29. Trey Burton has 3 for 28, all coming on that one drive at the end of the first half. Julian Edelman has 2 for 19. Demir Bird has 2 for 25, but nobody has been as good as a receiver as your tight end and your captain, sir, Devin Asiasi.
Here we go. So his question is, James Farrell. Hold on a second, Andrew, on the ones and twos. Don't punch up the game yet, because James Farrell says, "Can you take Emerson and rock paper scissors?" So just face to the side, because we've learned this with Ducey, who cheats a lot. And so we could just do one and done. If we're tied, we'll just go to whoever wins first. Okay. We're gonna go rock, paper, scissors, and then shoot. Okay.
Okay.
Not looking at the
1, 2, 3,
screen.
and shoot.
Shoot. Okay. Ready?
All right.
Ready? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Damn it. Gosh, I went rock. Dude, I have studied rock, paper, scissors a lot recently, and I'm just getting smoked. Yeah. The study was a phony.
Because I knew that was the way you were going to go, because I knew that's you. Like, that's just, you have to get in the mind of your opponent. I was like,
rock solid?
Emerson is just a rock solid guy, and he's going to go with rock.
I mean, you were starting to like warm your hands up, and I was already intimidated. I hated that. I said, this guy, I hate that sound. He's warming up, and he smoked me.
Gotta get loose. Stretch out before I play cornhole.
I will say this. I still have a career record of 3-1 against Ducey. So I beat up on the small little weaklings. But then you and your large 6-foot frame come in and you just gobble me up and you smother me in your paper.
Yeah, that time I just.
Best corner of the end zone.
Touchdown.
Here we go. Who do we have? Let me see your number. Demir Bird. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away.
Fly like a bird to the end zone. 21-0. Patriots in control. Oh boy, now we're in trouble. Come here.
What's wrong? Uh-oh.
Come here. Oh boy, it's time.
Watch out for the mic and stuff. Every time I bring up like Winnie, next thing I know, like my mic's being ripped out of the computer.
Right, there she is.
He is
Say
so
hi.
happy. I love her. Oh my God. She's ginormous now.
She's large. All right.
Oh my God, I wish people could see this.
Ugh. All right. Gracie guest starring appearance. All right, get the door. She needs to go outside though, or else we're gonna have this excitement. I'm gonna be cleaning it up. All right. Take her out. Get her out of here.
Get her out of here. Yeah, I'm just watching you struggle now, trying to control your talk. I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
Well,
Oh,
what's
God.
going on in the game, Emerson?
Okay, well, nothing right now. 21-0.
Okay,
and
all right. I missed the
Colts-
extra point. My favorite. No, not my favorite.
I was going to say, allow me to get into ridiculous detail of what you missed. So it was Nick Folk off his big beefy leg, those quads of his delivering the goods. 7.5 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. 21-0. Game likely out of reach for the Colts, but for your lineup, can still climb it. Can still climb that leaderboard.
On that leaderboard. Yep. And now one would think, we'll see what actually happens, but got to go a little pass heavy here, which would mean more Nyheim Hines, which would mean more chances for Paris Campbell maybe on the outside. There's Nyheim Hines right there.
Oh God. I'm hearing the roommates struggle with her. Do you need to go rescue them?
Possibly.
You could go if you need to go. That's fine. I'll carry this for a minute. Okay.
We're okay.
I heard. I thought I heard in the background.
Maybe.
I thought I heard in the background. Ow, Gracie!
Yep, you did. Yep, that's what you heard.
It's amazing.
Yep.
Oh Lord, have yourself a time, dude. Phillip Rivers here. Oh, that was dropped. That should have been received. Instead, it was not. So 6:45 to go here. 21-0. 3rd and 10 coming up. Zach mentioned maybe some time for Paris Campbell and that 94 speed that he has, but Phillip Rivers in this game, 82 overall, his awareness 82, but playing a lot closer to 62 right now. Big third
63.
down here.
I was going to give him 63, but yeah, it's not been good. Hey, there we go.
That's the Hines as well.
Hines, put some Hines on it. He has been involved on this drive. A couple catches for him, 3rd down back, but actually probably the Colts' most reliable offensive contributor outside of Trey Burton, who's really let us down today, at least me personally. I don't know. Has he been disappointing to you as well?
Yeah, 100%, because I had the marbles to roster him. I said, this is your time to shine, TB. And instead, he has 3 catches, 28 yards. Phillip Rivers Phillip Rivers in the flex, 173 passing yards, so just under 7 points there. Ossie right now has been a man among boys, around 35 points in the captain spot for him.
Yeah, and Zach Pascal, who just had that catch, has also been really good. He's been their best receiver on the Indy side of things in this one. But yeah, other than that, it was a Patriots stack day, and actually playing both running backs would have been a solid option, both White and Michelle, putting together decent games. Looking at our smaller DK SimFam free roll here, Ossie in the captain spot of the leading lineup. It's Cam, it's Michelle, it's Trey Burton, Demir Bird, who had that last touchdown, and then Hines. There's Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, thank God. Missed it. Who got the last touchdown? Prince of Darkness is asking, and that would be I'm like a bird, I want to fly away. Jameer Bird, my dude.
I have the Patriots bring him back just so that we can keep, singing songs about him.
I don't know what they're gonna do, man. I really just don't.
It's going to be a whole new team. It's going to be I think there's going to be multiple teams like that where it's going to be an entirely new overhauled roster.
And T.Y. Hilton pulling that one in at the 1, 1st and goal. So this is good for, let's say, anyone who has Marlon Mack. This could be this could be vulture territory. He's that power back, but let's say they want to line up in the shotgun, probably a little Naeem Hines situation. And he's listed as that 3rd down running back for him. Let's see what they decide to do. And Phillip Rivers, come on, do it. Yes!
There it is.
Yes! Yes!
And it's Hines out of the shotgun for the touchdown.
You got some ketchup for all them harsh Browns you serving up? Woo! Extra point away. Rodrigo Blankenship, come on, deliver Das goods. By the way, in the free showdown, free roll, large one, 75% owned. Cam Newton, highest. Hines, 66%. Burton, 59. Rivers, 53. Ossie, 47. This is also going to be the last game in the early slate. And JY is currently in first place. Who does he have from this game going? Patriots defense and Ossie. So those are the
not
two.
A lot from this game.
Not a lot. Dude, oh my God. I'm looking at
who do you stack
some of
up
those
earlier?
scores he has. Dude, Zeke Elliott had north of 55 points.
Whoa.
All right, so wow. Two receiving touchdowns, two receiving touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, 94 receiving yards, 188 rushing yards, 6 catches, and the 100-yard rushing bonus. My God.
What a day.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Other big-time performers for him. Cortland Sutton had 6 catches for 122 yards. All right, not too shabby. Ossie's one of the high scorers for him right now. Had Jared Goff in the quarterback spot. 21 points. I was on that one. Also Chris Thompson. He's just hoping Ossie continues to eat, and the Patriots defense can prevent any more points being scored. Yeah.
By Zeke. Almost the double bonus. 188 yards on the ground, 94 yards through the air, like you said. 6 yards away from the double bonus, but not quite.
Yeah, Chef Duke on YouTube says, Zeke put on a show early. It sounds like he's the only one who showed up, man. That's all you need. One-man wrecking crew? Why the hell not?
34-16 Cowboys win.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people ended up with a smile on their face from that 89% ownership for Zeke Elliott in the early classics. Almost 12,000 entries.
Yeah, looking at the early bird special, the paid contest from that early classic. Yeah, 94.9% ownership.
Oh, my God.
94.9% ownership. So, yeah, very heavily owned. The leader in that contest is, of course, I won. That's the username.
Okay. I'm like, wow, congrats, Zach. Of course I won.
The username is, of course I won. We'll see if they can hold on. They've got less than a 1-point lead over Eric Holden. Or E-Rich Old N, depending on how you decide to break that username up.
3rd and 16, they're not going to pick up the first down.
No.
So the Patriots are going to punt this thing away. And I don't know, 3 minutes and ticking, Indianapolis can score quickly here and somehow then force another 3 and out by the Patriots. Maybe they can get themselves back in this. I think it's unlikely. But
I think it's unlikely, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Always worth sticking around, though.
Well, yeah, because your fantasy lineup can change when the Colts get the ball back here, they throw a bomb to Paris Campbell or Trey Burton or something like that. That can change all the contests. So definitely worth sticking around. Oh, nice punt. Another nice punt. Look at this.
Fantastic.
Inside the 5.
Jake Bailey, first year as a Pro Bowler this past season.
Putting on a
They
show.
they didn't have the
They
game.
had
I think they all played Madden against each other or something like that.
Yeah, there was some kind of Madden Pro Bowl action going on. Multiple things they did instead of the actual Pro Bowl. Gonna have to run it just to get some space there with Marlon Mack, but they've got to be aggressive. I don't know. That play call is not my favorite.
Not gonna do it. Here we go. Boston Joe says, in my $5 showdown of the Dallas game, Zeke was owned by 100% of the 39 entries.
Yep. That is the way it usually works with those smaller contests when there's an obvious player like Zeke. And I mean, hope you took the free space, because if you decided I'm going to be contrarian and not play Zeke, that would not have gone well for you. 2-minute warning here, 21-7.
Yep.
Colts trying to get a little bit of space here, but they've got to get moving. It is 3rd and 5.
Okay, so Tim the Man 95 says, hey, Aussie, let's get that bonus. And then It's Derek is like, Patriots pick 6, let's go. Or a little scoop and score action. 3rd and 5. What you going to do, Philip? Oh, damn. Okay, Zach Pascal. With the grab on the sideline. He's having himself a nice little day. He's up to, what is that, 8 catches for him, I think? Somewhere right in there. I missed the bug at the top. I couldn't tell how many catches he has, but a good number. Been busy. Been their top receiver. Hines with the 1 touchdown for the Colts, and there he is with another catch there. He's had a decent game as well. Not anything great, but a decent game. Aussie, yes, still 8 yards away from the 100 receiving yard bonus. I don't know if he's going to get it the way this
get
thing's-
there.
Yeah,
it
the
doesn't
way
look
it's
good.
trending.
I don't know why they'd throw if they even did get the ball back. I don't know why Nyheim Hines just ran out of bounds either, but a couple more catches for Hines here for those of you that rostered him. Looks like about 75% of entries in our smaller contest have Nyheim Hines. We do have a tie in the top spot in our DK Sim Fam contest between Skomarek and Jay Stever. Trey Burton.
3rd and 4 coming up. Officially inside 1 minute to play.
Yep.
Here in Foxborough, which, there'll be some fans back in the stands.
Yeah,
the
let's
state
hope
has
so.
announced recently here in a couple weeks. What is it? Is it fit 20% or something? I can't remember the amount. It may be smaller than that.
I
Maybe
don't
10%.
remember the number. Yeah,
But
by then, I mean, you would think that number could have the potential to go up if things are trending the right way by the time we get to football games. Rivers slings it. We got a touchdown.
T.Y. Hilton.
Oh, sneaks behind the defense and gets into the end zone. Touchdown strike from Rivers to Hilton.
So there you go, Phillip Rivers, 47% own, and a van down by the Rivers contest.
And a van down by the Rivers. Nice grab by Hilton on a pass that was thrown a little bit behind him and then turned it upfield. And as Phillip Rivers is celebrating that touchdown, it does bring him to within 1 score. They do have 2 timeouts left. They did have to take 1 on that drive. But that was a long drive. Remember that great punt pinned him back deep. They went the length of the field, 93 yards on that scoring drive, ending with the Rivers to Hilton touchdown.
49 seconds to go, so the Colts still have 2 timeouts here. And T.Y. Hilton, by the way, no longer has superstar abilities. Had them in the December update, lost them. But
Yeah,
he
had
is
them
still one of the
taken away.
fastest guys in this game. 92 speed.
Yeah. His ratings are still very strong, but just doesn't get that extra boost from the superstar trait that he did earlier in Madden 21. As we get ready for this kickoff, that's Julian Edelman, who will be back there to return. But going to get an onside kick. They won't kick it deep to Edelman, I don't think.
The only thing I have yet to see in this game, I think
Yeah.
I've seen just about everything else.
Okay. How about Jacoby Myers? Have you seen Jacoby Myers? I have not ever said his name on one of these sims, but he just recovered the onside kick.
No,
What have you
but that's
seen?
great.
A successful one?
So that was history for me then. And Cam, this is only 2
16 of
incompletions.
18. That is
like
that is way more efficient than I feel like in real life. Jacoby Myers actually owned in 0.04% of lineups in the free showdown. Now,
Don't do that, people. Don't do that.
Yeah, and you don't get any points for him recovering that onside kick, so you're still going to get your 0 for playing Jacoby Myers. You 0.04% of you, but his name did get mentioned, and he did actually make a play. So there's that. Yeah, so the other side of stay tuned, you never know what might happen. Jake, not from State Farm, in the YouTube chat, lamenting that catch and score dropped him 1,100 places. Yeah, that can happen too. That's why you got to stay tuned to see which direction you're going, because before Phillip Rivers and T.Y. Hilton were both kind of disappointing. Now they're having decent days after that long touchdown, catch and run. Cam Newton just going to kneel it down here.
Gonna get out of here
That
on.
should be it.
So
Just
three
there.
more sims today, guys, on
Yep.
Throwback Thirsty Thursday. Chiefs at the Raiders, Kaufman and Christian. Then 8 o'clock, Saints at the Seahawks, Kaufman and Lamarca. Then Big Saxy is going to stick around and be joined by Brandon for Ravens at the Vikings. And then interesting decision here, but it is the way that it is.
Jake
21-14.
Bailey. We want more Jake Bailey.
Delivering to the people
It's
exactly
a
what they
walk-off
want.
punt. Like literally a walk-off punt. Like the last play of the game, we're going to punt for reasons I am not sure about. They didn't need to do that, but guess they wanted to get Jake Bailey the reps. But there you go. Patriots, 4 to win.
All right, so hit me with that Krusty Kaufman player of the game.
Yeah, player of the game. I mean,
By the way, did I just see Cam or no? It was Philip. Philip hit the bonus there. I didn't even didn't even register with
298.
me.
Did he 306? Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't
Okay.
catch that either. So that big long
Yeah.
touchdown to T.Y. Hilton definitely turned his game around in a hurry. Ended up with 15 plus points in the flex spot. Still though, player of the game is going to be your boy, your captain, Devin Asiasi. Oi, oi, oi. One touchdown catch, 8 catches, 92 yards for him. Just short of the bonus, but still the best performer of the day. Demir Bird had the other touchdown for the Patriots, as well as Sony Michel rushing. He had 38 yards.
Naeem Hines with a rushing touchdown as well. So he had 4 carries for 8 yards and got that score in there.
Yeah, as far as the Not My Kid award, I'm going to go with my captain, actually, Trey Burton, who did have 4 catches. He did have 36 yards, but should have been a lot better. He was overall a disappointment, and everybody else did pretty decent. I mean, I guess Edelman would be the other way you could go. He only had a couple catches as well, but Burton was much higher ownership on Burton. 60% owned in the flex in the showdown. So a pretty popular play who didn't really do much, just those 4 catches for 36 yards, 3 of them coming on that one drive right before halftime. Phillip Rivers had the inside track for that, but ultimately turned things around there at the end as he tried to rally his team. Same thing, T.Y. Hilton would have been another consideration for LVP, but it came on late. So Trey Burton gets the LVP award. Your captain, Devin Asiasi, gets the MVP award for this game. It was a fun one.
It was a good one
there at the end.
And Kyle and the ops team ripping through some of the final stats. And currently, if it holds in the early free classic, Todd Rod 6-3-8-1 would be your winner. Currently would be taking home $25. And then in the free showdown, if things were to remain as is, 4-way tie for first. So all of you would take home $17.50. And then most importantly, what?
In the 6K early bird special, the $10 entry with 2K to first. Of course I won. I told you he was in first. He got passed right at the end by less than a point. Right now, again, if things hold, he got passed by 100 Gorilla for Life. Passed him right at the end and won by less than 1 point. Of course I won. Is of course in second place right now. So some drama in the paid contest as well.
We'd have a 2-way tie for first in a van down by the Rivers contest, the LOTZIA in a van down by the Rivers contest.
Yep.
And those lineups would have been Cam Newton, Rivers, Hines, Aussie Bird, and Pascal. So good stuff, everybody. Good hanging with you, Zach. Good seeing you again. Go hang out with the doggo, man. Release the beast.
Yeah, I got to go check on her. That was
sounded like the kids were struggling there for a second.
Yeah, she wakes up with quite a bit of energy, which is fun, but also sometimes challenging, as I'm sure you can identify with.
Overcome the adversity, coward. Andrew on the ones and twos, producer Madison, Kyle on the ops team. Thanks, guys. Good seeing everyone here. DK Sid fam. Kaufman and Christian coming up at 6 o'clock. Chiefs at the Raiders. Get your lineups filled out right meow. I'll see everyone back here with Reed T. Fowler at noon tomorrow. Peace out.
You.
Hey, people of the Dream Stream. Welcome to another Thursday edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Tara Azak here to bring you through a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims in a night full of DraftKings content. Our featured contest tonight is our Madden Stream 4K Thursday night special. That classic contest is $10 to enter and features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 to first place. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule. So at 6 p.m., it's an AFC West matchup between the Chiefs and Raiders. We got Adam Kaufman and Christian D'Andrea. They're going to be here in just a moment for the call of that sim. They're sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for me to be quiet, but I'm going to keep it moving here. Then at 8 p.m., Koff is back with Lamarca. They're going to call the Saints and the Seahawks. Finally, we closed out the night with Madden After Dark. We got Lamarca and Brandon Cristal to bring you the Ravens and the Vikings. That's all coming up. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. It's the last day before the NBA All-Star break, and we're without NBA DFS for a while. So why not enter our NBA 500K shoot-around for tonight's main slate? Take a shot at the 100K first prize for just a $20 entry. 10 games tonight on a packed NHL main slate. Our featured contest for tonight is the 70K Twine, which pays out $20K to first for just a $10 entry. Also, check out all of the NASCAR, MMA, PGA Round Showdown contests available this week. Don't forget to check out all of the other action for those leagues, plus the upcoming college basketball conference tournaments over on the DK Sportsbook. And then coming up after the game, we got you covered. We're going to cover some of the news and notes around the real life NFL with some of our analysts. We'll also get some advice on tonight's NBA slate. So send your questions in the chat, drop them in there. But first, we've got to get to some football. Here are Adam Kaufman and Christian D'Andrea with the call of the Chiefs and the Raiders. Take it away, guys.
Cough, buddy, you with us? Hey.
Oh boy.
You are the worst.
I didn't know when Tara Lynn was going to stop talking, but here we are.
So rude.
Bozos.
What do you say about me when I'm not around, Cough? Because this is just
nothing I don't say to your face. I promised you. All right, so we got the Chiefs and Raiders coming up here. The happy hour sim. We're excited. Truly, though, not there, even though my acting is next level. I know. I did lay down, took a little couple-hour nap this afternoon. I am feeling almost refreshed, kind of worse, and sort of want to cry. But we have the Chiefs and Raiders on the way. How you feeling about it?
You know what? Every time I see this matchup, I'm like, get the Raiders a body bag. Their passing defense is bad. They have to go up against Patrick Mahomes. They're going to get just the holes blown out of their boat. They're going to capsize. It's going to be gruesome. And yet sometimes it somehow never really happens. The Chiefs never really go full throttle. They don't put up 40-plus against the Raiders like you'd think they would. Patrick Mahomes has been kind of restrained, only one really big 20-plus point performance in his history in Madden 21 against the Raiders. Mm-hmm. Despite all that, I still bought in way too hard on the Chiefs roster. I looked at the lineups. I was like, you know what, Jalen Richard, you are way too cheap at 2,600 or whatever in the flex. I'm going to put you in the captain spot.
Whoa.
I'm going to make sure I get Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, CEH, Sammy Watkins. So really, I'm rooting for a big Jalen Richard game and like 2 touchdowns in a 40-14 Chiefs blowout. Cough.
I love that. I love that. You are not alone. Jalen Richard is captain at 4.6% of lineups in our smaller, almost full 196 entry free roll that I called, by the way, and I was very tired. That's a theme. Very tired when I made this contest last night. I wrote, the happy hour, there's probably something here witty that I just can't come up with right now, free roll. Is there some sort of witty connection between the Chiefs and the Raiders that I could have made real quick last night?
I mean, besides the veteran coaches who have memed themselves, besides the Gruden taking the victory lap around Arrowhead Stadium after beating the Chiefs earlier in the regular season, there are a few ways this could have gone. But sure, you don't have to be witty on all the time. I'm kind of with you in this one, Pop. I'm a little beat up, a little exhausted. I'm looking forward to a good sim that I don't have to think too hard about. And that should be every single Patrick Mahomes. It's like the old Pope Heel rotisserie grill. You set it and you forget it. That should be every lineup when the Chiefs are involved. Set them and forget them. Throw Mahomes, throw Hill in your lineup and just sit back and watch the points roll in.
Well, now you're just making me hungry. And Ivan says, Adam, favorite ice cream? Chocolate, baby. I am a chocolate guy. My lineup as we kick off in virtual Vegas and the beautiful, at least that's what we hear, Allegiant Stadium. So I have, and I had a little bit of debate.
Okay.
I was trying to decide between, and I was only going to play one of them. It was captain or bust. It wasn't even like, oh, the other one I'll just throw in the flex. It was captain or bust, based on what I had already done with the rest of my lineup, because I did the captain last, which is not something I typically do. It was Tyrell Williams or it was Sammy Watkins. I went with Williams. So if Watkins blows up for you today, I am going to be I'm going to be sad is really what it comes down to. I have Tyrell Williams in the captain, and then nice little Chiefs stack. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, and Demarcus Robinson, and then everybody's favorite punt play, Jalen Richard is in my lineup as well at the 55% ownership.
Just so cheap and such consistent. Like, he was going off at like 7K before, and even then he was like, maybe. Because Josh Jacobs and Jalen Richard, one of those two guys is probably going to break double digits. Never really know who on any given sim day. But, I'm looking forward to this one. Not only do we get the lovely $2 billion Allegiant Stadium, but we get the throwback Thursday looks. The Chiefs looking like the Houston Texans, and the Raiders throwing it back to their Oakland days the first time around.
Mm-hmm.
I like to see.
Well, we like to see all of you hanging out with us in the chat, be it on the YouTube or Twitch, wherever you are with us. We appreciate it, of course. If you are watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, we ask, we remind, turn your notifications on because you want to be alerted every time these streams go live. And not only every time the streams go live at the beginning of the day, noon Eastern, but when individual sims go live every 2 hours, you can get notifications. Hey, what are you doing? Come watch the Dream Stream. There's a Madden sim. You want that alert, baby. You got to have it. You need that alert. And as far as YouTube, you know how it works. Tara Lynn told you on her way out the door in the chat. Smash that like button because we are getting close to 300. And about that many people watching as well to begin things here with this sim. 2nd and 4 from the 46 on the way after the Darren Waller grab. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button. It is much appreciated. Mike, J.E., Rossi's Fat Cat, Robbie Noble, all ya, we see you. Thanks for hanging out with us. 1st to 2 for me. Is this a one and done for you today?
A one and done tonight, and then tomorrow I'm back on at 2 to finish off my work week with everyone's favorite forgotten leprechaun, Kenny Ducey.
This is what Brendan Glasheen, who will... I don't think he is around for Madden After Dark later. I think it'll be Brandon Cristal in the lead chair. This is what Glash calls the fraud shift, when you're just one and done. It's your CDA working the fraud shift today.
Yeah, not enough time to really get warmed up to break yourself in, get warm, get loose. It's like getting the call out of the bullpen, and you get to face one batter before getting, it's just platoon pitching right now. And, all I can do is hope to strike a few guys out on the way.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. The Guru here says, had to take a break, Cough. You beat me 4 in a row on NBA, but I'll be back once I get more versed. Listen, Guru, everybody else, I got to tell you, as the Raiders working to move this ball. There's our guy, Richard. Already has a couple of carries, 3rd and 6 from the 41. Tonight, I don't know if you guys have been following the news, as we're a little less than an hour from lock, but tonight, last day before the All-Star break, NBA teams woke up this morning and chose chaos. There is all sorts of news over the course of the association today. So there are going to be some wonky, wacky-looking lineups tonight and some crazy performances out of guys that you may not be expecting. So get ready for a fun night. We'll be tracking it, obviously, during the 8 o'clock when I am on next. And as Taralyn did tell you before, she did, I wasn't really sleeping, you will have a couple of our analysts coming along between sims to get you set up for some of what's going on in the NBA tonight. So you do not want to miss that between sims.
Wilder than Mason Plumlee and Dennis Smith both having triple doubles on the same night for the same team?
No, nothing is that wild.
That's, just amazing. It's like seeing Halley's Comet if Halley's Comet was made out of mediocre basketball players streaking across the night sky.
Giggle Pig's asking if I've seen Ready or Not. It sounds familiar. Let me look it up. I've seen Ready Player One.
See, I don't get the Giggle Pigs notifications anymore because he or she blocked me. I'm worse off. As we get a big strike to your guy. You are right. The right choice over Sammy Watkins right there. Big passing touchdown in my dream of an all Jalen Richard touchdown slate for the Raiders has already done.
Yeah, in the words of CeeLo Green, forget you, Sammy Watkins. Tyrell Williams, 33-yard score, 7-0 Vegas.
Just as we suspected, it was a banger of an opening drive for Vegas, who marches downfield with some big plays and airs it out to take an early lead. Of course, it would be the Raiders, not the Chiefs doing this. We get to see swollen-faced John Gruden. Not nearly as red as he would be in the real world, looking on. Confusion.
I have looked up Ready or Not. No, I am unfamiliar with this movie. Don't know it.
I think that is that Jennifer Lopez?
No, I don't think it has anybody that is super recognizable. Just in my quick little, Google peruse. Joker says, y'all keep giving Koff your money. He's going to retire young and leave us. See, here's the thing, Joker. Even if I were just, woke up tomorrow loaded, I can't see myself leaving the Dream Stream. Like, this doesn't feel like work. It's just hanging out with my friends. Who retires from that? Not me. I don't retire from friendship. Be lonely.
We get to see now what the Chiefs have in store. CEH getting the first call there. Getting a couple yards on first down. So we'll see. He can be a real mercurial kind of captain spot guy because, there's so many options, so many guys who can absolutely be killers in this Chiefs lineup that CEH, if you get those Kelsey drives or those Tyreek Hill plays that get stopped inside the 5, CEH can bring you a couple touchdowns, maybe like 40 and 40 through the air, 40 on the ground. And having a pretty good day, but so far, real hit or miss. And, if you got him in the lineup, can't be happy with that opening drive play that saw him only gain 3 yards on first down.
So we got a 1st and 10 from the 44 coming. I see you, Robbie Noble. Chiefs trying to even up this game. It is 7-0. A little less than 3 minutes left here in the opening quarter. Oof. Oh, there's CEH not doing anything good. Lost 3 yards.
Yeah, you'll love to see that as Choker makes it a point to wish you a happy birthday.
Choker.
What a guy.
Matt King says, you guys have friends? We're including all of you. So, Matt, you're my friend.
Yeah.
Robbie, Ross's Fat Cat, Giggle Pigs, Patrick Not Knops, Joker, Brian, Mike. You're all my friends. I have many friends.
All right, check down there to CEH. Brings him his first catch. Only gains 4, though, so we got 3rd and long coming up. Never really a problem for Mahomes and his crew in the real world on 3rd down. Obviously, been able to create plays, create success. That 3rd down conversion rate, 49%, 3rd best in the NFL last year. And there's one right there, right up the seam. It's the tight end and all-pro Travis Kelce. This drive now well into Harrison Butker field goal range. Chiefs working to mount a response here. That opening drive touchdown, 30-plus yards. Derek Carr to Tyrell Williams.
So 26-yard pickup for Kelce, fittingly right after, I mean first play after JL in the chat says, I always fade Kelce. Is that dumb? Spoke into existence. Nice run.
Yeah. Maybe we were a bit quick to sell all those CEH shares because breaks free to get the ball inside the red zone. And now we could see a little more Travis Kelce. Could be some Demarcus Robinson. Could be Sammy Watkins time. Or maybe we'll get something weird and Mahomes just scrambled in from here. We'll wait and see as these Chiefs, very good red zone team. Just a million ways to slice you to death. And there we do get Demarcus Robinson. Not a first down, but moves the ball inside the 10. Pick up 8 for the wide receiver 3. Who is, like Sammy Watkins, a pending free agent. Well, is Sammy Watkins currently a free agent, or is he about to be because he's going to have to get cut? Either way, Yeah, Watkins, I believe, will hit free agency even if he's under contract because Chiefs don't have a lot of spending room after signing their quarterback to a $500 million deal.
Patrick. Go, Patrick. Down at the 4. Brian says, can we talk some football here, folks? Happy to, Brian.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Drop it in. Let us know. What do you want to talk about?
Matt says, first time I've been active in the chat. It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Matt King, you know, this is what it's all about. I would say what took you so long, but I don't even care. I just care that you're here now. Doesn't matter what took so long. You've made it. And the bandwagon here in Simland on the Dream Stream, it never fills up. First quarter break, 7-0, but the Chiefs are threatening, looking to tie this game. Might even happen with the first play of the second quarter. Carr, 69 passing. Nice. Touchdown. Mahomes, he has 60. We will look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Mike says, is CEH missing? CEH?
Are we talking about the all-pro, the pace setter, the standard bearer here in the DK Sim fam? Because that CEH, he's usually around somewhere.
Yeah.
The regular CEH, 2 carries, 0 yards, although he did have a couple of catches there, I think 2 for around 20. So not having zero impact, but limited impact thus far. Jalen Richard, 3 carries, 5 yards. He's your leading rusher. No Josh Jacobs thus far. Jalen Richard, 2 for 20. Tyrell Williams, 2 for 37 and a touchdown. Travis Kelce, 2 for 35. CEH, 2 for 17. Everyone else in this lineup, only 1 catch apiece.
Brian says, let's talk about Mahomes' future. Well, let me tell you this about Mahomes' future. He is under contract for his career with the Chiefs. The only question that I had, making that money, $500 million coming his way over the course of the next decade. Here's my question about Patrick Mahomes' future, if we're to talk about that, Christian, is at what point in time, and you might need to pull up the Chiefs salary cap situation and all that, depending on what you do and don't know off the top of your head, but at what point in time does that salary, that number, that cap figure attached to Patrick Mahomes actually become an issue, become problematic in the face of the greater good and trying to win championships and surrounding him with weapons? You know, you can only obviously lean on guys like Kelce and Hill and some of the younger crew like CEH in real life for so long before you need to, reset, reload. Mahomes is going to be there. He's going to be part of it, but these guys aren't going to be there forever.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is there is a lot of cap space in 2022. They're going to have over $80 million in spending room. 2023, a whole lot of room. They're just not going to be able to re-sign a lot of guys. A lot of guys who are up for free agency. This is going to be the last we see of them, which is why we're bringing up Sammy Watkins and guys like that before. The good news is that Mahomes for next year is still playing in a below market cap hit. He's only going to cost the team $24 million in cap space. That's like $20 million less than Matt Ryan is going to cost the Falcons this year. So plenty of time for things to develop in Kansas City. It's just 2022, $31 million, 2023, $42 million. And from there on out, it's going to be a lot of restructuring. But you got to imagine his cap number is going to clock in around something near $40 million every year. It will look better as the deal ages because that salary cap will continue to rise, barring another very weird pandemic season in which we lose $30 million off the cap. But it's going to be an issue, and it's also going to come down to a point where, like in 2025, Mahomes may restructure the deal to add more years and more money to it. So there's still a lot of ways to go as the pitch on 3rd and goal. The Madden 21 special, and just like always, absolutely nowhere. CEH 5 carries for 0 yards. One of the dumbest plays that we see on a regular basis. It has overtaken the wide receiver screen as the guaranteed yard loser here in this game.
Gonna have to settle for that field goal. It's a little chip shot from the 21. It's good. It's easy. Feels nice. 7-3. Raiders in front, getting the ball back here, trying to extend their lead. Yeah, real life CEH probably wouldn't love his depiction, at least here in this singular sim. He's not a poorly rated Madden player, but today, so far, not his day. Multiple opportunities with short yardage there to get in the end zone. Couldn't do it.
No, yeah, they handed him the keys in the red zone there and just nothing doing time after time. Got to wonder if that's going to make this team go away from him, if he's not going to get another look at the end zone unless he breaks one from like 20-plus yards out. In real life, CEH, not really a power back. He's only 5'6", but the dude's like still 215. The man has quads, the size of tree trunks. He's got those 32-inch legs. So dude is strong as hell. He can move guys off the line of scrimmage, but he's not exactly going to be a LeGarrette Blount-style battering ram, as the Chiefs just found out.
Sticking with the quarterbacks and keeping with what we were just talking about, and you alluded to some of this, it's in the chat as well with regard to Patrick Mahomes and obviously that contract. So, and I'm just looking at something that Sports Illustrated put up. Should Dak Prescott's deal be right behind Patrick Mahomes' contract, because he is looking to get that kind of payday despite coming off this injury? Current highest paid QBs, for those who don't know. Mahomes, $450 million. That's not annually, that is his contract. Watson, who is soon to be traded, maybe, $156 million. Matt Ryan, not everyone is in the same company, $150 million. Russell Wilson, potentially on his way out of town, $140 million. And Jimmy Garoppolo, who could potentially get cut this offseason, $137.5 million. That's your top five right now. Now, bring it back more to the point of Dak Prescott. Is Dak worth Mahomes-level money? Now, Patrick Mahomes is an MVP. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He's a Super Bowl winner, obviously. Dak, while he's had some gaudy statistics at times, especially last year, the year he was pacing for before he got hurt after 4+ games, 1-2 in his career in the playoffs. At what point is this not a laughable remark that he would like to be in the same financial company as one Patrick Mahomes? Dream big, fella, I get it, but you're not there.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just the standard thing. If you have a franchise quarterback, you sign them to the richest deal ever. It's going to be a lot tougher now that Mahomes signed for $500 million. So I think that is where his agency is going to start. Their negotiations are going to be looking for something like 45 to 50 million. The Cowboys aren't even going to come close to matching that. They're going to laugh him out of the room. That might be where we've gone lately, but at the same time, Jerry Jones waiting this one out is what? A Derek Carr keeper for 20+? What is going on? By waiting to sign this extension with Prescott, they keep allowing the goalposts to move on this deal. So what could have been previously, 4 years at 140 million, $35 million a year, you're now looking at 5 years and 200 million, because that's the way the market for quarterbacks has shifted, even in the face of a shrinking cap. I mean, even with everything going on, we knew that this year's salary cap is going to go down by about $25 million, maybe even more. The Chiefs were still like, you know what, we don't have to do this now. We're still going to bring in Patrick Mahomes, keep him in town on a record-setting deal. And that's the worst possible news for Jones, who doesn't want to commit all that money to his quarterback when he can make stupid moves like re-signing his running back and wide receiver tandem for $35 million a year between the two. $35 million a year between the two of them. So the Cowboys, they don't want to commit to Prescott because they have too many other stupid commitments already locked in, and they've been waiting this out. And listen, they can keep franchising him. I imagine they won't get an actual deal done this spring. I think there'll be another franchise tag that pays Dak something like $37 million. But this could be building towards a Kirk Cousins in the Washington football team type situation. But someone is going to give Dak Prescott a deal worth north of $40 million. If it's not the Cowboys this year, it'll either be the Cowboys or someone else next year. And you can make the case that as long as he comes back, even if he just goes back to his 2019 self, he'll absolutely be worth it.
Monster says Koff is in negotiations, I heard, with DK for $500 million. Man, where's the eyes emoji? Where you can find it.
Ooh,
that would be about right, actually. If I got $1 million a sim, I would actually probably be paid a little bit more than that over the course of the last year. I've done probably about 600 of these. So we're going to have to talk to, HR reps at DK and get back in the room and have to negotiate. So your belief then is that more than likely it's a franchise situation this offseason, franchise tag situation. And then a year from now is when he gets the payday from someone. But, to that end, because we've heard people say this, professional athletes, others, analysts have hypothesized that this is going to play with Dak right here. This is going to insult him. If he gets franchised again, he is definitely out a year from now. Do you believe that, or do you think that, even independent of somebody's feelings, that a guy coming off an injury, not that anyone believes he's not going to be back in himself, that this is just the financially responsible thing to do to franchise tag him if you are the Cowboys?
Yeah, it might work out better that way, but at the same time, if they can get his 2021 hit down, because just franchising is we get a Josh Jacobs and not a Jalen Richard touchdown.
Worth guy.
And this is
guy.
An 11-point lead for the home team. Vegas taking it to the Chiefs, just like we expected. So right now, the Cowboys don't have a great cap situation going into 2020. They have about $19 million in spending room. Like we brought up before, if you want to franchise tag Dak, that's $37 million, and all goes on next year's cap. Either way, they're going to have to figure out who their quarterback is going to be, and they also have a handful of other guys they would probably prefer to keep around, free agents, like a guy like Joe Looney up front, or bring back Aldon Smith. Maybe they got some plans for to keep Tyrone Crawford up front in that rotational D-line. Maybe they want to keep Xavier Woods around. They got a lot of guys that they're going to have to make tough decisions on before they even get to Dak Prescott. They signed Prescott to that long-term deal. They can fit him in his cap hit for 2021 underneath that $19 million threshold. They can stay under the cap. If they just franchise him, they got to deal with it all this year, and that means more guys have got to go. And there aren't a ton of great candidates that you could toss out there and get savings on. You can't really find a big ticket guy who you can just jettison and save, $16 million like right now the Chargers can with Mike Williams. They would have to let a lot of guys go. Might mean letting a guy like Tyron Smith leave, like letting Anthony Brown leave. Getting rid of Michael Gallup, just decisions they don't want to make. So I'm sure they are working with Prescott. We've heard that they're closer now than they have been in the past, but that's like saying that one is more than zero. Things were a mess before that. So yeah, the fact things are getting better were more a signal that they weren't really going to get much worse. Is check down there to CEH, whose contributions continue to shine in the passing game, even if he has been stonewalled on the ground. 4 for 20 for him now.
14-3 game here. We are past the 2-minute warning and only have a little shade over a minute left in this opening half. 1st and 10 from the 36. All timeouts available both sides, and we'll see how passionately the Chiefs feel like making a push for points before the break. Mahomes drops one over the middle, shy of the first, but did pick up a handful right there, and there's that first timeout. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. We got Mike, our producer, undercover boss Tom, deciding to slide on in and be our technical director, along with Daniel. Both are hanging out, and we appreciate that. Frangelico on Game Ops. Awesome to have you all here with us, and of course, all of you in the chat and those watching, whether you're in the chat or not, here with us as well. It's one big happy family here on a Thursday night or afternoon, or maybe middle of the night or morning, depending on where you're watching. We're international. We're worldwide, Christian. I don't know. Time zones are tricky.
It could be tomorrow or some of you.
It could be tomorrow. You're listening in the future, in which case, tell us who wins.
Let us know. Let us know if Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to continue this pace of having 20 targets in this game. Because another check down, a very uncharacteristic offensive game plan from Kansas City so far. We've seen one deep ball to Travis Kelce and a whole bunch of passes like that. Just nothing traveling beyond the sticks for this Chiefs team. Down to one timeout left, 51 seconds. They got a first down. They are in Raider territory, but only just barely at the 45. 51 seconds mean we're looking at 3, maybe 4 plays left. They would love to get a touchdown. The good news is they can get it fast. This is obviously one of the most devastating offenses out there. The bad news is if they don't, they are going to go into halftime down 2 possessions to the Raiders.
It's a good throw. Got it. And
Not out of bounds.
couldn't stop the clock.
Yeah.
To the 33, Mahomes up over 100 passing. Took him a little while to get there. I do remind you guys that I know obviously we don't talk about the standings often. Tyreek Hill with the catch, by the way. But the Raiders, as putrid as they have been in Madden 21, 4-17 since our restart. The Chiefs sub 500 as well. So they are not the real-life juggernaut here.
Oh,
Nope.
just
Not out of bounds. Lindenbaum says, LOL, when Koff first asked DeAndrea that question, he was like, okay, time to do my NBA lineups. And I love that, Jordan. Here's the thing. DeAndrea here, he's going to get one of those probably closer to like 650, 655. We don't want to waste one of those right now.
Well, like there's like the fire alarm goes off in his house, and he's like got to get his family outside. So he just asked me a question about the salary cap and evacuation. A great workout we got going on there. Is 3rd and 1 coming up. 10 seconds left. No timeouts remaining for the Chiefs. So very much at risk of Brian Hoyering themselves and running out of time here. See if they bring out Butker for the field goal attempt, or if they're going to give Mahomes one shot to throw it through the back of the end zone.
I mean, I take the points. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You make it a one-possession game.
That's right.
Here we go. It's a 41-yarder. Harrison Butker. The kick is up, end over end. It is good. Would have been good from 50. 14-6.
Oof, Kenny's coffee mug. Formerly James Farrell wants to know who's getting drafted first tonight in the NBA All-Star Game draft. I'm a little biased. I always think it's going to be Giannis, because what can't that guy do? But the way Jokic has been playing lately, looking like an MVP, one of those two guys, those should be the number 1 and number 2 picks in any order, because they're both absolutely delightful.
Are they doing a draft? I thought they just pick teams based on conference here in the pandemic-altered season. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I believe they are bringing back the draft. Let's see. Let's look it up.
I'm sitting top 20, by the way. Where's Train Island hanging out?
Oh, man, I actually haven't even looked at my line. I'm going to assume not great.
I was top 5 for a little while, but I've dipped.
Brag.
I know.
I am 62nd of 196, so that actually could have gone a lot worse for me, considering I have 9 points in my captain spot, and that is my leading scorer right now.
Our leader right now in this low-scoring affair, just 20 total points, is Mark 2497 with a narrow lead, about 1 point, with Watkins in the captain spot, who only has about 4 points. Carr, Kelsey, CEH, Williams, and Jacobs. So it's a balanced lineup so far.
Yeah, a really low-key kind of first half. A lot of long, sustained drives, which was nice, but the only 2 that ended in touchdowns belonged to the Raiders, who were really playing some Service Academy-style football. Long drives ending in prosperity, burning some clock, dominating time of possession. And the Chiefs just kind of punchless, uninspired football.
Yeah.
And as we take a look, 13 runs in the first half alone from this Raiders team. Keeping it on the ground, letting Derek Carr run for 20 yards at a clip. Just crazy, unexpected game plan from one of this Simland's worst and least reliable teams. But, hey, it's working out. They got an 8-point lead at the half. No one on pace for the rushing bonus. No one on pace for the passing bonus. Receiving, I'm going to go out on a limb and say no one on pace for the receiving bonus either. We did see Travis Kelce all on a nice long catch. We've seen Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 5 catches for 34 yards on what feels like 8 or 9 targets. Kelce, 3 for 43. Tyrell Williams, 2 for 37. He does have the only receiving touchdown in this one. And, that's pretty much it for wideouts of note. Tyreek Hill almost had a very nice catch towards the end of the first half there, but couldn't haul it in bounds. Sammy Watkins, 1 for 13. DeMarcus Robinson, 1 for not much. Just kind of a nothing start for this Chiefs team.
Speaking of uninspired, the like button performance. Not great. Let's get to 300. We got more than 400 people watching along on YouTube. Smash that like, guys. We appreciate you. And hit the subscribe button as well on the DK YouTube page so you can be notified whenever, of course, the Dream Stream goes live, even though I know many of you are conditioned to know that noon Eastern time every single day is when the fun starts. Nevertheless, Some of you may forget. You may get distracted. You may be doing other things. You need that push, that literal push notification on your phone to say, hey, they're coming. We're here. That's what you need to do. Hit that button.
Make sure you're ready to go.
That's right.
Together.
Stats, by the way, are updated through the half. Thank you so much, Frangelico, and everybody. We appreciate you. Again, 14-6 as we sit through third quarter on the way. We'll take a look and see what we've got here.
Yeah, and the Chiefs will get the chance to double dip, I believe. I believe it was the Raiders that started off that long scoring drive to open things up. Chiefs came back, got 3 points before halftime, and now with a touchdown and 2-point conversion, can go ahead and open it back up, even get this game tied up and set us up for hopefully a furious finish, but we'll have to wait and see. In the real world regular season, these teams split their season matchups 1-1. Chiefs went to Vegas, won at brand new Allegiant Stadium, but that came after the Raiders went down to Kansas City, enjoyed their time in Western Missouri, and used one of the league's worst pass rushes to somehow harass Patrick Mahomes all day, force him into one of his worst games of the season, and escape Kansas City with a win. I got to get to Kansas City this summer. I've been meaning to do it for a while, Koff. Like, my parents moved out to Missouri. My sister's in St. Louis. They're all
right.
All the Ricky Seals Jones, actually. Yeah. So my dad's a big barbecue hound. Like, I want to take him out to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Do a Chiefs weekend or a Royals weekend.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, so it would be great. And of course, the year we planned to do it was last summer, so that clearly went nowhere. Hopefully, we'll be able to get it done
You can go visit Kauffman Stadium. Cousins. Not really. Wouldn't that be something?
No, not really.
No.
Extra like
F.
Waterfall magnets somewhere. They weren't.
Extra F in the last name. Yeah. Shucks. Meager says, I'm in Cali. When I stroll into work at 9 a.m., I just immediately fire up the Dream Stream. That's what I like to hear. That's where it's at, Meager. Thank you. Jay Duncan raises a very good point. Good question. Says, who in ops is leaning on the stink button for this one? Well, I have to clarify at least. It's not ops. That's on the production crew. And undercover boss Tom, you know, he's, again, like as undercover bosses do, you've seen the TV show. You know, you're so high just above the rest of us in terms of what your responsibilities are within the company that you know, when you come down with the rest of us peons, you have to get used to certain, like, it, you know, does a restaurant owner know all the idiosyncrasies in terms of how the fryer works? Probably not, right? So undercover boss Tom here, he's a little bit new at this. That's why Daniel's around and wants to obviously make sure that he's on track. Daniel, did you clue him in on the stink button? Because Tom, we're gonna need you to give the stink button a look, because right now 14-6, man, a couple minutes into the third, not great.
He probably just came in and put his coffee down on it. It happens all the time, usually on Wild Weather Wednesdays.
You just got to uncheck it in the settings, man. Next time you have an opportunity to dip into the settings, take a look at the stink button and see if you can get that thing repaired. We'll get you taken care of, Jay Duncan. Don't you worry. Everybody else, too. Big fourth quarter on the way. Yeah, he says he's on it. Daniel says it's stanky. It's not good. Probably emanating, smelling. Ugh.
Not the performance we'd hope for. CEH, the performance we may have been waiting for, sets up first and goal. Now, this is where he got stopped in the first half. So we'll see if he gets the call again here to get some of those short yardage carries. He was just ineffectual as all get out in that first drive that ended at the Raiders 5 with a field goal. See if he gets the call here, or if the Chiefs just decide to throw it 3 straight times and not even bother with it. Coming on the iPhone.
Got a nice run there out of CEH. That's a good start. Can we get another? Not there.
No.
Right back to the line of scrimmage. Matt says, hell yeah, feed him.
Yeah.
Giggle Pig says, hey, undercover boss Tom, give Koff a raise. If only I could say my own name. Yeah, Tom, where's that loot at? Second and goal. Oh, Goodness gracious, CEH. It's just been an embarrassment. It really has.
I don't know why you're running it on 2nd and goal from the 8 anyway, but he has negative yards on 5 carries inside the Raiders' 10-yard line. That should be enough of a sample size to convince Andy Reid to give right up on that. Let's see if we can get
Mahomes, take care of business yourself, would you, fella?
Oh, no.
3rd and goal, rolls out. He's got pressure coming his way.
No, I hate it.
I can't believe we're looking at another field goal. They were that close, and we're going to be staring down at another field goal from Harrison Butker. Good on you guys if you rostered him.
Yeah. What is this Chiefs team today?
Alana says, don't forget to smash that stink button. Yeah, just hurt, like, we want to actually break that thing. The like button we want to be kind to. We say to smash it as an expression, as a powerful statement of impact. The stink button we actually do want to break.
Yeah, I don't even know why we have one of those. I would assume just to
very unclear.
I would assume just to frustrate Matthew Uriah K. Mitchell.
With CDA, AK, Mike, Tom, Daniel, Frangelico! Few likes away from 300, folks. Get us there.
Raiders with a chance. Another long touchdown drive with almost reach. A lot of struggles for this Chiefs offense. Normally it'd be like, you know what, doesn't matter. Chiefs, they can come back and hang 14 points on you in 35 seconds, no matter where they get the ball. But today, everything just dying on the vine and drying up for them. So could be a very important drive here for the home team. Vegas enjoying the home field advantage. Crowd out in Nevada, loving it. It's going to be very interesting to see when crowds come, just how strong that advantage will be, what the home field presence of this car very nearly picked deep on that arm pump, thrown into double coverage. It looked like, I couldn't tell, but was that Ruggs or maybe Richard? Looked like a smaller guy trying to break free downfield.
There was a big boy pass. Could have been, should have been picked.
You know what's crazy is this Raiders team was basically as good at quarterback as it was bad at pass defense. Over the course of last season, as Carr gets rid of it in time, and big strike, 16 yards for number 16, and Tyrell Williams. 50 yards on the day.
Lion, by the way.
After the full season, right? Raiders, they play their 16 games. They go 8-8. 217 passing yards, 28 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. They gave up 4,212 passing yards, 28 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. They were basically even Steven when it came to the passing game. Just a wild coincidence that they were roughly 1,000% as good at passing as they were bad at defending the pass.
2nd and 9 from the 44.
No, Derek, no, buddy. There's that dead end shuffle as Chris Jones turns that into a loss of 11. So all that nice momentum from the Tyrell Williams catch vacated there, and very grim scenario. Need an 8% play here to keep this drive alive.
Low awareness QBs really jump off the page, don't they? All the time in the world, man. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Gross.
Get rid of it. Just throw up another one of those arm punts like you did earlier in the drive. Instead, back-to-back sacks for a loss of 18 yards. Raiders can be forced to pump this one away with a punter who is sadly not Marquette King. Marquette King kind of signed a big deal with the Raiders, got cut when John Gruden came to town, and hasn't been seen in the NFL since. He showed up in the AAF, and then I believe he was in the XFL, maybe just the XFL. Either way, a very talented kicker, a guy who went to Savannah State, I believe, and showed up as a wideout, and they're like, listen, man, we're going to cut you and pull your scholarship because you're not that good at a wideout. Is there anything else you can do? And he's like, I guess I can be a punter. And somehow that turned into a lucrative NFL career.
Seems to have worked out.
Robbie Noble, David Carbage. Yeah. Deep throw there. Is we're going to get interference? Is it going to be roughing? Yeah, cheating on the Raider. That's going to be a big one. Trayvon Mullen ding for interference, almost 30 yards on the penalty. And, Koff, I think that might be the most successful play the Chiefs have run today.
and what does that say? Real indictment of the performance so far.
It's a bummer, yeah.
So 1st and 10 from the 47 coming up. 76 seconds left, third quarter. Again, a low-scoring game where, as someone noted, it was Darius in the chat earlier, that never thought I'd regret captaining Darren Waller over Harrison Butker, but here we are.
Waller has just been nothing, and as you Matthew Uriah K. Mitchell, offended by the Chiefs' lack of offense. But yeah, that's what we've seen in these sims. The Chiefs should be able to absolutely shred Vegas, and yet a lot of underwhelming performance. It feels like every time these teams meet, Koff, it should be a 40-point day for Patrick Mahomes, and yet he's only broken 20 points against his team once. If you go back and dig into the game logs, you'll see it's all there. Things are different in Simland. Simland is a world where Devin Funchess and Mitchell Trubisky are must-start guys, and Zay Jones can give you 50 fantasy points on a whim. You just got
to, Naheem Hines.
Yeah,
always play. That's what it's all about.
Just get it done in Simland, and some that don't. And this is a Chiefs team that has a losing record in Simland. It doesn't follow traditional rhyme or reason. You gotta build your rosters to sim specifications, and even then you gotta get a little wild and weird with them because, man, Simland is a weird place. Mahomes through 3 quarters, 165 passing yards. Derek Carr, 102 and a touchdown for him. The touchdowns to Tyrell Williams, who's in your lineup, Koff. But now
he is. Capitan.
On the ground, CEH, 2 yards per carry, 11 for 23. Josh Jacobs, 4 for 15. Jalen Richard, 8 for 22. Patrick Mahomes, 2 for -2. So it somehow got worse for Patrick Mahomes in between that terrible, terrible passing line stat and now seeing him doing horribly as a runner. Oh, but you know it's not horrible.
There it is.
Oh, horrible website, great newsletter, an even better poster, posterout.substack.com, where you can read all about what the NFL Top Shot will look like, who's going to get paid this offseason. Tomorrow's poster out call, breaking down the top 5 candidates to bring Allen Robinson, to reward Allen Robinson with a good quarterback after years of languishing with Matt McGloin and Christian Hackenberg and Blake Bortles and Chad Henne and Chase Daniel and Mitchell Trubisky and Nick. Someone get Allen Robinson a quarterback, and there are a few teams out there that have cap space and a wonderful landing spot for him. That is going to be the lead in tomorrow's poster out. You can subscribe for free. Poster out.
So you think it is more likely then that he winds up elsewhere with hopefully a good quarterback versus a good quarterback joining him in Chicago?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just because Chicago doesn't get good quarterbacks, they get Jay Cutler. So,
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, dude, that if the Seahawks trade Russell Wilson, it'll be horrible. Not just because why would you ever trade Russell Wilson, but it'll be awful for all of us because it'll mean that Kenny Ducey was right. So I think all of us here in Simland, in the DK Sim family, working for DraftKings, all of us need to be rooting for a scenario where Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson work things out, because that is going to be the levels of smugness coming out of the city of New York that afternoon when Russell Wilson is traded. It will be absolutely unbearable.
We are ready for you. 14-9, fourth quarter here. Maybe we get some offense on the way. Touchdown or 2 wouldn't be so bad. Obviously, some real-life news that we have not gotten into as of yet, and that is Ben Roethlisberger officially winding up back with Pittsburgh, and that was the expectation. It was always alluded to, but taking a little discount in doing so. How do you feel about Roethlisberger going back? Was that, in fact, an inevitability to you, and how's this going to play out? We've talked about it before, the fact that a lot of his, failures, for lack of a better word, in the second half of last season weren't singularly on him. It was line protection, obviously. So many drop balls. Deontay Johnson right there at the top of that list. Is this going to be a better year after an offseason in which he is not recovering from surgery?
I think the concern is not that you like having him there as a veteran presence, and you weren't going to do any better. Even if you were going to try to move on from him, it would have cost you a ton of cap space just in dead money alone. So this deal, it brings down his base salary and it spreads money to 2022 where the cap will be higher. So it creates a lot of flexibility for the Steelers, and Ben really only misses out on like $5 million this year, and I think he even makes it back next year. I'd have to look at the details. But for me, the concern would be that Roethlisberger is hitting those Drew Brees years where not only is he getting older, but he's not making the same throws downfield. He's sometimes not even attempting the same throws downfield. He knows he can't get the ball through a certain window, and his average air yards per completion down from over 9 last season to under 7 this year. And that's a big deal. We saw how that affected his wideouts. We saw Juju Smith-Schuster, who granted, maybe not a wide receiver one, not the guy that we expected to thrive after Antonio Brown was gone. Sure, but I don't think we expected him to be this much of a low-impact, short yardage guy, and that's been largely attributable to Roethlisberger dialing up fewer deep shots and really checking down a lot more often. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. We know the Saints were able to win their division with a check-down quarterback in Drew Brees who made good decisions. Roethlisberger can be that guy. And this is a team with a lot of players who can go out and rack up huge yard-after-catch runs, especially in Mapletron, Chase Claypool, in Deontay Johnson. They have the guys who can really create space after the play. So I think it's the best the Steelers were going to do. It's at a reasonable price. Run it back one more time. And listen, you have that defense. You have a bunch of hard hitters, guys who can be a suffocating group. You don't necessarily need Ben Roethlisberger to will your team to shoot out wins. You got a defense that can hold an opponent to under 20 points. So I think the Steelers are going to be a playoff team again next year. I think they will probably win the AFC North, but I don't know. Maybe we did see a changing of the guard with the Browns, and maybe the Ravens will have get a nice bounce back year from Lamar Jackson by going out and adding an impact veteran wide receiver who can make him look better than he was last year.
Ultimately, then, does that make them less of a pretender in the 2021 season? And it honestly, and I talked about it often on these streams, that it felt like they were last year. Even when they were 11-0, I wasn't impressed. I never felt like this is a team that truly can win a Super Bowl. And, that came to fruition. We saw that at times the defense kind of fraudulent, especially down the stretch and down into the playoffs. And then, as loaded as they were on offense, Roethlisberger, he wasn't routinely, as you just talked about, and as, I led into this with, he wasn't routinely doing what it seemed like he was capable of. It was just a very front-heavy year, but even still, they didn't feel like they never felt like they were the real deal. People like to say paper champs. They felt like paper champs.
Yeah, and I think they could really benefit by going out and beefing up that run game. No team in the league averaged fewer yards per carry than the Steelers, and I like James Conner. He's the easiest guy in the world to root for. Pittsburgh all the way and overcame cancer, and he just never really developed into that bona fide running back one. So you can keep him around in platoon, but maybe you go out, you have a prime spot towards the back end of the draft where you can go out and spend a pick on Najee Harris. Or if you don't necessarily want to spend a first-round pick, you trade back, maybe get a Travis Etienne. Maybe you get an interior lineman to clear up some space because now you no longer have your dynamite interior alignment. You no longer have Mike Pouncey clearing things up front. Maybe you invest in a tight end. You go out and get Pat Freiermuth because, Eric Ebron didn't work out necessarily the way you wanted to. Find yourself someone who can block, who can create space for your running backs, who can take the pressure off that running game, because that will open things up for Ben Roethlisberger even more, especially if he's throwing those short passes. It's a lot tougher to complete those passes when opponents are clogging up the box, throwing 8 guys in the box. If you can spread the field a little bit, then I don't know. I think the Steelers would definitely benefit from really punching up their run game. As what are the Chiefs doing? They're down by 5 and they're punting the ball back
with 4 minutes left
on the right side of the field. That was a 22-yard punt from Tommy Townsend, and the Chiefs absolutely deserve to lose this game.
A despicable performance out of the Chiefs offense today. Not what you like to see. Jordan says this is the 10th crap game in a row. I can't vouch for that. 10 seems like a lot. I can't remember if my games yesterday were both bad.
My eye opener with Kenny was actually awesome.
So there you go. So we're definitely not at 10.
So it's very close though. It's 9 maximum.
Yeah, Tom says the opener yesterday was nuts. He was there.
Yeah, see?
He was a part of the fun. He knows. What do you make of this? Our guy is sending us this story, by the way. The Browns' Baker Mayfield claims he saw a UFO while driving from dinner. Now, is this just Baker being Baker because we all know the personality there, or does he genuinely believe that he saw a UFO while driving?
Oh, I think he genuinely believes he saw a UFO. Maybe he did. Who's to say? What gets me is Colin Cowherd absolutely losing his mind and determining that Baker Mayfield is not a franchise quarterback because he says he saw a UFO. It's like Tom Brady. Tom Brady doesn't say he saw a UFO. Patrick Mahomes has never seen a UFO. You can't be a franchise quarterback if you're posting about UFOs on Twitter. Colin Cowherd, one of the worst personalities in sport. Like, he's up there with like Dan Dakich in terms of just like, oh my God, get off my lawn, Twitter. Just Cowherd is the worst, and this is just another monumental goof in a lifetime full of them. I cannot stand the man, and he is just endemic of everything that is wrong with talk radio.
Baker tweeted almost 100%. Em and I just saw a UFO drop straight out of the sky on our way home from dinner. We stopped and looked at each other and asked if either of us saw it. Very bright ball of light going straight down out of the sky toward Lake Travis. Anybody else witness this? Bum, bum, bum. Unsolved mysteries.
I mean, listen, unidentified flying object doesn't necessarily mean flying saucer or extraterrestrial visitor either. It could have been a drone. It could have been experimental Air Force.
UFO no longer means you're nuts.
Yeah.
Just means you saw a thing.
Yeah. I mean, it could be anything. And my money's on some kind of drone, maybe some kind of experimental airship. I mean, there's just a lot of ways that can go. So I don't doubt that he saw something funky. I just don't know what it is.
It's a very good point. Daniel out here talking about Krypton. 2nd and 7. It's a run for the Raiders, looking to put this thing away.
And a nice pickup there from Jacob. So 3rd and short coming up. They can run the ball again and then force the Chiefs to burn their final timeout. Of course, you don't want to hand the ball back to Kansas City with any amount of time left on the clock. Although Patrick Mahomes has been playing today. Maybe you do. I don't know. But 1 yard here. And that basically gives you the leverage you need to salt down the clock. Are we going to get a Raiders win? He looks that way as a pretty good juke. Hole 1 closed up on Jacobs, but he was able to maneuver around, pick up 3 yards on 3rd and 1. 1st and 10. Ball in Chiefs territory at the 46. Chiefs are out of timeouts. They are down by 5. Minute 48 to play. And, Here comes the kneel down, run up the middle, kneel down script. We're going to see negative 2.2 for Derek Carr here, and maybe one more run for Josh Jacobs.
Listen to Christian. This is a guy who has seen this movie before. See? 4 and 17, but don't count them out. One never knows.
Crazy.
There's your run. Now we'll get another kneel down.
Yeah, as is tradition. I mean, hey,
as is tradition.
Half a point there, so someone's happy about that. Of course, if you're out there waiting on all those Jalen Richard points to come rolling in, you're probably less thrilled about it. As this will do it here in Vegas. The Raiders fend off the two-time defending AFC champions as Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs held without a single touchdown. So, Koff, my strategy of getting every single important Chiefs skill player really did not pan out for me, but apparently didn't pan out for any of you, because in the free roll, I'm still 62nd of 196, so I can only imagine how hard everyone else invested in this Chiefs lineup against the regrettable, forgettable Raiders defense. And this kick will soar out of bounds, and we'll get our final here in Nevada.
What a game, what a game. Unless, of course, you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, in which case, not so much.
Not ideal. Not ideal. And or maybe you're just excited for some hot sim action, and we didn't get that either. Although we did get a 20-yard Derek Carr run, so there's that.
There is that.
Cool. Mahomes, 178. No touchdowns, no interceptions. Carr, 120 and a touchdown. The two quarterbacks combined in this game, Koff, would not have gotten the bonus.
So run down the numbers for the people, as you are so prone to do.
Yeah, no, just I'm staring at the Mahomes. His X factor lit most of the game and nothing. High in rush yards today, 32 from Josh Jacobs, 26 from CEH, 24 from Jalen Richard, 18 for Derek Carr, and -2 for Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had fewer than 200 total yards in this game. A real travesty, a shame, a Travis Sham mockery.
A sham mockery.
And through the air, CEH leading all pass catchers, 8 for 49. Tyrell Williams, 3 for 53 in the touchdown, so he led all skill players in total points, I believe. And Kelsey, DeMarcus Robinson, Tyreek Hill, all of them had 3 receptions apiece, but combined they had under 100 receiving yards, and just a disastrous game for Kansas City here. I think we gotta. I mean, let's go ahead and give the Krusty Koff MVP award.
Sure.
To Tyrell Williams, the prosperous current Lion, and let's go ahead and babysitter Billy, Patrick Mahomes, for just a clunker today. Just an absolute nightmare of a game against a great opportunity. A very bad Raiders secondary and pass rush, and just could do nothing. Oof.
Well, everybody get ready for a crummy night in the NBA if you played Paul George, by the way, because he got ruled out right after lock due to dizziness. Yeah, and he's in this guy's lineup right here.
Oh, you're saying I could have gotten in and stolen some of that Koff money?
Whoever's playing me tonight's getting some cash. Good for you guys. Good for you. Wonderful. There's the NBA this season. It is a roller coaster ride and a half, isn't it? All right, the next sim that we've got on the way, while I go cry a little bit, is let us see. We have got, I will be around for, it'll be a fun one, me and Matt Lamarca, the Saints and Seahawks, the Mayor Bowl. For people unfamiliar with that story, we will spend some time on that. And as Christian is showing you, make sure you subscribe to postroute.substack.com for all the latest and greatest and a ton of information coming your way. Christian, a treat, buddy. You are back around with Kenny tomorrow, 2 o'clock, and the two of us inevitably will be together again real soon. I look forward to it.
I'm sure it'll be early next week, and I'm looking forward to it. Have a great weekend, and I'll see the rest of you guys on Friday. And I'll see you sometime next week, Terrell Asak.
Thanks, Christian. Later, Kaufman. We're back at 8 p.m. Eastern with the Saints and the Seahawks. Coffee's going to be back, of course, joined by Matt LaMarca for the call. Excited for that. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry. It's going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize. In the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going first place. Before we get to that game, though, we've got some great content for you in the meantime. Coming up in just a bit, Kenny Ducey and Gary and Thorne, they're going to join me live to break down the rest of tonight's NBA slate. We've got contests for the 8, 8:30, and 10 p.m. games. Plus, we're going to dive into the sports book. So leave your DFS or betting questions in the chat for these guys to answer. Put them right in there. But before we're going to bring them on, Brendan Glasheen caught up with Steve Buchanan and Reed Fowler to talk a little bit about what's happening in the real NFL with the offseason schedule starting to ramp up next week.
NFL offseason starting to heat up, so let's welcome in DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan and Reed Fowler to break down the latest. We've got the franchise tag deadline quickly approaching. March 9th, negotiations heating up here, guys, between Dak and the Cowboys. Steve, do you think they agree to a huge contract here, or does he end up getting tagged here eventually?
This is a tough call, man, but if there's one thing that we know, it's that Dak Prescott has all the leverage here. I mean, after he got hurt, let's just go back in time a little bit here. That offense scored 1 touchdown in the first 3 games that Dak Prescott was out. So now he comes in, he's all healed. He's like, remember me, the guy who can actually get this offense going? That's really where it's going to come into play here. You know, he has nothing to lose here, even if they franchise tag him. Huge number. I think $33 million for that 1-year franchise. So a massive number, even if he doesn't get franchised here. But Dallas needs him more than Dak needs Dallas. So I think that's where the leverage comes in here. And I do think they get a deal done.
Reed, get something done?
Yeah, and the 2 scenarios, Glash, I mean, they're really, like Steve mentioned, in Dak's favor. If he gets franchised, Steve, that number is $37.7 million if he's
Even
franchised.
better.
Even better. And then next year, right, that goes up even more, substantially even more, if they do that again. So it would behoove the Dallas Cowboys to really think about giving him a contract that they want to save money. Like, if he gets franchised, though, there are going to be some ramifications, some roster cuts subsequent from that, because they need to free up cap space. Jalen Smith is probably on the chopping block, so to speak, right? Tyron Smith also as well. So some key guys that Dallas would have to get rid of with contracts that are higher up to make sure Dak gets or stays on board. But Steve's right. I mean, Dak has every single chip in this situation on his side. And really, if he goes on the contract side, we're probably looking at, 3 to 4 years, probably where Deshaun Watson, kind of that range, what he got. And so, yeah, Dak's gonna get all the monies.
Steve, can you give me some players, other players that stand out as candidates to be franchise tagged?
Yeah, I think Kenny Golladay is the name you're going to be hearing about up until that deadline here. I mean, the Lions are just in desperate need of receivers. I mean, just to kind of showcase that, they go out and try to get Tyrell Williams, who just missed the entire 2020 season. Like, legitimately, if Kenny Golladay doesn't come back or they don't franchise tag him, like, Tyrell Williams is probably the wide receiver 1 and the wide receiver 2 on this team. Like, that's literally how thin they are at receivers. And, you know, don't forget they have Jared Goff in the mix now. Who's he going to be throwing to? So we got to consider that too as well. But I think they desperately need to keep somebody like Kenny Golladay. That team just is in so need of just 2 hands on a body to catch right now if they don't end up keeping Kenny Golladay. So I think he's a perfect candidate to get the tag.
Wow, Tyrell Williams, a wideout one, just like in Madden land. But, you know, not going to cut it in real life. How about you, Reed? Any candidates for the franchise tag?
Glasheen and Madden, I guess just a marriage made in heaven. Shaq Barrett. I think Shaq Barrett in Tampa Bay. You take a look at a lot of the guys that they have right now, a lot of the studs that they're probably not going to be able to keep on board for a repeat. I know that pains you. Actually, Glash, you probably love seeing Tom Brady win a Super Bowl. I know the love that you show him on www.twitter.com. But Shaq Barrett, we saw how important he was in the playoffs, right? Really towards the end in the Super Bowl, in the conference championships. He is the guy that gets pressure on the quarterback. We know that defense was strong. I see Shaq Barrett staying put in Tampa.
All right. Well, speaking of Twitter, I don't know if you guys caught this. J.J. Watt had a press conference in his first days in the desert. The saga is over. If you missed it, you can go check it out. Over on TikTok has it too. Weeks of rumors of where he could end up. He revealed on Instagram he would be playing for the Cardinals, plus 1,500 to win the NFC. The Cardinals. Do you make them a contender with Watt now, Steve?
Yeah, just make sure to plug all your stuff while we're doing this segment about the NFL, TikTok, and all that. We all know how much you love it. Let's talk about the Cardinals and what's important here, okay? This pass rush for the Cardinals could be legit. It should be legit with Watt in the mix. Let's forget Chandler Jones missed the season. He was injured too, so throw him back in the mix too as well. The big problem here, though, is that offense. I mean, who do they have really other than DeAndre Hopkins? Like, they need another receiver in that offense. They need to figure out the run game too as well. That kind of was really sputtering all throughout the season. So you have the core pieces with Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins. You're getting better on the defensive side. Now they need to round out the offense to really become legitimate contenders in that division. So it's the right move. I mean, it's not often you're going to get somebody of Watt's caliber, but they also need to do some improvements to the offense too as well. If they can do that, then I think we can start getting excited about the Cardinals.
Reed, the Cards are the fourth favorite in their own division. So are you sold on plus 1,500 to win the conference?
Yeah, because look what's happening in that conference right now, especially at the quarterback position. We have Stafford is going to be brand new. Russ, we have no idea. It's a question mark right now, right? And Jimmy G is also a question mark. So when you take a look at the quarterback landscape, I would argue that the most consistent or the team that has the least amount of waves made right now are the Cardinals. And Steve mentioned the rush. You say, J.J. Watt along with Chandler Jones is going to be a fantastic duo. J.J. Watt has probably not gotten single coverage, right? Using that in air quotes, in a very long time. Granted, he's not played a ton of football in his last 5 years or his last 3 seasons. But at the same time, if he gets one-on-one with some of these offensive linemen, that's going to be an issue. Not to mention that you have Budda Baker and Hassan Reddick, who also filled in very nicely for a guy like Chandler Jones, if they're able to keep a guy like Reddick, Arizona Cardinals. So I would argue that their defense definitely takes a step up. Isaiah Simmons is going to be in his second year. We know how versatile defensive player, Swiss Army knife type of player he is on the defensive side. So yeah, the defense does take a step up. But Steve's right. They need someone on offense outside of a guy like Kenyon Drake. They transition tagged him. We'll get to what that means in a little bit in some other positions. But they need one more guy, whether it's a tight end, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a running back that's really going to soak up a lot of that, what Kyler Murray was doing and efficient at, but probably want to keep him healthy. They need 1 or 2 more pieces on offense to really make that extra push for a Super Bowl.
All right, guys, it's the last night before the All-Star break, so it's time to talk some hoops. Let's welcome in DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Kenny Ducey. Welcome, guys. Kenny, let's shoot it to you first. The main slate is underway, but what news are you following that pertains to our late slate of games starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern?
Oh my goodness, is there more news? Is any more news going to come? I mean, how many players have been ruled out and thrown on the injury report? We got Zion out now. That was a big surprise. Paul George. News is like a trigger word. There's just so much of it on this slate. The only thing we really don't know that's going to impact the way that I'm approaching things, which we'll get to later, is Domantas Sabonis is questionable. He popped up on the injury report, which was slightly concerning because I was thinking about taking a player prop on him. I'll still let you know what it is in a little bit, but that's the only one that we don't know at the moment that I'm really tracking right now.
Gary, and I know you mentioned before we went on that you're a little triggered too. What have you been following?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Bad day to run the DK Live Twitter account. This is kind of like the last day before school is over and everyone's just checked out. Like, there's guys just not playing tonight. So I would make sure to keep your eyes peeled. The Zion thing came out of nowhere, like Kenny talked about. I think we're going to get a lot of these like injuries. So just really make sure up to tip, you know what's happening. But I would say the two that I'm really tracking right now, Buddy Hield in that Portland-Sacramento game that has a total of like 3 million points. Whether or not he plays, you open up some value, maybe someone like Corey Joseph, Kyle Guy at the minimum. That'd be really nice. And then Kelly Oubre. We're just kind of seeing who's left standing on this Warriors team. No Dre, no Steph. So is it going to be Wiggins and Oubre, or is it just going to be Andrew Wiggins taking 30 shots against the Suns? So those are kind of two of the storylines on the West Coast to follow.
All right, back to Kenny. We're going to dive into some of these contests and get your favorite picks for each. The 8 p.m. Turbo slate features Nuggets, Pacers, and Bucks, Grizzlies. Giannis and Jokic are the two top players on this slate. Which one are you liking more tonight?
I actually like Jokic more. I don't think that Giannis is in a very good spot here. Memphis is actually 7th in defensive efficiency over their last 10 games, or its last 10 games. So shout out to Mike Harris, would correct me for the it's theirs situation all the time. They are 7th in points in the paint allowed this season, are the Memphis Grizzlies. So I don't think that, Giannis is really going to have a very easy time scoring. I mean, he's not going to go scoreless, right? He's still going to have a decent game. He could still go for probably 45 DK fantasy points. But if you want to talk about upside here, I still think it lies with Jokic coming off back-to-back 70 DK fantasy point games. The Pacers are 26th in points in the paint allowed, which is in the bottom 5 of the NBA. So I think that he is in the better of the two spots here. I'd go with Jokic.
All right, Garion.
I guess I'll play devil's advocate. I mean, I think with both these guys, as important as it is to look at matchup, defensive matchup for, your mid-tier players, I think with guys like Jokic and Giannis, it doesn't matter to me too much. I like looking at pace. And, while Memphis, their defense has been fantastic the last 10 games, they've been operating at one of the higher paces in the NBA. They and the Bucks are actually top 7 in pace across their last 10 games. So I think there's going to be a lot of transition in this game. That's really where Giannis thrives. We could see a higher scoring game. I know the total was the second highest on the slate for that matchup. And look, Giannis we just know what he is. Before kind of laying an egg against Denver a couple nights ago, he was averaging 67.5 DraftKings points across his last 10 games. So I'll bank with the ceiling with Giannis in this one.
All right, our 8:30 Turbo slate, it features the Heat, Pelicans, and Thunder, Spurs. Who is your favorite play on this slate, Mr. Ducey?
So this one I'm really excited about. I like Duncan Robinson at $5,000. I think the reason's obvious, right? The Pelicans don't play any defense. They've allowed 41.5% shooting from 3, which is 29th in the NBA. And, this is a good matchup for Duncan Robinson. He gets Brandon Ingram, the team's 3rd worst defender, playing defense on him. And this man has attempted more than 9 threes per game over the last 5 games. So this guy just chucks threes. It's going to be similar to the Portland situation you saw last night against the Warriors and tonight, where bad 3-point defense, guy or team that just chucks all day long. And now with Bam Adebayo, without Bam Adebayo, the Miami Heat are going to need to figure out another way to score the basketball. He's one of their primary scorers. I think that opens the door for Duncan Robinson to take even more threes. I think we could see him try 10 or 11 tonight. And given the rate that the Pelicans allowed them to shoot for to fall from deep,
I don't think, 6 threes is really out of the question for Duncan Robinson tonight. And right there at $5,000, you're looking pretty good if you get 6 threes.
All right, Gary, and let's hear it from you. Your favorite play on this slate tonight?
Well, I was very ready to talk about Zion. So it's a pivot for me at this point. And obviously the natural pivot is just put Brandon Ingram into any lineup where you had Zion. They're both power forward eligible. You've even got an extra $1,000 to move around now. But if we want to talk value, Kenny mentioned that Bam Adebayo has been ruled out for tonight's game. The Heat don't have a lot of big man depth. Kelly Olynyk is probably going to play 30, 35 minutes in this game if it stays close. And this is going to be a high scoring game. I know the Heat run at a low pace. I know they're a pretty good defensive team, but Pelicans games in New Orleans just hit the over. It's like just something that happens in life. It's like waking up every morning. It just happens. And someone's got to score. And Olynyk tends to average around a DraftKings point per minute. So with his sub 5K salary, if he is going to play that many minutes, I think he's a shoe-in for like 6-7x value.
Finally, we have the 10 p.m. late slate for the Kings, Blazers, and Warriors Suns. Lillard and Curry headlined this 2-gamer. Are either of them your favorite play? I want to hear from Gary first this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to like Lillard. But I think my favorite play on the slate, just on a dollar-for-dollar basis, is going to be De'Aaron Fox. It's just such a great spot for both teams. I mean, you've got not only 2 of the 3 worst defensive teams in basketball by defensive rating, but you have 2 teams on the second night of a back-to-back who are just going to be sluggish. This is going to be a game where absolutely 0 defense is played. The only way we don't see like 250 points is tired legs, which, is a possibility, but I think either matchup here for either point guard is perfectly fine. Fox, his last 21 games, usage rate above 30%, averaging about 1.25 DraftKings points per minute in that stretch of time. This is a team that, just gave up a huge night to Steph Curry, and they've been bleeding points to opposing point guards all season. So I think Fox is actually in a really nice spot.
Kenny, who are you liking, Lillard, Curry, or someone else?
Well, I do really like Lillard on this slate. He was 3 for 10 from 3 last night. The 2 came, in the final minutes, which was just a backbreaker for the Warriors. But it was hard for him to shoot worse than he did in that game. And all that aside, I think that this is a very good matchup with a very bad defense. And so naturally, I think that there's going to be some progression to the mean, as I like to say. But I think that, another good play here, and I looked this up, Gary Trent Jr. at $5,700. People look at the last, 4 games. He when does this guy hit 30 points? Rarely lately, right? But the thing is, he shot so poorly last night and still managed to put up 27 points. He was 1 of 8. This guy is just a minutes machine for Portland. You got a minutes machine at under $6,000 against one of the worst defense in basketball, one of the worst defenses in basketball history in the Kings. They would have the worst defensive rating if the season ended today. Gary Trent Jr., he had just 1 3 yesterday, and he's gone back-to-back games under 36% just 1 time this year. So every time he's had a bad shooting night, he's come back out the next night and had a better shooting night. And I suspect that he's going to have a good shooting night tonight against, a terrible. I could have a good shooting night against the Kings. I just don't get out and cover on the perimeter. And to boot, no Tyrese Halliburton tonight. So any interest that this team had in playing defense is just completely gone.
All right, we'll shoot it back to Gary. And I want to take a look at the DK Sportsbook now for these games. Which team do you think has the best shot at covering the spread?
I mean, Kenny just mentioned a lot of the argument here, but this is a short line for Portland, a Portland team that has been very good recently. I know you look at their net rating for the season and they've given up more points than they've scored, and you kind of start thinking, well, okay, maybe this is a bit of mirage, but the Kings have been atrocious, and it starts at the defensive end. They're giving up more than 120 points per 100 possessions across their last 12 games. And in that span of 12 games, they have covered 1 time. It's at this point, you almost just blindly back whatever team is playing the Kings. So I will do that one more time and pick a better Blazers team.
Kenny, what about you?
I'm unfortunately going to have to agree with Gary in here just because we talked about the 3-point defense.
Unfortunately.
Right? To talk about the 3-point defense, right? The Blazers shot 42 threes last night. The game before that, they hit a franchise record 24 threes. All they do is shoot threes. And all this Sacramento team does is give up threes. They have a terrible defense. I mentioned that Halliburton's out of the lineup. That's going to further hinder their ability to defend the three. And I just think that the Portland Trailblazers are in too good of a spot here. They've gone 4-2 against the spread on the second night of back-to-backs this season. So I'm not worried about the tired legs. They also have like unlimited shooting guards and small forwards on the wing to hit threes. Derek Jones Jr., Nasir Little. I mentioned Gary Trent Jr. So they're Melo has been like their leading scorer last 2 games. So they have like unlimited depth, and I'm not worried about tired legs shooting the basketball because they have just such a deep roster of guys that can shoot it. So I think that this is a very short line. I would make this like close to a -7 for Portland. So getting 4.5 points or laying 4.5 points here is a pretty big gift. I think I like the Portland Trailblazers to cover once more, make it 5-2 against the spread on the second night of back-to-backs.
All right, I like it. Mr. Thorne, which game is most likely to go over tonight? What are you thinking?
Well, we've talked a lot about these 2 games. Can't really change now. I think we've both kind of made the argument that the Portland-Sacramento game is going to hit the over. It does have the highest implied total on the slate, so you're asking for a lot of points here. But again, both teams, second night of a back-to-back, 2 teams that already are terrible defensive teams, both bottom 3 in the league by defensive rating. I think that game gets there. Even without Zion playing, I also think that New Orleans-Miami game gets there. I mean, the numbers behind backing the over for the Pelicans are just astounding. 26 of their last 30 games have gone over the number. They are 15-2-1 to the over at home this season. You might even get a couple less points if you've waited to bet it now, because obviously Zion's presence is going to impact that a little bit, but actually Zion might make their defense a little bit better too, him not being there. So that's something to think about as well. But I definitely think that both those games are going to hit the over.
All right, Kenny, let's hear it.
I actually really like the over in the Golden State Phoenix game. Now, look, I understand there's no Steph Curry here, so you're a little bit concerned. But I think for a similar reason to what Garion said about getting a nice price with Zion Williamson out, I think you get a pretty nice price on the Golden State Warriors here, given the fact that so many people are out for the Warriors, that I think that this total's been driven down to the point where it's profitable. You look at the Warriors, they are second in pace over the last 10 games. This team, we knew them early on in the season as this team that loved to defend. They hated shooting the three. They had, it was a slow moving team. They didn't have a lot of possessions per game. That has completely changed over the last 10 games or so. This team has become a team that likes shooting the three a little more, and they love getting out in transition. And again, that, okay, the big names are out with Draymond Green and Stephen Curry, but Eric Paschall is plenty capable of being the small ball 5 for this team and pushing the tempo. And, you look at other guys like Toscano Anderson, who's had success this season. Damian Lee is a pretty good player. This Golden State Warriors bench is sneaky good, and I think that they're good enough to score points on this Phoenix defense, which again has been good, but hey, they haven't been that slow either of late. The Phoenix Suns, we know them as the kings of playing slow basketball. They were one of the slowest teams in the league. They're moving closer to the middle of the league over the past 10 games as well. They just went over in that Lakers game. They pushed the tempo a lot there. So there's a long answer, but I like the over. I think there's a lot of value.
All right, before I let you guys go, my last question, my favorite one. All right, Garion, what is your favorite bet tonight?
Well, I actually really like the under in that game between the Warriors and the Suns. So we're going to have a bit of a difference of opinion here. I just think that I don't trust the Warriors to do enough without Curry and Draymond. I mean, you look at even what their offensive rating this season has been with Curry off the court. They are only scoring about 102 points per 100 possessions, which would be the worst mark in the NBA if you prorated that across the entirety of the season. And you're also losing your second best, or maybe even your best playmaker in Draymond Green. I'm just not sure who's facilitating the offense. We have seen a couple things from Andrew Wiggins back when he was with Minnesota. There were stretches where he was racking up 6, 7, 8 assists per game, but it's been a while since we've seen that version of that player. And he's been struggling immensely from 3-point range as well. So even though all the things Kenny said were true, these are 2 teams that have been running at a faster pace recently. They're still at heart 2 of the best defensive teams in the league. And while Phoenix might score 115, 116 points, I just don't see the Warriors even getting to 100. I don't think they're going to hold up their end of the bargain here. So I will take the under.
Ooh, all right, Kenny, what are you thinking here?
Well, I mean, I agree with Gary, and I think that he makes valid points. I also do think that taking Kelly Oubre out of the equation will help the Golden State Warriors. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that it could go over. But for my favorite bet, I really like Domantas Sabonis over 20.5 points. Now, obviously, if he doesn't play, you can't bet this, right? You're either going to get avoided if you already bet it, or it's not going to be available. But if he does play, I do think that he's in a pretty good spot here. You got a high total at 226.5. And he is their most important player. You look at the last 3 games for Sabonis, 18. He's had an average of 16 points per game over those last 3. So that's driving this total down to 20.5. But this guy has had 18 games of 21 or more points, and you of course need 21 to cash the ticket. And those last 3 games came against good defenses. The Knicks, the Sixers, and the Cavaliers are a lot to write home about when it comes to defense. So I think Sabonis is in a good bounce back spot against one of the worst defenses in basketball. You also look at the Nuggets. They allow 62.7% shooting inside of 8 feet. Sabonis is one of the top 5 players in paint touches this season. They love to get him the ball down low. So I do think that with a banged up Indiana team, a Nuggets team that might be sleepwalking towards the All-Star game here, and a soft interior defense, Sabonis is in a good spot to score over 20.5 points. I love that as my favorite bet on the DraftKings Sportsbook.
Arian and Kenny, thank you so much. You guys were so civil to each other during this interview, so thank you for that. I thought I was going to have to break you two apart via Zoom, but we made it. So you guys can go fill out your lineups for those contests now while I tell you about the play of the day. So DraftKings is minting 100 millionaires in 2021 on the way to the grandest grand championships ever. The DraftKings Championship Series is the world's top live and online competition series for skin in the game fans. So we're dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests in 2021. Winners of Championship Series contests earn a spot in one of our 3 end of season tournaments of champions. Here they'll compete to win even more and be crowned the best of the best in daily fantasy sports, sportsbook, and casino. Your first shot at $1 million in a ticket to the DFS Tournament of Champions live final is on March 11th. Reserve your entry fee right now into our $2.5 million fantasy golf millionaire for the Players Championship. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for more details on that one over there. And we are getting closer to our next simulation. But first, we got to check in with our friend Pat Mayo, see what he's up to. This week on his show, he started looking ahead to the 2021 fantasy football season and ranking the quarterbacks. So we got Pat, Jeff Feinberg, and Tim Anderson. They're going to talk about their expectations for Sam Darnold in 2021.
So there's only one quarterback that we haven't talked about yet, unless Tim is saving someone up.
I'm not.
Sam Darnold. Is Darnold number 1 secretly on your list?
Oh, certainly not. No list could have anyone but
What do you make? There's a lot of rumblings, Tim, that there is going that maybe it's just to make teams think they don't want to trade the pick to get a better offer, potentially. But there's a lot of talk that the Jets are going to stick with Darnold and just keep building.
I'm prepared for it. I think I made that 4 of my 5 options. 4th. It's not ideal, but I trust Joe Douglas and I trust Robert Saleh to figure this out. And if they think that keeping Darnold, who's still really young and still at a really cheap contract, is the way to go and build this team with a top tier receiving talent, or trading that second pick and restocking, because we have a lot of needs at a lot of positions, so be it. It may make a lot of sense. I don't know. I'm open-minded to it.
2 things. 1, he starts talking about trusting the players and the coaches and the GM. Sounds a lot like you, by the way. Whenever someone new comes in, just you got to trust them. They're great. Best there ever was. Got to trust the process. It's very you-ish when he talks about it like that. Number 2, keeping Darnold is stupid for this reason. This is you have to make the decision on him now. So if you keep him now, are you going to be so bad you get another high draft pick with your chance to draft a quarterback next year?
Probably.
So he sucks, is what you're saying.
It makes sense to keep Darnold.
So what you're saying is that he is a part of the tank. You are saying right now that keeping Sam Darnold and not taking a quarterback right now is a part of the tanking process for the Jets.
He becomes a placeholder. If you think, okay, best case scenario, this is a 6-10 team, let's keep Darnold in there. Maybe we hit lightning in a bottle. Maybe he plays great, and we have a decision to make in a year's time. But let's play him there, not use the pick on a QB whose first 2 rookie years may be eaten up with a team that's not competitive. Darnold still is quite young. Give him an opportunity, but keep an eye to the future. I actually think I'm not crazy. The Jets are not going to be good in 2021. This is not a team. I mean, now that I thought about it more, there might not be 4 wins on that schedule. It's going to be a down year. I'm okay with that.
How much you realize you don't believe that, and we're gonna?
No, I do. I really do. I've learned my lesson. I really have.
There's no way you.
What if they draft Justin Fields?
Tim, there's not a chance you preseason predict them for less than 6. The first time we have a schedule, 6.
Well, they can't lose to Tua.
6 would be your freaking floor.
Well, no, the floor is now 4, so we'll go up from there for the rest of the shows that we do throughout the course of the offseason. He doesn't even know what their schedule is right now. How many? Because maybe this will be after like 25 years of the scheduler screwing the Jets.
Play everyone off a bye, 6 straight games of teams. Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, my whole thing with Darnold is it makes no sense for the Jets to keep him because they're going to lose the ability to have him on this cheap contract after this year. Either they extend him and pay him like real money, or they go and get his replacement right now, who they'll have on a cheap deal for the next 5 years.
It makes sense if you're using him as a placeholder and you're not in love.
But what's the placeholder? Like we've seen, Darnold can win. Let's say because there's 17 games next year. Let's say let's say Darnold ends up playing the full. I mean, you talk about how great he is every single year. Let's say they win 7 games next year. Hell, let's say they win 6 games next year on the Jets. How good is their draft pick going to be? Not in the spot number 2 to go get the guy that you want.
That is the gamble. But if you don't love either of those 2 QBs, you don't just go take them because they're there either. Like you have to be certain that this is the QB. If I'm Robert Saleh, I want to tie my future to this quarterback. And if the guy's not there, it's not a good pick to make, right? So that's why I mean, like it's in some ways it's unknowable. And I'm willing to allow them to make that decision. If they keep Darnold and they put players around him, I'm going to live with that. I'm okay. I'm in a very good place with the Jets because I know
live with it. You're gonna cheerleader it.
Here's the stupidest thing the Jets could do: keep Darnold, but don't trade the number 2 pick.
No, that's impossible.
Oh, you think that's impossible for the Jets?
This is also the Jets
Smith is so good.
They keep Darnold.
Jets
they trade that pick.
things.
They pocket more picks, and then they're still in a position after the draft, once Watson hasn't been traded, to still be a front runner to get that pick.
Because they'd have all these extra picks or whatever.
Yeah, they still would maintain a lot of draft capital. Because trading from 2 to 6, like Atlanta or somebody wants to come up and get that second pick, get Fields or I don't know, whoever else, Carolina decides that they're
it's going to cost you 2 first-round picks plus your number 4 pick to hop up, Atlanta. It's your choice.
And then the Jets, I love the player, but I giggle inside, Pat, when I see Mox sending a tight end to the Jets in the top 5.
That would be the ultimate Jets move. Pitts at number 2. Get Darnold some weapons.
But
do you know how excited Tim would be if they did take him at number?
Fact,
are you kidding me? No, you won't. No,
right
Tim,
now,
don't say something you won't take back.
I don't want Kyle Pitts. I don't want him, and not at 5. If we traded down to 11 and drafted him, sure.
He's not lasting. He's not lasting there.
He's not lasting.
But 11 would be an ideal. It's such a great pick to own. And
what's the second best pick of the draft according to Tim?
Kyle Pitts' talent would be fitting for the career history of 11.
So there's only one.
first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. Plenty of time to get in on the NBA action before the All-Star break. We've got slates for 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., and 10 p.m. contests. We have a $25K pull-up jumper contest for both the 8 and 8:30 slates. It's going to pay out $5K to first place. And we got a busy night in the NHL as well with our 8 p.m. turbo slate. It's locking here in just a few minutes. The featured contest for that one is our 4K twine, which pays out $1K to first for just a $10 entry. Don't forget to look on the DK Sportsbook for lines, odds for college basketball, UFC, NASCAR, PGA, and more. I feel like I just kind of ran through that a little quick because Kaufman's trying to finish his dinner right now and he doesn't want to go on the sim while eating, and I want to sabotage him. So, our Madden Sims, it's continuing right now. Here is Mr. Hungry, Adam Kaufman, and Matt LaMarca, my third favorite simmer with the call of the Saints and Seahawks. Take it away, guys.
Wait, before you go, who are 1 and 2?
I cannot reveal that information.
It's all right. I know it. I'll tell you when she's gone.
All right.
Maybe I'll reveal it on a Friday. On Ladies' Night, I'm going to have my board. I'm going to reveal.
No, I don't think we're going to wait for that. LaMarca,
You're not number one, so please do not think that. Goodbye.
I was in no danger of coming in number one there. Not to worry. You know, honestly, I have to thank Tara Lynn because she's right. I did say moments before we came on, hey, listen, I just want to shovel some food into my face if you can give me a sec and talk slow. And I expected LaMarca, her to just come on camera and say, and now with the 8 o'clock sim, here's Matt LaMarca and Adam Kaufman. I thought she was just going to skip the whole script, the whole spiel, and just say, let's go to these guys while I've got, you know, hot buffalo fingers in sitting on my tongue. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Been a minute. Haven't worked together in a little while.
It has been a minute. I debated taking the night off for a pinky toe injury like Zion, but I'm gonna power through.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling great about my NBA start here. I don't know how closely you've been following things. This hit just before we signed off the last sim as we get ready for the Saints and Seahawks. The only guy that I even reluctantly, by the way, had locked into my lineup for the 7 o'clock Eastern start was Paul George, who got ruled out right after lock with apparent dizziness. So I am just an ATM tonight. I am just giving out money to the people. I mean, hopefully I get some big performances elsewhere, and I can and I can mask that giant loss with the projected 40 or 45 points he should have had. But that's going to be tough to overcome. I'm not happy.
Technically, Paul George was ruled out at 6:59 p.m.
Okay, because that was enough time to do it.
Completely on you,
give me a break. You give me a break. You don't just swap them out for somebody else. It becomes a whole lineup construction issue.
I totally agree. The only thing that I think probably will have helped some people tonight is Kawhi getting ruled in. You know, if Kawhi was out and this happened with Paul George, everybody would be ready to burn the Clippers to the ground because it was, you know, Kawhi was a late scratch in their last game.
Yeah, he was ruled out. I mean, he truly was after lock.
Correct.
Was, you know, it was first I don't remember if it came down after lock or right before lock that he wasn't going to start. But then obviously you found out like in the second quarter, you know what, he's not going to play. He's got back spasms. What in the world?
Yeah, super weird because you would have think that was something that they would have known right as it happened, you know? But I guess not, because I was working on the news desk at the time and I was like, oh, this has got to be related to COVID testing or health and safety, you know, contact tracing, etc. So I just assumed that that's what was going on, but no, it was just an injury that the team apparently didn't feel like telling anybody about.
Yeah, no, that was it was not ideal, and I texted our guy Glash, who he and I have a head-to-head tonight. I mean, a lot of these they're generally.
I'm well aware.
Yeah, what he did. I can only imagine. You must be. And so I shot him a text just to say, because we all of you out there in Simland remember the great debacle, the Steph Curry debacle of February 2021. when he was ruled out after lock, a minute or two after lock, and this came down while he was calling a sim, and Glass he lost his mind. He lost his mind. And it is, in fairness to him or anyone else who this has happened to, it is such a bummer when something like that happens, not only with an impactful player, that goes without saying, but when it's right at the start of the slate.
Yep.
Like you go from feeling optimistic about your lineup to feeling like you're dead in the water before games even tip off. Like, what a miserable feeling. And so I can certainly empathize with that. And so I was playing him that night that he had Steph, and of course I capitalized. And I'm not going to lie, karma's a B word sometimes, because I chuckled when that happened. I had a little snicker because I didn't have Steph. I laughed a little bit at his misfortune. Well, here we are. Obviously, this happens to me with Paul George tonight, and I texted him not to ask for a Venmo or something like that, just to say, "Oh, George ruled out after lock, awesome." And he just goes, "Oh, brutal! Oh, this is so terrible! Oh my goodness! What a bizarre situation." So he was, in his glory, feeling like he got a little bit of retribution here.
Well, just think about it this way, Tim.
Huh.
If you somehow managed to beat him without Paul George, imagine the insane bragging rights.
We'll never hear the end of it. We'll never, ever hear the end of it. So, yes, I want all of you in the chat, those of you listening who have been around for the Glash, give me my money, be the better man spiel that we've all heard when this happened to him the first time. I want it on record. Tom, our undercover boss, Mike, Frangelico, Daniel, Lamarca, Tara Lynn hanging out in the chat probably. All of you, I want you all to know, I want it on record. While I texted a couple buddies who I am playing to say, "Oh, this is cool," I did not ask for any money back. I didn't ask for any favors. It is still, may the best person win.
Oh, we got a touchdown.
Touchdown. Michael Thomas, 33.
Climb the ladder, MT. I played him in our Madden contest.
Well, give me your lineup, because obviously lineups have long since locked. We're halfway through the opening quarter. What do you have?
Well, first, I want the story. I guess I'll do my lineup first, but then I want the story of this name. It's a mayor battle, but what about Drew Brees?
Okay.
By Adam Kaufman. So
happy to give you the story.
I have Kamara in the captain spot. I have Russell Wilson. I have Michael Thomas. I have Greg Olsen. I have Tyler Lockett, and I have Carlos Hyde.
Okay. I went with, I'm going to tell you, hang on, Alvin Kamara in the captain spot, and he is 20% owned there, about 67% overall in our smaller, more modest free roll that has 185 entries. Russell Wilson, Michael Thomas, so I do have him, so that helps right there, that touchdown. Don't have Drew Brees, so the sack, unfortunately, not doing me any favors. Greg Olsen, Tyler Lockett, hard to ignore him at $5,600. Not generally a Lockett guy, but that salary, it made sense. And of course, popular punt play for the people, not unlike, the Jalen Richards of the world who took part in last sim, Carlos Hyde at $3K.
So, in other words, you played the same exact team as me and weren't listening while I talked.
Yep, same thing. Same exact thing. We are, let me see. You and I and...
Looks like a couple other people.
Yeah, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 of us with the exact same lineup. So here's what I have to say to that, Lamarca. 1, nope, wasn't listening. And 2, great minds. Great minds.
You never listen, and it really hurts my feelings.
Well, that's because you are the third most famous, popular Tara Lynn ranking.
That puts me ahead of you.
Well, there's no way if you're number 3, I can't be 1 or 2. So who are the other 2? Because she's not
when I said I would tell you the list, she did briefly say it when she was introducing me the last time.
Yep.
But I could have sworn you were one of the 2 ahead of me. So I guess I don't know the list.
Oh, nice. That makes me feel good. Yeah, take that, Tara Lynn, if you're out there in the chat somewhere. Man.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, you're in good company. I mean, trust me. Just ask me. What else do we have in NBA? Oh, JJ Redick is also out. All sorts of...
Yeah. You can always count on chicanery
I was doing an NBA preview for tonight's slate earlier in the day. And for anyone that tuned into that, one of the things that we said was tonight, day before the All-Star break, final day of games. Tonight is going to be bananas. Tonight is going to be this entire day, and I thought more of it might happen during the day versus right at lock time, obviously, or after lock in the case of Paul George.
6:59.
59 doesn't count. This was NBA teams woke up this morning and chose chaos. That is what has happened today. Just ridiculous what is happening in the association today. And I bet I'm not going to be the only one. I think there are going to be a lot of lineups that have been blown up tonight by some of these late changes, especially for the set it and forget it population out there. You can't afford to do that in the NBA in general. Definitely not today.
All I record my little video on Thursdays that
you do
typically goes with all of the content over on DK Nation, and that was sort of how I started
today, if I recall. Was that right?
I'm sorry?
Were you a Vooch guy today? Do I remember that?
No, Jokic.
I
mean, it's pretty easy to play Jokic these days.
Always, yeah.
So, Jokic, and then Svi Mikhailuk was my value special.
Sure.
So, I spent the first 2-3 minutes just going through injuries and stuff. And, of course, there's the big caveat that you have to be prepared for anything on the day before.
It's not even like one of my, another guy that I have a head-to-head with tonight. When I was texting with him about the George thing, he's like, yeah, it's, injuries, man. It's hard to predict. Other than LeBron, any guy that's ever questionable, I tend to stay away. And I said, no, I get that. Here's the thing. George or Kawhi the other night, Curry that night, that he seemingly maybe had to go have a poopsie or something. Like these guys, there was no questionable tag. These guys aren't hurt. This is the NBA. These guys aren't on injury reports. These guys are just playing with us. Like the NBA is just at right before lock, right around lock, sometimes after lock. They're just saying, you know what? Sorry, fantasy players. These guys aren't playing tonight. We've kept this quiet. We're gamesmanship. We're messing with the coaching staff on the other side. But you can't depend on anything right now. It doesn't matter if a guy looks like he's going to play all day long. You have no way to know.
It's very tough.
We've never seen a time like this in the NBA. And obviously the pandemic and players getting ruled out last minute due to COVID protocols and things like that. That's a whole other wrinkle. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, tummy ache, back spasms, and dizziness when nobody is questionable throughout the day. Like that stuff, I get why people out there can get a little agitated or aggravated.
Yeah, and the funniest part, like you said, is that the only guy that came into the year saying he was gonna prioritize load management was LeBron.
Yeah,
and the dude has played every game but one this season.
Yeah, he just missed his first one yesterday. Man, what a time to be alive. So evidently, and people were asking us about this in the chat earlier, just to stay with the NBA theme for a second. So I wasn't sure if they were still doing a draft for the All-Star game because of just the pandemic. I thought they were just going to go straight East-West and call it a day. So they are still doing a draft because I just got a notification about buddies Jason Tatum and Bradley Beal playing together on Team Durant. So are full rosters out, or are they still actively picking guys right now?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I do not believe the draft has happened yet.
What's happening?
Let's see
right
how
now?
To watch the draft.
Yeah, I think it's going on.
It's going on right now.
There you go.
So if we don't have rosters soon, we will have them in the very near future.
So many moments. It's coming.
He's
LeBron. Matt LaMarca. I'm Adam Kaufman. You're you.
Shams had a scoop on LeBron's first pick, by the way. How funny is that?
How does that happen? Does LeBron just text Shams and say, "Here's my first guy"?
Shams is just everywhere. He's got him and Woj. It's like if you're an NBA player, man, you can't make a sandwich without those guys knowing.
I'm saying it's. I mean, even when my favorite too was the Shams tweet about President Trump, a few months back. Remember when he was the first one to report that he had COVID? It's like, how did Shams come up with this tweet? And I think somebody went back and looked at the timeline, and the then president tweeted it, and then Shams, because like nobody, these guys, they don't retweet, they don't quote tweet, they have to source, or according to so it's like they have to have it their own individual brand. Like Schefter the other day, JJ Watt to the Cardinals per JJ Watt,
right?
Like retweet the tweet or quote tweet, tough to find a better source than this. It's got to be, you got to get those likes and retweets, man. And I get it, we've all been there. So, but when you got Shams on the presidential beat too, just revolutionizing the game, I tell you, switching it all up. 7-0 through 1, Nollins in front, and with the ball looking for more from the 33, 2nd and 6. Good to be back with the Sax man here. So to answer your question, for our like-minded lineups here, the prime time, it's a mayor battle, but what about Drew Brees free roll? Allow me to answer that question. Obviously, you missed this on social media during the week, just a couple of days ago. So as we know, and we can talk a little bit about it, even though future Hall of Famer Drew Brees hasn't even officially retired yet, and if you put any stock into Instagram videos and training videos and things like that, perhaps he doesn't even want to retire. Maybe he's still thinking about coming back, and we can get into that. The Seahawks great here on the other side, Russell Wilson, another future Hall of Famer, may or may not want out of Seattle. And there are 4 cities.
Know that.
I know, but for the people that don't, for the four cities that he reportedly could be interested in going to in a trade: Chicago, Dallas, Las Vegas, and of course, New Orleans. Well, Big Easy Mayor LaToya Cantrell put a video out a few days ago, a minute-long video on Twitter, trying to implore Russell Wilson to come to the Saints. You and your beautiful family and your beautiful wife, Ciara, I can just see her performing on the main stage, and you bring in New Orleans, another championship.
No.
And we want, as she says, New Orleans, and we want you, Russell Wilson, and you want us. And this is just a match made in heaven. It was a minute-long video. So Seattle Mayor Jenny Durkin responded. She quote tweeted. She responded with a post of her own. She said, "I love you, Mayor, but keep your eyes off Russell Wilson. His home is Seattle, and so Seattle's in the market for an NBA team. Don't make me go there." So LaMarca, it's a mayor
she's
battle.
threatening to buy the Pel. Oh, not her, I guess. I'm sure she don't got that kind of money.
No.
She's basically insinuating that she will arrange to have Zion Williams brought to Seattle.
That's right.
Hysterical.
You want to mess around? You want to screw around here, Cantrell? You want to talk to my man? I'm going to come get yours. Hashtag bring Zion to Seattle. So it's a mayor battle. That's what that is. And I thought that was actually a really fun story, even if it doesn't mean a lick.
It's a mayor off.
It's a mayor off. You better listen to your friend Billy Zane. He's a cool dude.
I can't turn right. Anywho, all right. Now I get it. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome. Happy to provide that. Rossi's Fat Cat. Have you seen Psych the movie, Koff? I have not. There are 2 movies, actually.
Yes.
And I am... So I don't know if you know this, LaMarca, but I've been on a... I always knew I would love Psych, but I never got there. I just never got around to it. Well, now I am aggressively binging Psych. I started, I don't know, month and a half ago or so. I'm basically going through a season a week. 16 episodes, so per season. So I'm probably watching 1, 2, sometimes 3 episodes in a given day, depending on how little I feel like sleeping. And I'm partway now into season 7, which means after season 7, Rossi's Fat Cat, I need to get to Psych the movie, the musical. I mean, and then I need to watch obviously season 8, and then there are the 2 movies, the Psych the movie, and then the Lassie Come Home, which just came out recently, 2020. So I've still got some work ahead of me, but I'm very excited. I'm equal parts angry at myself for waiting this long to watch it, but also thrilled that I get to enjoy this for the first time. And I'm loving it so much and recommending it to everyone who hasn't seen it, who I know would love it, that when I finish the binge, Lamarca, I might just turn around and start again. That's how much fun I'm having.
Wow. I will be honest, I loved Psych. I watched it when it was on TV. One of the few shows that I've actually watched like during the run while it was on television.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like a show that's for everybody per se.
No, I mean, you got to really love like 80s and 90s reference, buddy cop comedy kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the relationship between Sean and Gus, I think, is what makes it. The movies kind of stink. I thought the second one was better at least, but the first one is not good. The musical's pretty fun. But yeah, all I have to say to that is, come on, son.
Come on, son.
Come on, son.
To your point, though, about Gus and Sean's friendship, and everybody can relate to this, even if you don't know a Gus or Sean, meaning you're not familiar with the series, you haven't watched. And I'm spoiling nothing in saying this. If anyone does want to go watch, and by the way, hit that like button. Let's get to 400 by the end of the sim. We appreciate you. So we all have, Lamarca, I'm sure you do. We all have a best friend, right? We all have that person in our life who it's like, man, you out there, you should be so lucky as to have a friendship like me and this guy got. I mean, just look at the two of us. Well, so, I mean, my best friend from college, we're very much that way. We have, and everyone should feel this way. This is not about us, it's about you. It's about all of you. You should all have that best friend that you feel like that friendship is just the best friendship that exists, that there is no better friendship, that all other friendships should be jealous of your friendship that you have. Well, we have that, Lamarca, we have that. And I obviously have been watching Psych, and I have now turned him onto Psych, and he's very early. He's late in season 1. And he texted me the other day. He's like, I can't get enough of the Gus and Sean friendship. And I said, honestly, this is the first friendship that I've ever come across that I think is better than ours.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a great friendship, right? And they need each other, like they definitely need each other. Sean needs an adult in his life, and Gus needs Sean equally. So it's a very fun, enjoyable show. Even if it can get a little bit repetitive at times, but just the humor and stuff keeps it fresh. And as Daniel says,
you know that's right. It really is just such a great show. Tara Lynn, literally, because I can see her in the Zoom window.
She hops in and out like a ninja.
Yeah, she walked over to her computer just to type in the chat, "Liar, your best friend is Glasheen," and then boom, she's left. She's gone. Like a ninja, just disappearing into the air. I don't know if that's something that ninjas do. Do they just vanish into the air?
Probably can.
Daniel says, I've heard it both ways.
All right, well, from now on, when we go on stream, you have to say, hello, my name is Adam Kaufman, and this is my sidekick, whatever. And you got to come up with something clever.
The good one from an episode that I watched last night was, my name is, I'm Sean Spencer, psychic detective. This is my partner, Immaculate Conception.
Right.
Second goal, incomplete. Yeah, that's actually just to, while we're in the spirit of promoting things, our buddy, Babysitter Billy Delaney, he does, as part of his podcast universe that he shares with some other people, including, of course, our own Jason Rossi, the two of them, long friends. Billy does have a podcast with a doctor, the backcracker, as we call him. As we got a touchdown here. Hello.
There's Billy Bob Disley.
Yeah, not a guy that gets involved often here in Madden 21. That was more of a Madden 20 thing, but Will Disley coming up with a touchdown, about to be 10-7. He has started a psych podcast called I've Heard It Both Ways, and his buddy, lead host, will open the show introducing themselves and will always give Billy some sort of random, Psych-esque name. But to his credit, he is not stealing one from Psych. He's coming up with one on his own.
You got it.
Yeah, like there was, I tuned into one of their shows to check it out, and they do like episode by episode recaps kind of thing. Each episode is based on one episode of the show, and they're just, going chronologically. It'll take them forever. But they, I want to say he opened it with like, I'm your friendly neighborhood, doctor, backcracker, and this is wash, rinse, repeat.
Something like Daniel with a good one. This is MC Clap Your Hands.
So he listed MC Clap Your Hands and Jazz Hands, which probably are my two favorite that I've seen so far in the entire show. It was like spit take with your drink kind of laughter when I heard those for the first time. Not strictly though because of the creativity in the names, but because you always got to look at Gus. You always got to look at Gus and see how he is going to adapt on the fly, or not in real life, but obviously in the spirit of the show, on the fly, to what that. And so when he flashes the jazz hands or the MC Clap Your Hands and he starts clapping, it's so good.
Yeah. Daniel just posted a bunch of them and they're so good.
Give them to us.
MC Clap Your Hands, G Butter Snaps, Ovaltine Jenkins.
Yep.
Oh, this one might be my favorite. Gus TT Show Business. The extra T is for extra talent. Donut Holstein.
Yeah.
Felicia Fancy Bottom.
Peter Panic.
John Jacob Jingly Schmidt.
Oh, God. That one killed me, too.
Okay.
I hope you guys are enjoying this at least a little bit, because who would know there's a sim going on? This
doesn't seem like there's a ton of people in the chat that are like, yeah, Psych, I love Psych.
Or conversely complaining.
Fair. They're kind of just pretending we're not here right now.
Yeah, all right, so you guys are just going to talk about Psych and we're just going to watch the sim. Cool. This has turned into a Psych tribute stream. MC, clap your hands. Third and 8, Breeze. All right, let's bring a little football into it, though, with a minute left in the half, because why the heck not? We're here.
Yeah, right.
Before we even get to the Russ side of things, because I do think the whole, the mayor off stuff is fun, do you believe, two-part question,
okay,
that Drew Brees is itching to come back, and two, that if he is, the Saints, i.e. Sean Payton, even want him back?
My thought is no and no.
Okay.
I think it's very easy to forget about the grind of the season, like right after it, But when training camp rolls around and stuff like that, I don't think Drew Brees is going to be itching to get back out there. He was not very good last year, to be quite frank. So I think that New Orleans is quite happy to be done with him. Frankly, no disrespect to Drew Brees.
Well, it's not like he was locked in toward the end of the season there.
I'm just saying too. I just don't want it to sound like I'm slandering Brees. Like, the guy is one of the greatest quarterbacks that have ever played the game, but he's old, and he's on the decline. He's not a Tom Brady that seems to be just getting better as he gets older. Because no one is Tom Brady. Ooh, that should have been an interception right there. So yeah, I think Brees is done. I think that if they can get Russell Wilson, they should certainly try. But I think they will also be more than happy to roll with the combination of Winston and Taysom Hill if they can bring them back.
A lot of people actually, we're starting to get some more support now that we've acknowledged it on the Psych conversation.
Yes.
Radislav says, I don't mind the show, just turned on the stream. You guys quoting Psych? James says, I love Psych, just getting on here. What is it I love? What the hell are you talking about? Evening cough, slap that like button. Sean says yes and yes. He's going the other side. Breeze wants to come back, and Peyton wants him back. Here's what I am wondering, though, is let's just presume, forget whether or not Breeze wants to come back, because he's not going to go anywhere other than New Orleans. So if Peyton says, yeah, no, we're good here, Drew, then whether or not Breeze wants to come back, because he's not pulling a Brady, he's not starting over somewhere else, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at that point in time. If Peyton either doesn't have or doesn't want Breeze, either way he's starting with somebody else next year. Who is it? Who is it? Is it Taysom Hill? Is it Jameis Winston? Is it somebody?
I think honestly they want both.
Well, someone has got to be your lead quarterback.
Yeah, I think that they would use Jameis as the quote unquote starter.
Why?
And
I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just saying what leads you to believe that, given that when Breeze
what they've said
down last year when he was hurt, it was Taysom Hill.
I'm just going off what they have said in the offseason, which is that they want Jameis Winston. And I think that they really ideally envision Taysom Hill as more of like a gadget type player. Now, a gadget is not a fair word because I do think that they want it to be a large part of their offense. Like, it's not like they paid Taysom Hill all this money so they could line him up at quarterback 5 times a game. I think that they would want to use him more with Jameis Winston as the starter, but then also take advantage of all the other unique advantages that Hill gives your team, i.e. the ability to catch passes, have a quarterback that plays on special teams. You know, like they can carry extra roster spots because of what Taysom Hill brings to the table. So I don't think they want to take that off the table. Saying table a lot, apparently. They don't want to take that off the table by saying, yeah, he's our starting quarterback. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It's one wrinkle to what is a fascinating offseason, especially for quarterbacks, which, as we know, we are not even at the start of the new league year, but already well into, with Goff and Stafford, Wentz all changing homes, other QBs that could be on the move. It seems like guys that are not going to be back with their respective teams. So, transitions as well. And we can get back to the New Orleans side because there is a direct impact here relating to this conversation. But with Seattle down 10 in this simulation, and by the way, I don't even need to ask you where you're sitting. I can say Lamarca and I, among those tied for 39th in this sim here, which is not bad, not a bad place to be out of 185, but we're greedy. We want more. We want to be better. Morrisona 2018 is sitting in front with about a 1.5 lead on the field for the primetime. It's a mayor battle, but what about Drew Brees? Free roll that we've got going on here. Stats are updated. So thank you much, Frangelico. And again, while I'm just getting all these things out here, just hit that like button. Just keep.
I mean, gotta be the best name in the Madden family, right?
Frangelico?
Frangelico.
A Frangelico. Who's gonna? I mean, like, what would even be the runner-up?
I wish I knew what the last name was. All I see is Frangelico del C, and I know it's something awesome.
Del Carpio. Del Carpio.
Frangelico del Carpio. It's amazing.
Oh.
I
mean, how good does that sound?
Just rolls off the tongue. Butter.
So good. Well, let's go to Seattle. Literally, let's just you and I. Let's just go.
That's a long trip for me.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go hang out.
Hop in the Glash bus.
It'll probably be raining, but let's go anyway. Yeah, the Daniel designed Glash wagon. Let's go and party in Seattle. How does this end? Never mind because you have Seattle management acknowledging, like, yeah, people have called. We're not looking to deal the guy, but yeah, people have called.
It seems like they are more open to trading him than Houston is open to trading Deshaun Watson at this point.
Because, what do you mean seems? They are. Houston has put its collective foot down. It's dug in and said, I don't care that you do want to leave. We're not trading you. What do you think of that there, pal?
Yeah, very true. I mean, even though one of the quarterbacks has come out and said, I will never play another snap for this team, and that person is not Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson has said...
Deshaun Watson said that, and Nick Caserio and Houston management said, oh, yeah?
So, yes, Houston's playing hardball. My thoughts on Russell Wilson are like very well known. If you've heard me at all talk about Wilson, you know that I think he is one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the National Football League. I think that he has been wasted in Seattle with their offensive scheme. I mean, they finally unleashed him in the first half of last year, and look at what that man was able to accomplish. I think if you gave that guy a, non-archaic head coach and offensive coordinator combo, he would be ready to absolutely set the world on fire. So I pray that they trade him. Put him on New Orleans, and it's night. Then New Orleans is back to being the Super Bowl favorites in the NFC, in my opinion.
Keep in mind, though, that, and I'm not saying these things can't be finagled in the NFL. Yeah, there's a cap, but those things can be massaged. We've seen it year after year, a variety of situations. His cap hit, though, his contract, it's a big boy contract. Could New Orleans literally afford to take that on?
I don't know. I don't pretend to understand the salary cap. I don't even try. I let other people figure that out.
Look, one of us needs to pretend.
Nope. None of the money's guaranteed, except some of it is sometimes, and it's some of it's a signing bonus, and some of it's. I just let other people figure it out. Okay. And from what I can ascertain about the NBA, or the NFL, excuse me, is that the salary cap has never really stopped anybody from doing anything. They always somehow seem to find a way to make it work.
10-7 game, 2.5 minutes gone by, third quarter, picked, intercepted by Nolans.
Nolans is an expensive city. Expensive, but fun.
Give me that reference. Where's that from?
That would be The Waterboy.
Oh, gosh, that's right. That takes me back.
To whom it may concern. I now have 2 loves in my life. Big city living and a voodoo woman named Phyllis.
Daniel says, just because you put syrup on it doesn't make it pancakes.
Oh. Is that a shot at my accent? Because I'm telling you right now, I'm dripping with Nolan swagger. Don't make me come for you, Daniel. I'll feed you to the Gators.
It's a site quote.
He seems to know everything about something.
He did. Yeah.
I consider myself a pretty big fan, but Daniel's coming hard in the paint.
Here's what I've learned about Daniel. Other than the fact that I've never had a real, actual conversation with him. Really, we've truly, really only conversed over
big Kamara run.
He's gone. Captain. See ya, Alvin! Oh, that chipmunk went right into the end zone, man. Touchdown, Nolan, 61-yard run. All I was going to say about Daniel, who our undercover boss Tom says he's taking him to trivia night, as he should when that's a thing again. Maybe you can do it virtually. Daniel knows a lot about a lot. Some people are, jack of all trades, master of none. I don't know if that's Daniel. That's probably how I describe myself. Sort of feels like Daniel's more of a master of all trades.
Yeah, I kind of describe myself as a jack of all trades as well. But if you're a jack of all trades, then I have to be a queen or a king of all trades. I'm slightly better at everything, I would say.
A little higher on the hierarchy?
Yeah,
I get
exactly.
It. Climbing up that ladder? Makes sense.
Also, Neville cleanup hitter. I hope my accent work really didn't offend you. And if it did, I apologize. I was just having fun.
Neville.
Kamara up to 82 rush yards now on the sim to go along with that touchdown. New Orleans back up by 10 points. So we're approaching Russell Wilson territory here. He kind of has made developed the reputation of being able to turn things on late in games after.
You're in Simland?
Well, in real life, I'm just saying, after his team has sort of found themselves in a hole.
Neville said you did not offend him. Not
All
to
right,
worry.
well, I'm good. It would offend someone from New Orleans 100%. I mean,
Did
listen,
you know that-
accents are just a regional thing. They shouldn't be offensive. You guys make fun of the way I talk all the time, and I think it's hilarious.
You and I, by the way, tied with a couple others for 6th in the free roll right now.
Well, I knew my lineup was good. I just was hoping that I wouldn't be sharing it with everybody else.
Just me?
No, especially not you.
Edward says, Matt, you seem like one. What's that? Hip cat? What's the? I mean, it's a cat.
I think it's a cool cat.
Cool cat. Yeah, I think that's right. You seem like one cool cat. Much love. Cough, you're done. What am I done with? I'm not the cool cat anymore.
Speaking of cool cats, I did see somebody asked about the NBA Top Shot pack drop that was scheduled for tonight, asking if I was able to get in, and the answer is I did not get in because they postponed it. So we try again tomorrow.
Are you? I don't want to turn this. I just have so many. I'm fascinated. Not enough to get involved. I have no investment in Top Shot whatsoever. I know you do, and others do, obviously. And I have so many questions. Some of them probably better reserved for off the air than on the air, quite frankly. But are you feeling just as good about the whole Top Shot scene now as you did when you got in? Are you fearing the bubble bursting or anything like that?
Yeah. So again, I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm just giving my opinion.
Yes.
By no means am I giving financial advice to anybody.
Nope. Nor are you a spokesperson for Top Shot or anybody else on this subject.
But I really enjoy the product. I think it's very cool. I think that if trading cards can be $1 billion a year industry, why can't these, which are just better in every fashion? Everything that you love about trading cards, you can get. I'm sorry?
I said other than the fact that they're digital and you can't hold them.
Who cares about that? I have piles and piles and piles of cards sitting on my desk right now. I couldn't care less about touching them. The ones that I really care about are wrapped in bubble wrap and stored. I never touch them.
Bubble wrap, huh?
Well, I put them in cases, and then I put the cases in bubble wrap because I don't want them to slide around or damage each other in where I have them stored. So
don't. But I mean, if the cards are in cases, how would they damage each other?
Kaufman, if you breathe,
I'm legitimately asking. What's that?
I operate out of an abundance of caution because I know how this stuff works with grading. If you breathe on the corner of a card, they know, and they're like, oh, nope, 9.5, not a 10. And when you get it graded, that's when the cards really gain or lose value.
Have you sent many cards off to be graded over the years?
I have not. I will be honest, I've just gotten back into this hobby within the past month or two. Top Shots is what reinvigorated my obsession with physical trading cards, to be honest, because it's just fun to collect stuff and say, oh, I have this thing that not a lot of other people have.
With that in mind, do you do it to flip it for profit or do you do it to collect?
A little bit of both. I mean, I'm certainly buying players that I think I can make a profit on eventually, but I'm also I know if you're ripping a box of cards, your expected value on that is negative, sometimes severely negative, because the resale is just absolutely insane right now. Panini actually launched a new NBA product last night, Donruss. 2021 Donruss. The suggested retail price on these boxes is like $150. They are going right now. Packs? I'm sorry?
For how many packs?
I think it's 10 packs, 30 cards per pack.
Okay.
But literally 20 of the cards are absolutely useless. They're just. But anyway, you can't buy them for less than $1,000 or $950 at the absolute lowest at that. That's just what the market is at right now. So if you are buying a box to open it, you have to realize that you're probably going to lose money on that purchase. But it's fun. You know what I'm saying?
Are a lot of people
fun to rip the boxes and rip the packs, and
yeah.
So there is some sort of entertainment cost that it has to be provided. If that's the route that you want to go. If you're just looking to make money, your best route is just buying singles on players that you think are undervalued and then hoping to flip them. So I've done some of that, but the boxes are where the fun is at, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, growing up, I would spend all my allowance, birthday money, holiday money, whatever. Like, I'd go to card shows. You remember those? I don't know if they still do
Sure,
these. I mean, certainly not right now in the pandemic, but there would be these card shows at hotels. Like, you go to a Holiday Inn and you go to a card show and you go into their ballroom and there would just be table after table after table of these, it wasn't manufacturers. It was, private people, card collector, card store owners, whatever, just people selling boxes or individual players or packs or whatever. And I'd walk out of there I'd buy like 5, 6, 7 boxes, man, that had 12, 18 packs in them. Now, back then, boxes were like, you get a box for $20 or $40 or $50 or $75. Like, you weren't getting them obviously for $900 a box.
You're
or
getting them
something
at
crazy
retail
like
price.
that. Yeah, you're getting them at retail, or even in some cases, maybe a little bit below retail if you bought in bulk or something like that. But the enjoyment of getting the box, like you said, ripping the packs, just the entertainment value in just the pull, like what's going to be in here, and it was
right. The
is there going to be
is
there going to be an insert? Is there going to be an autograph? Is there going to be and will it be somebody who's any good? Do I need to get this right in the case? Like that, man. I have thousands of cards in my house. Thousands. Now, most of them are worth they're not worth the paper they're printed on.
Yep.
But obviously, there are like nobody wanted commons, but that was the expectation. You'd get commons. You get useless ones, guys that aren't going to materialize into anything. But just the enjoyment of the collecting and the opening, it was great. I mean, I never understood, and I know people do it, and I'm sure some of the people that you're talking about that do it right now that mark up those boxes, some people would buy a box and just let the box itself gain value over
100%.
time. But that wasn't for me. Like I want to open it. I want to see what I've got in there.
Yeah, I totally agree. I recently bought 3 boxes of a certain product and said, okay, I'll open one, I'll sell one, and I'll keep one and let it accumulate or see if it'll accumulate and then maybe move it down the line. Because you kind of have to play the talent evaluator game, right? Like if Lonzo Ball continues to look like a future star, anything that will have a potential Lonzo Ball rookie card in it is going to skyrocket in price.
Sure.
So I was like, so that was my plan. And within probably 2 or 3 days, I had just opened all 3 boxes because that's how I am. I can't help it.
I was going to say, like, how do you choose which box you're going to open? Because that in and of itself is obviously a crapshoot. And if that box isn't any good, oh man, I guess I should open another one.
And that's exactly how I ended up opening all 3 boxes.
Yeah. I get it.
But yeah, and there's a lot of like vitriol to the places that are selling these cards for, the ridiculous markup, but they're paying ridiculous markup too. Like it
now,
used
what
to
is
be,
it? Go ahead.
Like Panini sold their product direct off their website yesterday before it launched at $9.99, and it sold out in a minute, less maybe. So it's not like these guys are getting product at these huge discounts. Like the price of everything has inflated. Buying it from a distributor is increased drastically, and the amount of stock that you can get from Panini or Topps itself is very, very, very minimal.
Now, Second and 4 from the 35, minute and a half gone by here in the fourth. We're flying right along, 17-10, Nollins. What is it, and I know there are articles and such that have been written about the sports card boom of the pandemic, and I just haven't read many of them, so I will ask you this question in a blanket way. What is it that is making these cards so valuable now versus then? Is it that they're just, obviously like at the time that I collected, which apparently was one of the worst times a person could collect.
Correct.
Because everything was so mass produced that was obviously what brought down the value. Is the value so much higher now because cards are so scarce that it's a supply and demand thing?
So they are doing a much better job of, making like short print cards and numbered cards, and they're doing a much better job now of protecting themselves against overpopulation in the market. And you can look at all the stuff on PSA. That's why I bought a couple of Domantas Sabonis rookies the other day. One, because I just love Domantas Sabonis, but
me too.
Two, like if you look at the number of cards that PSA has graded in their system, it's not very high. So if Sabonis ends up becoming, like a Hall of Fame caliber player, which I think he's on his way towards doing, then I have a unique piece of property. Will that be the case in 10, 15 years? I'm sure that every LaMelo Ball out there right now that is being opened is being sleeved up, protected, and more than likely graded. So I don't know. I don't know if this is going to last. But it's fun, right? I mean, we love sports, and we love, how can I say this without getting in trouble? We all love prospecting, right? We want to, or prognosticating. We want to say, I know how to evaluate players. I know who's going to be good.
You want to invest in something you believe in.
This is a way of sort of putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak.
Another touchdown for our guy Kamara, by the way. That's going to help us. We were already sitting pretty good, top 10. Give Kamara 20% captain, another touchdown to lift him up over 40 points in the captain slot. He is doing real well. We'll give you the latest in terms of the scoring here in a moment. About to be 24-10, halfway through the fourth. But there is a division, right? And I know like some of these are common sense questions, but a lot of people out there may want the layman's terms explanation of some of this stuff. If you're interested in dabbling in the card collecting business, there's a division, like, so for the holidays, at some point during the pandemic, maybe it was around Christmas, we got the kids some boxes of cards, but like they weren't expensive cards. They were, they weren't like specialty, I think they were Panini, basketball and football.
Okay.
No, baseball too, actually. Baseball, basketball, and football, I think. So they have like, there might be a Justin Herbert rookie card in there if I remember, and some like there are some they certainly got some decent players in these packs, but the boxes themselves were not super expensive. So were we ahead of the curve, or is it just that like some of these brands, that, like if I were to look them up online on eBay or wherever, which I haven't, like I'm sure some of these are probably only worth a couple bucks, right? It's not like anytime you're pulling a name of value in a modern card that, this LaMelo Ball rookie, like this is worth $50 or something like that.
The card industry is based around hype. So everybody collects rookies. If you opened a Zion Williamson up this year, it is going to hold a fraction of the value compared to a Zion rookie from last year.
Sure.
So it's just all built around hype. Everybody wants to catch lightning in a bottle. Now, the products that you're describing, were you able to find them at a Target or a Walmart, or did you have to go to a specialty card shop? Or did you buy them online?
I think they were so my parents bought them because they were holiday gifts, and I want to say they came off of Amazon.
Okay. Well, if you can find it at retail, it still is an excellent value. The problem is that it has reached points where people camp out for the retail stuff like they're releasing a new pair of Jordans.
Sure.
You know, and it's not kids that are camping out for it. It's people like me and you who are going to try and buy up as much stock as they can and then list it on eBay for 3 times what they paid for.
Right.
So that's a problem that I think the card industry is going to have to address, because I do think that like it has become too expensive for kids. Like, it's too expensive. Baseball is still relatively affordable, at least compared to the NBA and the NFL. But at the same time, kids don't really love baseball. So I don't know. I feel like they need to do something to address that issue, because right now it's literally unsustainable in terms of the amount of money that people are putting into it is just, it's a lot. I mean, you can buy some cheaper products, but if you want to buy a hobby box, which is like the marquee flagship for each product, and normally it comes with the guaranteed autograph stuff in there, you are lucky to get out of there for less than $500. And most products are more than that these days. Russ picks up a big first down to keep the game going. And I do feel somewhat knowledgeable on the subject because I've actually looked into some of this. Like, because I am like always just hunting for the next thing, right? Like, that's part of me. Part of me being me is I'm looking for ways to take $1 and turn it into 2. So I have looked into like buying cards in bulk and seeing if I can move the boxes, and it's just impossible.
Yeah, you and I'll certainly we'll have to chat more off air on this topic, because I do find it very interesting. And I don't know if people in the stream here do, but at the same time, there hasn't really been any complaining. I have been aware of the chat.
I've been watching too. And I also do think that some of it is tied to crypto, right? Like, how many people didn't invest in Bitcoin that wished they did, right? And the allure of just finding the thing that the non-traditional revenue stream, right? Like, and I think that a lot of adults, myself included, are like, oh man, I had a Mickey Mantle 52 card and one just sold for $5 million. Like, why didn't I save mine? And there's a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of regret. You know, like, I for sure know I had a first edition Charizard, and those things are selling for $500,000 these days if they're in good condition.
Charizard?
Yeah, Charizard, Pokemon.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was that was Pokemon wasn't my scene.
So yeah, everybody's looking for the untraditional income stream. That's where we are, and I think it's awesome. Honestly, I think that's what drew me to Top Shot. And again, the physical stuff is a little bit more of like a hobby than a bet on the future, but I'm really enjoying it.
Daniel says, hashtag get your Doge.
Oh, I had my Doge, Daniel. Don't you worry.
Lewis says, I don't know if he's talking about regret here, says, learn to live with it, cough. It's true. There's a lot of that stuff. Game's all but over.
That's what I think about too. Like,
yeah,
you know, because that's one of the big stories I saw was Mickey Mantle selling for like $5 million or whatever, became the highest selling card. But and I just thought back to that era and like how many Mickey Mantle cards were stuck between the spokes of a bicycle.
Yeah. My dad still laments because he is a collector of things as well, and still laments he had all of them, you know, or as he says, he had all of them. Like like you name it, Mantle, Williams, all like. Because he was a card collector as a kid. He had everything that there was to have. And
Tyler Lockett,
late touchdown here. Somewhere along the line, just, you know, whether his parents threw him away or like he doesn't have them anymore. doesn't have any idea what happened to him. But, you know, over the course of life, they disappeared. which is true for a lot of people, obviously, of that era. And what a bummer. Like I can't even imagine. And yeah, that helps us out right there. Tyler Lockett touchdown.
Even said he thought I was going to say Charizard was a hockey player. And Thomas chimes in that his nephew accidentally tore a rookie Mookie Betts card. Oof.
That right there is the really hard part. Any parents out there with kids who have started collecting cards, you can relate to this. Like my kids, as I mentioned, got some cards for holidays and just they're tearing open the packs and they're, my 8-year-old certainly more careful and puts them into the binders, the sleeves, whatever. My 6-year-old, some of them were just getting like wrapped up in rubber bands. And it's like, you try your best to make sure he's not doing it with cards that could be decent. but inevitably,
I think you got to step in and you got to say, I
will give this back to you when you're old enough to appreciate it.
Well, not necessarily that, but you kind of need to, 90+% of the cards that come out of these packs, sure, play with them, smudge them up, ding the corners, and absolutely just go to town on them. But the when you do pull something that has some significant long-term value, it has to be protected. Like that's just kind of how it is. And I don't know how you teach that lesson to a child. But
I mentioned to Bukes the other day that as we were talking about this,
he is crazy into it right now too.
Oh,
he and him have had some convos.
Yeah, I'm sure, and he's mentioned you. That you guys are just it's a whole other form of bonding that you guys are in right now. And I mentioned that the kids got some cards, put them in, put them in those like binder sleeves. He's like, that's like the worst thing you can do for a card.
It really isn't good.
Well, what are you supposed to do with them? Short of going out and getting individual cases for everything that you potentially care about, which maybe is just what you have to do, obviously.
So my system is all of the junk I just put in drawers. I have this monster storage system that has individual drawers that each hold up to 800 cards. So any base veteran that isn't a superstar just goes in a drawer. If it's a star player or a rookie or something that could accumulate, it gets a penny sleeve, one of the little cheap plastic sleeveys. And if it's like a prime card that I'm really trying to protect, it gets a top-loaded case.
Gotcha.
So, this is my John Morant rookie card. That obviously gets a case.
Well, hold that sucker up because we're on camera. Let's see it. Let's see this case. I want a better look at this thing. Okay. All right. So, your traditional plastic hard case.
Yes. And then if you really want to go all out, you can get what they call a mag case. And these things are seriously heavy-duty protection. When I bubble wrap something, Coffin, it goes in one of these first.
Yeah. Now, are you putting, for the other ones, are you putting them in the penny sleeve cases and then into the hard case? So you getting the
No, not all of them. So, here's a good example. Cole Anthony rookie card, right? Cole Anthony's a fine player right now. Who knows?
Yeah.
So I sleeved it. Just on the off chance that he becomes an all-star caliber player, at least I have it protected.
Sure.
My year, 6 Rudy Gobert card. No, he can go over there. It doesn't matter.
He just chucked it.
It doesn't matter. That card's worth nothing. It's gone.
I don't need you. You're gone. You're out. So what if you pulled let's bring it back to football before we go. What if you pulled an Aaron Rodgers? Obviously you're talking about a guy who's going to be a Hall of Famer, but it's not like it's a specific card of value. It's not a rookie card. You're well into his career at this point. Is that to you a pseudo worthless card, or what do you do with that?
I would sleeve that. Rodgers is in the conversation for, greatest quarterback ever. He won't get there, but he's in the conversation. But that would get a sleeve, yes.
Sure.
But I don't know, Daniel Jones? No.
Sure. Oh man, so good. All right, well, we can keep doing this forever, but it would really screw up the stream. Is what it comes down to. Yeah, Eric's talking about the screw down sleeves. Yeah, you got all sorts of options available when it comes to protecting cards. That's for sure. Tara Lynn is enthralled. She is invigorated by this conversation.
This is peak sports nerddom.
This is what dreams are made of.
This is what the dream stream is made of.
Oh,
so,
indeed. Touche.
Thank you. Not your turn yet. Prime time, the It's a Mayor battle. But what about Drew Freeze free roll? Lamarca and I coming in a tie for fourth. You gotta love it. Kamara, captain spot, Wilson, Thomas, Olsen, Lockett, Hyde, all part of our lineup. But we got a three-way tie for first, barring any stat corrections from our manual scorer and game ops aficionado, Frangelico. Boss man, among others, Rimrods and Jaco. You guys got a nice lineup there. Pretty close to ours, actually. In fact, one difference, which was, ironically, I don't know about you, Lamarca, a guy that I debated. Manny Sanders as opposed to Greg Olson. That is the lone change from our lineup to the projected winning lineup.
I did not consider it. So,
well, I guess I could have been with the winners instead of hanging out with you then.
You could have been, but would you have had as much fun?
Nope, no chance. Who's the Krusty Koff player of the game for this one?
Kamara, right? I mean, over 100 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 catches. He did a little bit of everything. So I think he's the easy choice.
You could make a case for Tyler Lockett, just to let you know.
You could, but I won't.
Touchdown. No, you don't have to. 20 points in the flex, 30 in the captain spot, only 30% ownership. Who disappointed you? Who's the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award going to?
This one I think is pretty easy. It's DK Metcalf. 1 catch for 4 yards.
It's not good.
Not getting
good
the job done.
Metcalf. It's not going to get it done. 1.4 points. Okay, so here's the deal. Lamarca is only half done. I am totally done. He is coming on back for the Ravens and Vikings Madden After Dark with Brandon Cristal. That is a little less than an hour from now. I'll be back with you for it's a Friday, so I'm with you for the 8 and the 10. Looking forward to it. We will have ourselves anything is possible in the 8 o'clock. And then, of course, in the 10 o'clock, it is the hashtag FilmFest Friday. So get ready for lots of movie talk during that Giants and Jets sim, which it's Giants and Jets. So maybe no stream talk at all with regard to the sim. We'll just all movies all the time. And Tara Lynn may pop in and join us because you never know. It's an unpredictable world. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to the undercover boss, Tom. Thanks to Daniel for all of his psych trivia and knowledge, because you know that's right. And thanks to Frangelico. Lamarca, pleasure, buddy. Have fun.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, son. TL, take it.
Wow, love that. All right. Madden After Dark coming your way at 10 p.m. Eastern. Ravens, Vikings, Lamarca making his way back with Brandon Cristal for the call for that one. It's part of our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry for a shot at a $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim, it features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. All right, before the last game, we heard part 1 of Reed Fowler and Steve Buchanan's discussion with Glash of the latest NFL offseason news. We got part 2 now. They're going to discuss some potential landing spots for recent NFL cuts and make some bold predictions for free agency. Let's take a look to see what these bozos talked about.
The Steelers are not going to reunite with James Conner, at least not expected to be back with Pittsburgh next year. 4 seasons deep with Pittsburgh. He's 25 years old. Steve, any teams that you see as potential landing spots for James Conner?
I think the Seahawks would be an excellent fit for James Conner. It's looking like Chris Carson is not going to return with the team. We didn't see much from DJ Dallas, the rookie there. Rashard Penny always seems to be injured. So this is one of the few teams that I think would give James Conner that RB1 role, because quite frankly, from what we've seen from him over the past 2 seasons, I don't think he's a shoo-in to go on a team and be the running back 1. The Seahawks would be one of those teams where he could get that opportunity. So I think it just makes sense from both sides here. Just be another weapon for Russell Wilson if he ends up staying with the Seahawks or not. But, you know, he's a great passing down back that he can catch out of the backfield. But I think this would be a great landing spot for him because, as I mentioned, if he latches on with some of these other teams, he could be in a backup role because of how he's performed. So I think the Seahawks would be able to make him the RB1, and that makes the most sense.
Good spot for James Conner, Reed.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be my number one spot for Connor, especially going from a pass-heavy offense, right, in Pittsburgh. I believe they were bottom 4 in terms of rush attempts last season, to one of the premium spots for a running back, right? Especially for a guy like James Conner, who now is going to probably be on a 1 year prove it type of deal, 1 to 2 years, probably more like 1 year. And what better place than to go than Seattle with Russell Wilson, with that offense and how it's set up for the run. If it's not the Seahawks, like I mentioned earlier, I think it's the Cardinals. Kenyon Drake was transition tag. He was, he sidestepped a pretty severe injury. He did get a lot of touchdowns, but those touchdowns came when Kyler Murray was also banged up, when he wasn't vulturing touchdowns away from that backfield. So, with the Cardinals, I know James Conner doesn't necessarily fill that spot that we were talking about in that earlier question, but if he's able to stay healthy, which he wasn't able to do a couple years previous, then a guy like James Conner, who is going to be, like I mentioned, on this prove it deal, could be a spot, could be with the Cardinals in a spot that definitely bolsters up that offense a little bit more than Kenyon Drake, because I think James Conner is just a little bit more talented.
After 10 seasons with the Vikings, Kyle Rudolph is now a free agent after being released. He's expressed interest in signing with the New England Patriots. Steve, do you think, though, he's the best available option? There's another guy by the name of Jared Cook who just got released by the Saints.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, I have no interest there. Why don't we talk about Hunter Henry? The Patriots have money to spend this offseason.
Interested, not you.
Glash, I don't think so. Okay, you don't want Jared Cook. All right, so relax. Okay, do a TikTok about it. Hunter Henry, I think, would be a perfect fit for the Patriots. I mean, this is like a Rob Gronkowski-esque guy. And if you look at this past season, the tight end position was basically non-existent for the Patriots last year. Like, very rarely did Cam Newton, well, I mean, he didn't throw well to begin with, but even when he was throwing, he wasn't going to tight ends. Tight end isn't a glaring need for the Patriots. They just need people to catch the ball by whomever is throwing it. Hunter Henry can do that. He's a big dude, 6'5", 250, massive red zone threat, kind of like that Rob Gronkowski type guy. And we all know how Bill Belichick loved Rob Gronkowski. So at least on the market with the money they can spend, he's probably looking at over $10 million per year on the free agent market. But at his age, what he can do, what he's capable of doing when he's healthy, that's an important piece. But I think Hunter Henry would be a great fit for the Patriots.
All right, Reed, do you like Rudolph as a fit or someone else like a Henry or, I don't know, Jared Cook?
Maybe. No, Jared Cook. Stop saying Jared Cook.
Jared Cook. I mean, we're gonna find out that there's Glash is gonna do a clubhouse with like Jared Cook. It's just gonna be like a collaboration where he's trying to push Jared Cook. But
I hope he goes to New England now. Oh, I need it.
Yeah, well,
you know what it is? Jared Cook does well in Madden. That's why Glash is infatuated with him. Go ahead.
This one is Devin Asiasi. I think in the first game that we did the new Madden, like Asiasi was like the player of the game. I remember that because I think I was on that game. Right. And to that point, right, is like Steve mentioned, these guys need someone to catch the ball. That was a glaring issue. Yes, Cam Newton exacerbated that with his poor passing, but they really had no one to pass to. The only issues that I have with a guy like Hunter Henry, because he's great. Everything that Steve laid out is absolutely true. His pass blocking grade per PFF was bad, was very bad. And we know that Bill Belichick, especially if they're trying to find the next Rob Gronkowski, how fantastic his blocking was. And so Kyle Rudolph, from that sense, I think does fit a little bit more. Jonnu Smith is another name out there that I think, if they don't franchise him in Tennessee, which I don't think they do. I think they franchise a guy like Corey Davis because I think they need him more than Jonnu Smith. Then it starts to become, Rudolph becomes that guy that this is just how the Patriots do it. They don't go after these bidding wars for these high-priced free agents, and it just feels like that's the spot for a guy like Rudolph. One guy that we haven't mentioned yet, I know I'm doing the Jeff Ulrich, mentioning every single tight end there, and that's what the Patriots do. Gerald Everett. Gerald Everett is someone that the Patriots have seen a few times, and he's a talented, more of that hybrid type of tight end, that wide receiver tight end. He's not the same caliber of these other guys that I mentioned, but he's also someone to keep in mind.
All right, so as shown with Rudolph, teams are going to be making some tough calls here, who to cut due to the salary cap. Any surprise cuts, Steve, that you see coming down the line?
I don't know if it's a surprise, but I guess it would be considered one just because of the name. But Zach Ertz feels like the perfect cut candidate for the Eagles. I mean, his production especially over the past 2 years, is just like fallen off a cliff. And this is somebody who's owed over $8 million in the upcoming season. Like, it just doesn't make sense anymore for Zach Ertz. Like, he's never been a yards after the catch guy, but like, it's getting brutal at this point. It almost feels like he catches the ball and instantly hits the ground. Like, he's just not gaining any yards after the catch. So with the Eagles kind of going through this transition, you know, they finally went to their new quarterback, their rookie quarterback. They've already cut guys like Deshaun Jackson. Like, Ertz just feels like that perfect candidate where they can cut. They need to start fresh. They need to kind of revamp that offense there. So Ertz, for me, just doesn't feel like he fits that role anymore.
Reed, cut candidates.
Yeah, I like that Zach Ertz call. John Brown, you know, not the same, I don't think, level of notoriety as Zach Ertz, but John Brown in Buffalo. I think if you're Buffalo, you're going to want to keep some other guys, especially on defense. Matt Milano, you know, he was hurt for the most part of last season, and we saw that the stark difference in that defense when Milano was on the field and when he was off the field. So I think John Brown, especially because Buffalo seems to be giving Josh Allen, or wants to give Josh Allen, a huge extension. If that's the case, a guy like John Brown with his contract, he's sort of on the latter part of his career. I think he might be a name, not necessarily of the high profile like a Zach Ertz that we see on the cutting block.
So we discussed Kenny Golladay. You have Allen Robinson, Chris Godwin, Juju Smith-Schuster, T.Y. Hilton. Those are some big-name wide receivers that could be free agents. Some of them we know for sure. Others, it's not official. Any bold predictions, Steve, on one of these guys, a few of these guys, of where they may end up? I know you mentioned Golladay maybe getting tagged.
I mean, what if Allen Robinson ends up going to the Jaguars? Like, he's kind of already stated that he wants to play with Trevor Lawrence. But that would be one of those moves where, like, the Jaguars actually really make a statement. Obviously, they're going to have Trevor Lawrence at quarterback. He needs some guys that he can throw to. Allen Robinson would just be such a great fit for that offense. I think it would be such a bold move for them to kind of go out there and do it. Emerson would be so excited about that. But Allen Robinson just feels like that would be a great fit for the Jaguars. Will it happen? I don't know if they can actually make it work or make it happen, but Robinson seems like he doesn't want to stay with the Bears, doesn't want to re-sign with the Bears. I don't blame him. I mean, that's another franchise that seems like they're just in a bunch of disarray at this point. But I think Allen Robinson to the Jaguars would be one of those nice surprises we could see this offseason.
Hey, look, he made it work with Mitchell Trubisky. So, I mean, Trevor Lawrence, it sounds like a great upgrade. How about you, Reed? Any surprises, any predictions here on these guys?
Yeah, he made it. He also made it work with Block A Bortles, right? Going back to where he started, going back home for 4 years, and he played well. And that's when he got a chance to prove it in Chicago. But a guy that I think is on the move is Chris Godwin. Like, I would Chris Godwin to the Eagles, I think makes a ton of sense. When you take a look at what Steve was mentioning with Zach Ertz, you know, and a young team that needs to start over, Chris Godwin making a stand as a true number one now in that offense. So it's going to be brand new. It's not going to be the old guard, so to speak. Miles Sanders, Jalen Hurts, Jalen Reagor, Dallas Goedert, and Chris Godwin seems like a pretty good, starting five, so to speak, right now, along with all the guys that they're going to fill in, right? So Chris Godwin, he did well in Tampa Bay, but now with the Super Bowl ring, moving on to Philadelphia, make him really prove outside of the shadow of Mike Evans that he's a true number one.
NASCAR Cup Series continues this weekend. Let's talk about it here. The Pennzoil 400. He is DK contributor Pierce Dietrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. Pierce, this one taking place out in Vegas. And fittingly, I guess, we've got, at least for now, Raiders quarterback Derek Carr serving as the Grand Marshal. So that's a fun treat.
Yeah, I mean, what other Raider are you going to have do it? So might as well be Carr.
Yeah, probably won't
And it's
be Marcus
we're racing
Mariota,
cars, right? So yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. See, full circle, pun intended. Let's jump into this thing. You got a couple of high-priced drivers, 11K. You have Martin Truex Jr., you have Kyle Busch. How do you feel about those two? Which one do you lean toward?
Well, I'll lean towards Martin Truex Jr., but that's mainly because you can't play Kyle Busch. This guy is desperate. He needs practice. It takes him 2/3 of a race to really figure out the setup. By the time they get the setup right, it's already too late and you just can't score any points. Truex was pretty good in this race last year. He had a top 3 race car, but just not quite enough. If he can nail a restart, then he can probably score enough points to get into the winning lineup.
You know, Joey Logano's won here the last couple of years. He's not quite as high priced as those guys we just mentioned, still up there at 10K. Do you feel like he's in a good spot, given obviously track history? Do you like somebody else better?
He's in a really good spot. He did win here last spring, but that was pretty lucky. He made a pit road mistake, stayed out, and the race just fell into his lap. In the fall race, the absolute opposite happened. He had to pit under green, went a couple laps down, was never able to get back onto the lead lap. But really, in both races, he looked good. He's got an interesting starting position where he can score some points. He's relatively affordable. I like Logano a lot.
Kevin Harvick's interesting. You have him at $9,700. So he, not unlike, obviously, the guy we were just talking about, he has won here the last couple of years as well, but also has been top 10 4 out of his last 5 races this year. So that being said, is he your favorite guy in this price range?
Not necessarily. He can get a top 5 finish, but at this price tag, we need more than a top 5. We need him to lead laps and run fast laps. And last year during this race, he admitted, or actually before this race, he admitted that his team hasn't been great at guessing the setups at this type of track. It's about 50-50, and 9,700 for a guy that's 50-50 for guessing the setup. I don't really like those odds. I would much rather take Denny Hamlin, who guessed the setup correctly and pretty much controlled this race last fall.
Let's take the guessing out of the equation and just have you identify the best value this weekend. Who stands out?
Cole Custer's number 1. People are going to look at the stat sheet and see that he finished 23rd last week, but he was in 8th place with 2 laps remaining before cutting a tire. So if he runs well in stage 3, or at least does what he did last week, he should easily hit. And then Chris Buescher, he had a pretty good setup for the first half of the race. He missed in the second half, but that's because the track changed a lot. We shouldn't expect a lot of track changes at Las Vegas this weekend. So if his team could guess the track setup at the beginning of last week, then they should be able to guess the setup this week.
Who are you going to fade here?
I'm going to fade Kyle Busch. We've already talked about this. He needs practice, and he's just too expensive. And I talked a lot about this last year. I know it's attractive to play him starting in the back, but he just doesn't have a car that's dialed in. He can't score the points. He's too expensive. The only time you can play Kyle Busch is if he's cheap. And he was the opposite of cheap last week. Everyone played him. It was a mistake. And again, he's not cheap again. And you can't go to him until he is at a discounted rate.
Who's your Pennzoil 400 winner?
I'm going to take William Byron to win back-to-back. He's plus 1,800 on the DK Sportsbook. I know it might sound crazy, but he was fast at Las Vegas last year. And his new crew chief, Rudy Fugle, knows a little something about setting up cars that are underpowered and have a lot of downforce. He did awesome when he was a crew chief at Kyle Busch Motorsports in the Truck Series.
Circling back to the beginning before I let you go, obviously you said if you're going to pick a Raider to be the Grand Marshal, may as well be the guy with Carr in his name, but most notably, of course, face of that franchise and Derek Carr. The question is, for how much longer? Do you think he is going to be that team's quarterback come the week 1 next year?
I would keep him. I mean, I understand the grass is always greener on the other side, and people like to imagine that every time you change quarterbacks, you're going to upgrade. But the reality is typically you downgrade at quarterback when you move. And that's not even really what they need. Sure, he's not a Hall of Fame quarterback, but he's a very good quarterback. And very good quarterbacks have won Super Bowls. You just need weapons around him. And they're not very far off. Waller's good. Ruggs can't be any worse. He's got to get better this year. Jacobs will probably improve. Aguilar was decent. They need to just improve the defense a little bit. But the offensive line, that's where they've got to make some significant changes. That was a bottom-ranked offensive line. If you improve the line, he'll play better. His stats are pretty good with a bad offensive line. So you fix that, he'll play better. Jacobs will play better, and they might be able to compete against the Chiefs.
Do you anticipate then that Marcus Mariota's on his way out?
I don't know what to do with Marcus Mariota. That's too small of a sample size to really evaluate what he's capable of.
All right. Well, we know what this guy right here is capable of, and that's dynamite NASCAR analysis. Pierce Dietrich. Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
minting 100 millionaires in 2021 on the way to the grandest grand championships ever. The DraftKings Championship Series is the world's top live and online competition series for skin in the game fans. So we're dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests in 2021. Winners of Championship Series contests earn a spot in one of our 3 end of season Tournament of Champions. Here they'll compete to win even more and be crowned the best of the best in daily fantasy sports, sportsbook, and we got casino. Your first shot at 1 million in a ticket to the DFS Tournament of Champions Live Final is on March 11th. Reserve your entry right now into our 2.5 million fantasy golf millionaire for the Players Championship. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for more details. Okay, let's get it on back to Pat Mayo's fantasy QB breakdown. In our last clip, we heard Pat, Jeff, and Tim discussing Sam Darnold and his future. Here are these guys discussing another QB whose future is, somewhat up in the air. We got Deshaun Watson. Check it out.
I have Deshaun Watson at number 3.
I'm a number
same
2.
Spot I have number 3 for Deshaun Watson.
2.
You have him at number 2.
Yeah, I think the world of him. If Tim gets him, our shows will be incredible. If the Dolphins get him, that will add a dynamic to my life that will be different.
Well, at least per Tim's view, Watson will no longer be any good if he goes to the Dolphins.
Not true. Not true. I'm terrified of it. The Dolphins are head and shoulders above Buffalo in the AFC East if they get Watson. They went 10-6 this year with no quarterback play.
If they had
quarterback play,
if they
go
had
13-3 with it.
To think of all the amount of quarterbacks in the league, Miami probably makes the playoffs with last year.
I mean, they should have made the playoffs anyway with their record.
Yes, that's what I mean. And they had no help at quarterback. You add Deshaun Watson, that team goes from 10-6 to 13-3.
They're amazing. Their program is amazing, but the sustainability, what that defense and special teams did was unconscious.
True,
props to them,
but
man.
Part
Props
of
to them.
both Fitzpatrick and the way that he was playing early on and then too into the latter part of the season was they asked them to do certain things because they felt like their defense was awesome.
Awesome.
You don't need to be doing these things. And maybe it kind of harkens back to some of the stuff that I talked about with Lamar in part 1, where maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. Just almost like when Tua fell behind in those games, game's over. That's going to be it.
Because all Tua can do is hand the ball off. Tua doesn't know how to throw the ball forward.
But I mean, Lamar's way better than Tua, but those are the same sort of arguments you make him. It's just at the next level when you get into the playoffs and you start falling behind by 10 points in a game. Are you then screwed? And it kind of feels that way with both those guys. You really need to make improvements. And for record, Tim has Lamar Jackson at number 2 on this list.
I don't want to be the Dolphins trailing the Chiefs or Bills by 2 scores in the big game.
No, but if I had
Or
Watson,
even
I had Watson, that's why I don't understand the Lamar over Watson type deal, or even over Russell Wilson in this. We know those guys can come back and win games.
Yeah. And even like I said, I hope I'm part of this, but like I said, between Mahomes and Allen and the cluster expletive of Lawrence, Herbert, Burrow in this conference, there ain't no butter. There ain't no butter knives, man. There ain't no butter knives.
Miami should pay whatever cost the Texans want, pretty much.
Agreed.
There's no price too high.
My question about Miami is, let's say Watson's not traded. They make the offers. They do try to trade Watson or for him. What is their plan for, because by all accounts, seems like Fitz is gone. No, but what kind of backup do they get? A backup that says, whoa, I think Alex Smith, maybe now that he was cut today, what sort of backup would you think they need now to bring in based on what happened last year?
Is Mariota still going to be with Vegas?
But if he's traded, he's going to the Patriots or somewhere where he gets to start.
No. The interest in him
traded.
The interest in him dried up very quickly.
Mariota would be a nice backup for the Dolphins, 100%.
But Mariota was a good backup for the Raiders. That was a fine spot.
But he signed a 2-year, $14 million
was
deal.
Was it a 2-year? I thought it was a 1 year plus something. So he would have to be good.
And there have been trade rumors.
If I were Miami, I would sign Cam Newton as my backup. He's not going to start anywhere else.
I don't think that's that bad.
Sure.
I mean,
he's available. You get him at a good price.
I think that Cam makes the most sense in Pittsburgh. but that's me.
I think I
Maybe.
think that makes sense in both places.
But Ben's coming back, so
yeah, but that's fine and everything. But if Ben is like decrepit like he was for like the final 4 games of the season, I mean, maybe Cam Newton's decrepit like he looked in the second half of last season too. But I would more than be willing to say, hey, Cam, you're in as our backup. If you look like old Cam Newton, you can be the starter and lead this team. That's fine. Like,
yeah, I mean, beating Tua out for the job is no great challenge. Can you throw the ball forwards? You win.
Do you think that there's a possibility that Tua gets so reverse cursed that all of a sudden he's Tua that everyone thought he was a year off an injury? Are you scared of that?
Yeah, sure.
That all of a sudden he's good?
There were a lot of there were over 200 attempts. So
Yeah.
the data
Just remember,
boys
no
tell
matter
me,
how much I don't like him, Jeff likes him even less.
No, I actually disagree. I
Yeah, I
think
know
you
you do,
like
but you
him
know
way
I'm right.
less.
Yeah, but you want to say that the data will show you that he's been very bad. I mean, just watching him, he looked pretty bad. But you also, at the same time, don't always believe in the numbers when they don't suit your needs, too.
Are you talking to me or Tim?
Both of you.
Okay, sure. I will say my biggest concern about Tua was the stats on passes that traveled 15 yards in the air. It was either non-existent or numbers that are like Gradkowski-esque on a...
Oh, but you see, Jeff, he came off a hip injury, and so we have to write the entire season off as if it didn't happen.
I don't think
And,
that
you're not allowed
anyone
to
has
bring it
said
up.
that besides Tim.
You don't spend the time on
Jeff?
Dolphins Reddit that I have.
No, I will say...
So Tim is... You're going on Dolphins Reddit, and you don't think that he lives rent-free in your head.
Hold on, though. I do want to say in defense of Tua, in this like old world, and by old world, I mean like 7 years ago, his
Wouldn't
rookie
play.
season was like fine. Right?
Yeah,
like a
but
decade ago, like totally fine. But now, sort of like in golf, like kids are just...
Yeah, you are expected to be
kids
great.
are ready to slay. Like in golf, how we talk about all the time. They come out of like the tunnel, like they're ready to play a football game. It's incredible. But under the old
what
guard...
are Tua's MVP numbers for next year?
But under the old system of like how we thought of
Whatever the
quarterbacks...
other number is.
Pat, under the old system, we wouldn't even like evaluate Tua without 16 games.
All right, Madden After Dark is on the clock, but here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. Let's check it out. Last chance to play some NBA DFS before All-Star break. Our featured contest for the 10 p.m. slate is the 200K fadeaway. It pays $50K to first for just a $15 entry. We've also got one last NHL contest available for the showdown between the Maple Leafs and Canucks. Enter the 4K twine for your shot at the 1K first prize. As always, don't forget to look on the DK Sportsbook for lines and odds for college basketball, UFC, NASCAR, PGA, and so much more where that came from. All right, it's time for me to leave you guys with Lamarca and Cristal. I'll be back with another 3-game late slate of Madden tomorrow, where Kaufman will probably annoy me all night. I'm already excited for it, as you can tell. Right now, it's time for the Ravens and the Vikings. Brandon Cristal and Matt Lamarca, take it away, guys. Enjoy the game.
Thank you, Tara Lynn. Yeah, I'm sure you're looking forward to your Friday night being spoiled by hanging out with Cuff, but it'll be ladies' night, so I'm sure he'll mention that 80 to 90 times and ask you to come into the sim. I guess it'll just depend on your mood. But we've got the battle of the two teams that wear purple in the NFL, and that was what I named the contest. I don't think anybody criticized me because I did it way early in the afternoon, Lamarca, a personal record. After the other day where someone else had to make the contest for me and Jeff, where they said this must be a BK sim because no contest is made. 66 players got in that. I need to double check to see how many are in our contest as of now. But hopefully a bunch of people got in. Did you make a lineup and did you see that contest in the league?
I did find it. I built a team. I'm not going to lie. I was a little confused by the title at first, but I figured it out.
Okay.
I put my brain on it and we got there.
All right.
Both
Even
of
if it's
these
just me and
teams wear
you,
purple.
if it's just me and you, we'll be able to keep track of it. We'll also keep track of the other contests that are going on. The $3,000 paid flea flicker. We'll check in, of course, on the $250 free showdown. Lineups have already locked, so why don't you throw yours at me?
Yeah, so I put Lamar in the captain spot. I felt like Lamar and Dalvin Cook were pretty much must plays for me.
Sure.
So I have Lamar at captain, Dalvin in one of my flex spots. Then I went with Marquise Brown, Willie Snead, the Vikings defense, and J.K. Dobbins.
Well, I'm not that far off from you. I, too, subscribe to that rule where you have to, and I think we've talked about this probably, you have to captain Lamar because you don't want the 300-point or 300-yard game to be the game you don't captain Lamar. So I've got Lamar captained, and then I, too, have Dalvin Cook, which, of course, then kind of messes with the rest of your lineup. Tajay Sharp, who had a pretty good outing the other day when I had a Vikings sim. Mark Andrews, who we know is Lamar's safety blanket. And then Justin Tucker in a dome, always good for a field goal or two and an extra point or two. And then I went with J.K. Dobbins as well, who we know is certainly capable of putting up points, but also capable of putting up a goose egg.
Yeah, so you got like the full Ravens onslaught. Oh, no, I guess Tajay Sharp is a Viking as well.
Tajay Sharp's a Viking. Yeah, 4-2, which isn't so bad, right? As long as
that's...
I think 5-1 is where you start to feel a little nervous because like, oh, I've done way too many on this.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I have done zero research on Madden specific stuff, but I would imagine it at least has some correlation to the NFL showdown slates. And typically the only time 5-1 builds are like the optimal strategy is when you get a huge blowout with one team putting up the vast majority of the points. So that's not like groundbreaking. Like obviously if one team scores 41 and the other one scores 3, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that one team is going to have a lot more fantasy value than the other. But just some of the correlation stuff I find very interesting on these one game slates.
Did we really only get 18 people in this contest?
No, we got more than that.
Oh, everyone just tied for 18. Okay. It's not showing me how many people are in it yet. I'm
yeah,
sure
I think I saw it was like 100 and something.
All right, we'll take it. As long as we're north of
155.
Yeah, hey, that's pretty good. I think I deserve a pat on the back. I understand this is pretty basic, but considering that I'm new to making the contest in general, I think I'm going to give myself props. Nobody else will. So Dalvin Cook in the $250 free showdown, captained 27.1% of the time. So 1 out of every 4 people has him.
and then owned almost 80% of the time. Cousins, only 2.6% captain. I never play Cousins. There was one game where I saw he and Thielen, I think, connect for a couple scores, but in general, he tends to disappoint. He's rostered 22.7% of the time. So we'll see how many other Vikings. Justin Jefferson just isn't as good on the Sims as he turned out to be in real life. He just doesn't perform. But Cousins had 9 seconds to throw there and connects to Thielen, who I think puts it right on the carpet. That's good if you got that Ravens D. If the fumble stays, because I know you got that Ravens D picked up there, and Lamar Jackson's about to take the field, but we'll see what the booth says. Think it's a fumble? Will it stand?
These tend to get overturned.
It feels like it, right?
And that's what happened here. Very quick review.
That wasn't even, we didn't even go to New York. Like, no, his knee was down. Okay, or elbow. Cousins plenty of time so far and able to connect with Jefferson. I just picked on him, and that means he immediately catches the ball and almost scores. Oh,
yeah, I have to think that Justin Jefferson is one of the candidates for like biggest boost in rating from Madden 21 to Madden 22. Like right now, he's playing as the wide receiver 3 behind Tajay Sharp, and you can make a legit case that he was one of the 5 best receivers in football this year.
Just like that, Cousins to Thielen. See, I basically jinxed him just by even talking about it. Here's my guess about Jefferson. When we go through the full roster updates, and we know that it's happening at some point, we don't know exactly when, but if tradition holds, and last year when they finally were able to get all the updates in, they kind of went with the final rosters from the championship weekend. And leading up to that, to your point, Justin Jefferson's a top 5, top 10 kind of receiver. So I guess we could go online and see what his Madden ratings are now all the way around, and maybe they are adjusted here. But I agree with you. When they make the new game, he will be an X factor receiver, because I think he's surpassed Thielen, or at least he certainly seemed to last year.
Yeah, I mean, both guys were excellent. In terms of Pro Football Focus grade, I want to say that they were number 2 and number 3 respectively at the wide receiver position.
Okay.
I'll pull that up real quick, but yeah, it was Devontae Adams was number 1.
No surprise there.
And then both Vikings receivers were in the top 3. So
okay, so I guess he didn't move that far ahead of Thielen. Maybe it's
right, but I mean, still
it because
very good.
Thielen's making $16 million a year. Well, and so I think I had Jefferson on a couple of my year-long leagues as Lamar thinks he's going to break out of the pocket, but instead caught from behind. And so I had Jefferson and then Gary Kubiak, who usually, at least when I covered him here, it's pretty honest. If he said something, you thought that it was true. But Koob says Jefferson's a really good player. This is like week 2 or 3, probably week 3. He hadn't done anything, maybe even week 4. He's like, look, he's really good, but we've got Thielen, we've got Dalvin Cook, we've got Rudolph, we've got other guys that need to touch the football. So I drop him in the couple leagues I had of him in, and then the rest is history. And so next time I see Coobs, I will have to give him a hard time then.
Yeah, and I just looked up the final tally. Thielen fell to 6th in receiver rankings.
Okay, so let's see. So if he fell to 6th, was Jefferson ahead of him?
Jefferson finished at 2.
So Jefferson's 2. So Adams 1, Jefferson 2. Stephon Diggs had to be 3, right?
He was 4.
So 3. Hopkins?
Hopkins was 7th.
So who's the 3rd best receiver in the NFL? Not Diggs. Cole Beasley surprised me when he made the All-Pro team, and then you realized how good he was. And
yeah,
it's not Michael Thomas. It's not Hopkins. It wasn't Julio. Is it somebody obvious that DK?
No, DK was only 15th.
Yeah,
because he kind of has those games where he disappears a little bit. No, this guy was he's similar to DK in a lot of ways.
Oh, AJ Brown.
Yeah, AJ Brown.
Similar that they're Ole Miss buddies and they're built like physical freaks. So, well, that didn't look very inspiring by the Baltimore Baltimore offense as they punt. We'll see if this Vikings offense can just pick up right where they left off. Dalvin Cook with the easy catch out of the backfield. We'll say what's up to everybody in the chat as we get there throughout the night. Rossi's Fat Cats here. David Gorgie, Frank White. Who else is with us? Average Joe's. Jordan Lindenbaum, of course. Derek, Captain Blood. Big pat on the back to BK. Just so you don't have to break your arm. I appreciate that. My shoulders bother me anyway. As is Sean Preston's here. So good crew. We'll say what's up Merc Cubans in the Twitch chat, along with CEH. Is CEH in both chats or just hanging out on Twitch?
He's a Twitch man these days, I believe.
Yeah. So, and you look a little early to get in on leaders, but as you'd imagine, well, Gradius Maximus is leading our contest. He's got Thielen in the captain spot. I think that's going to be the case too. I'm going to fire up the $250 free showdown as well. Oh, Keenan Allen, Tom, in game ops here was going to go Keenan Allen. I imagine his Pro Football Focus number was pretty high too. Was he 5th?
He was actually 11th.
11. So we're missing the 5th spot because we've done 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7, right?
1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Correct.
We didn't do 3. We just skipped 3. Oh no, AJ Brown.
3 was AJ Brown.
So we haven't done 5, and then I guess now we've got 11 covered. Dalvin
Right,
Cook's
5,
having
8,
himself
9,
a
and
good
10 technically if you're looking for the top 10.
All right. Oh, Tyreek Hill's probably somewhere then.
Yeah, I was surprised he's not. He's 14th.
All
That
right,
doesn't
well,
seem right to me.
If we were drafting receivers, he's not getting past 2 or 3.
No.
Just because he's so unique. And that's the thing people don't
Absolutely.
realize. As good as any of these other bigger receivers are, and that's the thing that'll surprise you too, is Hopkins, Diggs, those guys aren't as big as you think. Those guys are 6'1". They're not 6'4".
Right.
But so, and even Michael Thomas, I guess Michael Thomas is 6'4". Julio's 6'3". Is that even though all those guys, I don't say they're interchangeable, but you can find 6'3" guys. You can't find the fastest player in the league. And that's what makes Tyreek Hill so unique.
100% accurate.
Is that as good as Kelsey is, and Kelsey may be a bigger part of what they do, Tyreek Hill's presence, even with McCole Hardman there and other fast guys, that's really the biggest difference in what when their offense is dialed in and everybody's healthy and they're blocking on the outside.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the advanced metrics used to love Deshaun Jackson back in the day.
Yeah, sure.
And Tyreek is now like an upgraded version of
He's Deshaun Jackson 4.0.
Right.
Well, and Tyreek Hill, in a lot of ways, reminds me of kind of what Steve Smith was as a runner after the catch, not speed-wise, but I remember when Chris Sims played here in Denver, we were talking about Steve Smith because that might have been one of the times they played Carolina. Although I guess that's not right because they definitely played Washington. That was Chris's only start. But we were talking about Steve Smith, and the idea is that Steve Smith catches the ball like a wide receiver, but then he runs like a running back. And that's kind of what Tyreek Hill is. But he's also the fastest player on the field. So he's big and agile, or I mean, he's thick and agile, built like a 5'10" tailback, but he's also got a really good catch radius, and again, is the fastest player in the league. And in some people's opinion, maybe the fastest player in the history of the game. It's a very short list. What's Cook's ownership in the contest, BK? That is a question that was thrown our way by Sean Preston. And I will tell you, Cook was, again, 27.1% owned, 78.7% in the captain spot in the $250 free contest. In our contest, the Madden After Dark, who wore it better? Purple. It's very specific. Dalvin Cook is owned 86.5% of the time. Captain just captain 25% of the time. So almost identical numbers, but he's owned full 8% more. Gradius Maximus still in first place in our contest and the $250 free contest. Right now, Lions for life, 52.16 with Thielen in the captain spot. Julio Jones is 8, you said. So did we get have we gotten everybody? So Tyreek Hill's 14. Michael Thomas, no way he's even on the list somewhere. Touchdown. Is that Rudolph? No, Thielen again. Why did I open my mouth? Why did I open my mouth? I said, I've seen Cousins and Thielen have a good game once. Maybe I should talk like that before I make my lineup, because Cousins Thielen is going to be certainly the key to success, at least at this point.
Yeah, they're dominating the first quarter showdown. Once those contests become real.
Well, and now Lamar's not going to be able to do anything with his legs. Not that he won't run a lot, but he's going to be having to throw, and we know that's not necessarily his strong suit. So, Thielen in the captain spot, you're feeling in pretty good shape. We know that everybody back there is working on getting these scores. Tom will get them updated. I want to say what's up to producer Michael, who's with us most nights during the week. And then Daniel, of course, helping everybody look nice, making sure the game's running smooth. So appreciate all of you. And keep throwing stuff at us. If you want to get into some actual football talk, my day job's covering the Broncos. Today, George Payton, the GM, and Vic Fangio, head coach, talked. And if you listen to George Payton, who was with the Vikings for 18 years, or 14 years, whatever that number is, 16 years, something like that, they want to keep everybody. They want Von Miller back. They want Philip Lindsay back. They want Shelby Harris back. You name it. If they're a Bronco, they want him back. He was asked point blank about Deshaun Watson by somebody that didn't know he couldn't talk about other teams' players. And so that's how he started his answer. He's like, look, I can't talk about other teams' players, but I said we'd be aggressive. I said we'll be in on every deal, and I'll leave it at that. But he was complimentary of Drew Lock, and that's the thing, because I don't know if we've talked about that, Matt. I mentioned it the other day, maybe to Jeff. The Broncos, who've gotten a couple calls about Drew Lock, they don't want to miss on Drew Lock. They're fine missing on him on the field, and as crazy as it sounds, going one more year, and if he's playing at the same level he played this year, then they'll live with it and they'll move on. They'll figure out their next move. They don't want to let him go and then have him turn into a Pro Bowler and say, well, we had him for nothing. He was our guy, and we gave up on him too early.
Yeah, the Jets, I think, are going through a similar.
Absolutely.
Now, granted, they've seen a lot more game tape of Sam Darnold than the Broncos have seen of Drew Lock. But I think the Jets, as much as I don't want them to do it as a Jets fan, I think they are strongly considering giving him one more year and using the number 2 pick on Penei Sewell, who is one of the best offensive line prospects in years, or trading down and trying to accumulate more draft capital because, everybody knows the Jets have a million holes on their roster. So
sure,
I think they're weighing every option.
Look, Penei Sewell is going to be really, really good and hard to pass up. Kirk Cousins dominating so far, 9 for 10. He's got a 158 passer rating, those 2 touchdowns. Dalvin Cook on the ground, a bunch of carries. Average isn't great, but 20 yards means he's on the way to perhaps picking up a bonus. J.K. Dobbins, 1 carry, 6 yards. Ingram, 1 for nothing. Lamar, 1 for nothing as well. He was about to break out and got tripped up. Thielen, those 2 touchdowns, just 3 for 26, but he's making them count. Cook out of the backfield, 2 for 30. Justin Jefferson, we saw the big one, but 2 for 52. And then Rudolph and Tajay Sharp each have a catch. So not a lot going here early other than Cousins and Thielen and a little bit of Cook mixed in. Darnold's interesting. And I saw a tweet from Damon Amendolara, who, if you listen to these streams, is one of my closest friends and real tight with Koff, too, from CBS Sports. He said the Jets should dangle Darnold, but then ultimately trade that second pick to just acquire some more capital because they could still get a Penei Sewell. If you can tell me that Zach Wilson's head and shoulders better than Darnold, and Chris Sims is out there saying that he is, saying that Zach Wilson is a ready-made, can't-miss prospect. I don't know if that's true, but I think if Darnold can just get some consistency, right, and there's teams that are going to want Wilson based on what Chris Sims is seeing, you could, let's use, I don't know, Atlanta at 4 probably isn't going up to get a quarterback with Ryan and all that money still, but you could perhaps trade back and still get Sewell a couple spots later. I'm not saying you don't. If you could add Penei Sewell next to Mekhi Becton, you would be set at the tackle spot for the next 5 to potentially 10 years, assuming you sign both of them. And you look at the way a lot of good teams are built; they're built inside out, right, from your O line and your D line. And say what you want about the Chiefs, up until the playoffs, and I guess Mitchell Schwartz was hurt all year, but they had an All-Pro caliber tackle in Mitchell Schwartz. Certainly last year when they won the Super Bowl, and the first overall pick who's finally played up to that to some degree in Eric Fisher. A fumble for J.K. Dobbins. This is all Vikings. Did the Vikes get it back? Or it looks like, well, I guess they're going to review it, so looks like maybe Minnesota fell on it. I think the Jets need to just acquire capital. And
Another
I can't,
speed review.
I know, these are fast. I just can't believe that Wilson is head and shoulders better than Darnold.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can really know that at this point. I mean, I'm sure there are people that are qualified to make that decision, but the hardest thing to do, in my opinion, in the NFL is predict young quarterbacks, right? Like,
yeah,
every failed regime in football, for the most part, starts by drafting a bad quarterback or a quarterback that does not reach their full potential. So I certainly haven't seen anything from Sam Darnold that makes me say, you know, that guy is a no doubt future franchise quarterback, but it does definitely have to be considered that the Jets have given him the worst supporting cast you could ask for. So if they can trade down, and even if they can't get Sewell, this is a very top-heavy draft in terms of wide receivers, and the Jets certainly have a need for a number one wide receiver as well. So there are plenty of routes that they could go. I would feel better about that if Darnold had some, you know, like Josh Allen type flashes, because that's the thing. Allen wasn't good as a rookie, but he at least showed you that he had the building blocks. I don't think we've seen that with Sam, but at the same time, would it shock me if he was able to turn things around? It wouldn't shock me.
I'm trying to do the math in my head. Darnold's rookie year, did he throw a bunch of touchdowns to Robbie Anderson against the Broncos? Is that right, in New York? Or am I wrong on that? Was that the year before, and it wasn't Darnold? Robbie Anderson had 2 long touchdowns against the Broncos in New York, and I was in Mexico watching it because I wasn't traveling with the team then. So I was only going to home games and this fall break or whatever. So we went to Mexico. But in general, and that was not a good Broncos team. I think that's why Vance Joseph got fired.
That was Sam Darnold, by the way.
Yeah. So in general, though, flashes against a bad Broncos team, even though they did have, you know, Chris Harris and Bradley Roby on the field at the time. And I guess now I think about it, Von Miller and maybe even Bradley Chubb. Regardless, that can't be the only thing you can hang your hat on. So
right. And I just pulled up that game. He was 10 for 22 with 198 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 pick.
That's almost Tim Tebow-esque in his Broncos run. So you're right.
And look, listen to these names. Isaiah Crowell ran for 219 yards.
Of course he did.
And Bilal Powell added 99.
Right. So they gave up over 300 yards rushing, and Robbie Anderson had 2 long touchdowns.
Correct.
So 500 yards offense. There's J.K. Dobbins. That's going to help my lineup. It's going to help a lot of lineups. And the Ravens decide to make this a game. I'm okay with that. I think it's interesting
for sure.
that J.K.
Let's get
Dobbins,
some points.
Dobbins wears Ray Rice's number. I just realized that. But that's all we want to see is points. We'll check to see what that means for everybody's lineup. So, and we don't have to just focus on the Jets. I know people have thrown a lot of stuff at us, and we'll try to get to it as possible, including CH asking who wins the AFC South. So Lamarck and I will get to that. But the other thing about Darnold, unlike Drew Lock, I understand the Broncos have gotten some calls on Drew Lock. That's fine. If the Jets decide they want to take a quarterback at 2, we'll call it Zach Wilson, or even if it's one of the other ones, they'll get real value for Darnold. There could be upwards of a half dozen teams that'll offer you. I think it'll end up being multiple 2s. I think he'll go for that kind of haul. And that helps too, because the one thing the Jets need more than anything is just draft picks.
Yep.
As good as Deshaun Watson would be, they would get so depleted trading him. Yes, they'd have salary cap room, but they would spend a year or 2 just trying to tread water. And then I guess at that point he'd only be 28, so you have plenty of time. But you would need so much help, and you wouldn't have any of those 1s hardly, as well as any of those 2s probably. And all you would have is Quinnen Williams, Denzel Mims, and Mekhi Becton. So, yes, there is a huge gap between Deshaun Watson and Darnold. I'm not saying they shouldn't go for it if he becomes available, and if they win, great. You figure it out. But assuming you can't trade for Watson, the smarter route is likely to keep Darnold. But even still, they're going to have a chance over the next couple of years with those Seattle picks. And even if they don't take Darnold, or if they don't take QB at 2, I would trade down and get another first rounder so that you can turn all those into players.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like smart teams are always looking to trade down. So I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that, especially since, you know, Trey Lance has his fans. Mac Jones has his fans. I mean, Mel Kiper recently just said he's got some Tom Brady in him. So if you trade down even to 7 or 8, that doesn't necessarily mean you can't still look to take a quarterback if you're not sold on either Zach Wilson or Justin Fields.
Well, and that's the thing too, is that if you're not saying this is going to be our guy, the one advantage, I guess, to go the other way, is that they have to decide by May if they're going to pick up the option on Darnold, which makes the most sense if you keep him. But if they do go rookie quarterback, then you say we're starting our clock over and we now have a 5-year window on a rookie salary, whether that's at 2 or at 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever it may be if they trade with somebody else. So I can at least listen to that, but making that kind of move is different than the Watson move, right? If you trade back, get a couple more picks and still draft a quarterback and move Darnold, then you're just accumulating all these picks. And if you think any of these young QBs are better than Darnold, then they might. I don't know what Joe Douglas thinks. I don't know what Robert Saleh thinks. I do think Darnold is probably the right type of skill set to fit into Mike LaFleur's version of Kyle Shanahan's version of his dad and Gary Kubiak's version of Bill Walsh's offense. Right? It's taken a lot of iterations, but Mike's going to run. He's going to run more of what Kyle runs probably than what his brother runs because he's been with Kyle all these years. So, and just because your brother does something, I mean, you're going to do it the same way. Look at the Harbaughs, right? So we'll see what happens with the Jets. All right, we spent plenty of time on the Jets. We're at the 2-minute warning. Obviously, the Vikes still up 14-7. Ravens trying to make this a game. El Paso number 1 answered CEH's question, but I'll throw it at you now. Who wins the AFC South when we know Jacksonville's in this rebuild? We don't know what's going on with Houston. Indy now has Carson Wentz, and I'm not gonna say he's an MVP candidate. There's gonna be a big sag. Is that Calais Campbell? There's Calais earning his money. And then the Titans seem like the easy money favorite, I would think. So who do you think wins the AFC South, to answer CEH's question?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is gonna come down to scheduling, and I shouldn't say a lot of it. There's only 2 games difference, but for my money, the Titans are the best team in that division.
Could be 3 games different, by the way, because of the 17th game. Still.
Oh yes, good point.
Still, but everybody does make a big deal about that. At the end of the day, though, those 1 or 2 games can mean the difference in the division.
Absolutely, it can be 11-5 versus 9-7. You know, and being
because
a first place team,
means
exactly. They're going to have to play the Chiefs. They're going to have to play Pittsburgh, and we'll see how that materializes. And
Buffalo, though,
play the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
So that's a tough schedule. You know, just looking at those 3 games. But the big thing for me is I love the Colts' talent. I just am not a Carson Wentz believer. I mean, maybe they can revive him, but I need to see it. He was just so bad this year, and yes, he played behind a terrible offensive line, but that doesn't explain everything that happened. I think that sometimes quarterbacks just get broken from taking too many hits, and I worry that has happened with Carson Wentz.
Well, and then beyond that, I guess you have to decide, or not decide, it's been decided, but is he ruined? When you hear the stories about not being great in the locker room, not being great with coaches, all of that, is there one thing that is fixable that then will fix all those other things? Or, you know, was that a domino effect where it's like he was bad on the field and then he was bad in the locker room, like it all just kind of snowballed and couldn't get under control. And then Doug Peterson's dealing with whatever issues he's dealing with as it relates to Howie Roseman, the management and ownership. Lamar blasted
just
and fumbled.
Absolutely destroyed by Harrison.
That'll
Smith.
get you a 2-minute penalty in hockey for an illegal shot to the head. But Harrison Smith coming across looking like a Pro Bowler. So because I've seen, I guess that's the thing. Is it like with Darnold or Drew Lock or even Kyler Murray or whomever? You're just right. You're talking about young guys, and like, well, they've got the potential. You know, we see flashes. Carson Wentz was going to win the MVP the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl. It wasn't going to Tom Brady at that point. It was going to be Wentz. He gets hurt in the game against the Rams, misses those last few, then misses the playoffs. He was not only playing at MVP level, he's playing like the MVP. So we've seen him do it. And that's where you have to hold out that hope. So I'll go more strongly than you will, that I think he can get there. And I like it now that he doesn't play for the Eagles. So somebody who grew up a Cowboys fan, never wants to see the Eagles do that well. You know, there's somebody got mad at me because I said Jalen Hurts can't play. Watch them draft a quarterback. They may draft a quarterback at 6.
That they're interested in one.
Yeah, they may draft a quarterback at 6. And then Jalen Hurts goes back to being whatever.
Here's my thing about the Carson Wentz was going to be the MVP narrative. it's 100% true, but we never follow that up with the fact that the Eagles were kind of better with Nick Foles that year.
Well, they won the Super Bowl.
You know, like, and we know how Nick Foles is as a quarterback. So maybe the Eagles were just a very, very good team that year, and we should kind of take that with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Maybe we put too much stock in that. But I'm just saying we saw him play at an MVP level.
Correct.
All right, what else is going on in the chat here? Wentz has yet to play a full season. There's that. You talk about those injuries. If it was Patrick Mahomes, John Madden himself would have taken Harrison Smith away in handcuffs. Okay, that's good.
Tater hater. Yeah, Tater hater asked before if I would date a girl that ate tater tots. And
do you hate tater tots?
No. What's wrong with tater tots?
Yeah, that seems. I can't imagine there's too many foods that you just outright hate the way Koff hates pizza.
I'm sure there's a story behind Tater hater, you know, and now I'm kind of intrigued. So I'm sure he'll explain.
Has Koff told you that how much he hates pizza? Has he told you that story?
Oh, yeah. Koff's food takes are absolutely hard.
But this one is the silliest, and I don't want to take it away from him. I imagine he'll sign into the chat because somebody will let him know we're talking about him. His story basically was his grandpa would visit from Hawaii and always would make pizza or make them eat pizza. And then he didn't want to, and he said, well, if you don't eat pizza, then you're not eating dinner. So since like fourth grade, he's never had a slice of pizza.
What a
weird principle. Very weird. Kirk Cousins out playing Lamar Jackson, but Lamar on the ground has a good look at the bonus. 9 for 70. Dalvin Cook had 2 more carries for just 4 yards in that second quarter. Mark Ingram the second, 3 for 8 yards now. So he's doing a little bit more. J.K. Dobbins did score 3 for 15. In the air, we know Thielen's obviously balling right now, and he's the guy you got to have in your captain spot. Still 3 for 26, but those 2 touchdowns. Dalvin, 2 for 30, so he hasn't added any catches. Jefferson hadn't done anything else. Rudolph, 2 for 26. Sharp, 2 for 21. Mark Andrews did have a catch, lost 2 yards, fell out of bounds, and then Willie Snead, 1 catch, 22 yards. And we know on defense, Calais Campbell has a sack. So anybody's game here, because the Ravens were able to go down and score. They obviously didn't handle the end of half very well there.
Tater.
Did you get an explanation there as I'm going down these stats?
Tater hater says, long story short, tater tots ruined my marriage as well as my relationship with my parents.
Oh, well,
Which,
that is a very long story, I'm sure.
I don't mean to laugh at those specific things, but I mean, come on. That's just kind of a funny sentence.
It's a funny description.
And we also had Rossi's fat cat saying, I hacked up a hairball once. It kind of resembled LaMarcus, so I asked it basketball questions and won $5.
That's good. Maybe I need you to start making my lineups because Kopp has still gotten the better of me a couple times this week. I did beat him in hockey again. We did a showdown, Avs and Sharks last night. Not that I know anything about hockey. I just feel like because I follow the Avs, I could pick the right lineup, and I did. In the $250 free showdown, as our guy Tom, the undercover boss, as Koff calls him, getting things all tallied up.
Why is that?
I think it's an inside joke. You can talk to those guys about it. But Falk Face 1, Mambo Jackson, Granny Rich, all tied 67.3. They've got in their lineup Thielen, of course, in the captain spot, Cook, Cousins, Rudolph, Jefferson, and J.K. Dobbins. So they went with that 5-1 ownership ratio, and it's working out for those three right now. In our free DK SimFam contest, I'm in 97th place. I'm glad I haven't been looking. Mr. Golfmore, like I said, Mr. Golf Inmore, 60.04 is in first place. Lamar in the captain spot, Cousins, Thielen, Jefferson, Tucker, and Dobbins. Plenty of football left. Anybody's game. Did you watch the All-Star draft earlier?
No, I was on the sim at 8, so I missed it.
So I'll give you
but
the quick.
From what
I
heard,
highlights.
LeBron drafted KD under the table.
Yeah, it wasn't close. Now LeBron's done this a lot, and KD, when they asked him how prepared are you, he goes, "Well, not at all. I'm doing this right now." So, and KD's not playing, which automatically makes his team worse. So he's a captain, and Jason Tatum takes his starting spot essentially. Now, he didn't have to draft Jason Tatum, but that gave LeBron 9 players to draft instead of 8. Same with KD. LeBron got to go first because he has the most votes. He goes first every year. He drafts Greek Freak first. KD takes Kyrie. Not that LeBron was going to take Kyrie. LeBron and Kyrie aren't cool right now. So he could have waited on Kyrie. Then LeBron, I'm just doing it off the top of my head, did he take Luka? He ended up with Luka, Joker, Giannis. Oh, Steph. He took Steph second.
Right? Yeah,
he took Steph second. So his first 2 picks were Giannis and Steph. And KD's first 2 picks were Kyrie and Joel Embiid. Mind you, he's not playing either. So he's already putting his team at even more of a disadvantage in some respects. So yeah, so then Luka and Joker. And so KD stuck with Tatum and Kawhi. I say stuck with, it's like a good team. And Bradley Beal. So
I'm sure he went out of his way to draft Harden.
It's a face mask, by the way. Second round, he picks Harden first. LeBron wasn't picking Harden. The best pick that I think KD got over LeBron was getting Zion, because LeBron took, I can't remember who he took first.
Lillard, maybe?
Yeah, he took Dame time, and then Zion went next. So the first 2 picks of the second round were Harden and Zion. And you could tell LeBron was bummed because he wanted to throw some lobs to Zion and vice versa. Not that Zion's throwing that many lobs, but he took. So then he overreached and took his pal Chris Paul way early. Not that Chris hadn't played great. And then he said he needed height. He took Sabonis, and then they were making fun of him because he ended up with Gobert as the very last pick. Like you say, Chuck's like, you say you want height, you take 6'2" Sabonis when 7'5" Gobert is available. Neither. And LeBron was trying not to take any Jazz because they're looking up at the Jazz right now. I don't think he wants to give Mitchell or Rudy any kind of run. But the other kind of highlight of the night was they asked KD, does this feel like growing up being on the playground? He's like, yeah. He goes, well, were you ever picked very low? He goes, I'll probably never lower than second. And so then it's a big deal to the guys on the desk, and it's D-Wade in for Shaq. They're like, when were you picked second? He goes, oh, the guy was probably 12 years older than me. So they keep coming back to this joke. And then even Ernie's like, yeah, last time KD was picked second, he was probably 3 years old. So I text Chuck and Kenny, and they did this yesterday, actually, but I guess no one told him. Kevin Durant was the second pick in his actual draft. He went after Greg Oden. So it wasn't that long ago. I get that he's been in the league for a long time, but somehow none of the producers in their ears and none of those 4 guys remembered that KD didn't even go first in his own draft.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah, Chuck wrote back, LOL. You're right. That's something like that. Or LOL. Kenny didn't text it. Chuck wrote, LOL, true. Was true. But it was amusing. And that's the first time I've ever watched that thing live because it just happened to be on. It made me miss the first half hour of the Jayhawks game. They put in the car. So, what's going on in the chat? Anything worth? Oh, Average Joe's doesn't understand Wentz's contract. We're not going to get into that. Just go to Spotrac or Spotrac, SPOTRAC.com, and that'll kind of explain it for you. Or overthecap.com. Did Morgan hit the bonus? I think he does.
With 70 in the first half, he should.
Yeah, and then he picked up 4 here, so he's up to 74.
By the way, how about Candace Parker just schooling Shaq on New School basketball the other day?
Yeah, it's. I think Candace does a really good job.
Oh, she's great. She's great. She definitely has a future in that industry whenever she's done playing basketball.
Yeah, she kind of has it now, right? I mean, she's on
Right.
the second biggest show. But that's a good example because I was listening to Dan Patrick talk about this today. That documentary's coming out, the 4-hour documentary. I think it was shot and split up into 4 parts. I don't know if they're doing it over 4 nights about the show, about Inside the NBA on TNT.
Okay.
And DP's point was that everyone's tried to duplicate it, just like people have tried to duplicate College Game Day, right? Fox Sports One or Fox Sports has tried to duplicate it. They just can't, no matter who they put out there, what personalities. Same with ESPN. Jalen, Magic, Bill Simmons, Wilbon. It doesn't matter because Chuck's really a secret sauce, but then even Chuck and Shaq together with Kenny and obviously EJ. So you look on Tuesdays, it has Shaq and D-Wade, who's got plenty of personality. Candace Parker's great, and Adam Lefkoe is fine. And even Matt Weiner before him when he's hosting. But
the chemistry that they all have is great.
Yeah, but you just
the one
duplicate
complaint I have is just that a lot of times they get caught up in the back in my day stuff.
Yeah, a lot of back in my day, and it doesn't necessarily translate to today's game.
Like early in the season, and Shaq kind of got called out on Twitter for this, but like they had Donovan Mitchell in a post-game press conference.
That was kind of the worst.
And he was like, yeah, I just don't think you're that good. And not exactly in those words.
No, but the weird part, Matt, was that he said, I want you to hear me say this. And I'm like, well, so then he knows you're just trying to motivate him or aggravate him or whatever. It's not a genuine take. Like a genuine take is, yeah, I don't think you're very good. I'm not saying that to motivate you. I just don't think you're very good. Telling him you're saying it essentially to motivate him is silly.
Yeah, very silly. And if Shaq tries to take credit for the Jazz's season, I'm going to be very upset.
Ooh. Oh, so that's how many times have we seen that play where it looks like it's a touchdown and they call him down at the 1. And then because Dalvin Cook is the favorite of the virtual refs, it's going to help everybody's lineup because everybody has him. I guess you capped him, and that might change some things.
The last game, they let Will Dissly score one, so they were like, all right, we'll make it up to you.
That's Cook's 57th TD.
CEH says best WNBA player ever, Tamika Catchings.
Sure. Okay.
She's great. Very
There's-
good.
there's a
I
couple
think
that
it's
have played
hard to
better.
have a better resume right now than Breanna Stewart.
Yeah, Breanna Stewart is she's kind of on a different level, right?
Because I want to say she won 4 titles and 4 finals MVPs when she was at UConn.
Yeah, but
then obviously she's had tons of professional success as
But
well.
Let's see what her. I'll check real quick. What's her?
Yeah, so she's got 2 rings.
Okay.
2 finals MVPs, 1 regular season MVP, rookie of the year.
But she's also only been in the league for like 3 or 4 years, right?
Correct. And yeah, 4 national titles and 4 national title most outstanding players.
Was she college player of the year? How many times was she college player of the year? Couple,
let's
right?
see. 3 times consensus college national player of the year.
So she's 3-time player of the year. She's basically the best college basketball player of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
As much as we want to talk about Bill Walton or Kareem or Lou Alcindor, and that's really where the conversation starts, regardless of what fans voting Michael Jordan as the best college player of all time is wrong. Breanna Stewart had a more accomplished career than those guys.
100%. I mean, and again, it's not really all that fair when we're talking women's history because it doesn't go back all that far.
But her dominance.
Everybody who saw Cheryl Miller back in the day says she was just a certified.
Yeah, but her dominance is equal in that if you look at where women's college hoops is now to probably where men's college hoops was in the 60s and 70s. Like it has grown exponentially in its own right. They still play below the rim, and it's a different game versus where the NBA or where college basketball was probably 40 years ago, 50 years ago now. And maybe it's a little bit of a rough take. It's just there's more good. That's the way to look at it. There's way more good teams now that Breanna Stewart played against, but it's nowhere near the level of. There's no Gonzaga yet in women's hoops. It just doesn't exist. It's like you get surprised as South Carolina has come on, and some other Power 5 schools. But other than UConn, every other women's program that's good is at a big-time school.
Yeah, and we're obviously Diana Taurasi getting shouted out in the chat.
Yeah, she was great.
She was fantastic as well. I'm just
Cheryl
saying
Swoops
that what
was great
Breanna
at
Stewart has
Texas
done
Tech. Yeah.
is unparalleled for her age. So she needs to keep it up, but I think she's on track to go down as the GOAT.
I guess Sue Bird's the winningest player because she's still playing.
She
won her first,
she plays
she won her
with
first
Stewie.
championship in 2004.
Yep.
During President Bush's first term. And it's 2021.
Yeah, no, and what's so impressive is that most of these girls also play overseas. They don't have an off season.
Yeah, I don't know if your top WNBA players are anymore. I think they
maybe now, but for sure
It
Diana
started.
Taurasi
Yeah.
played in Russia for many years.
Well, and Becky Hammond played in Russia for a bunch of years. So Cousins still nearly perfect. 157.9, 15 of 17, 219, 2 touchdowns. Eye in the bonus. Not a lock by any means. Lamar in the air, very pedestrian, 7 for 11, 60 yards, no TDs, but no INTs. On the ground is where Lamar's obviously doing his damage. And Dalvin Cook got it going a little bit there in the third quarter as well. Picked it up. Lamar just 13 yards shy of the bonus, 15 for 87. And then Dalvin now up to 48 yards on 11 carries. He's got the score. J.K. Dobbins just 4 for 19, but a score there. And then Ingram still 3 for 8. In the air, Thielen still with those 2 touchdowns, of course. And with Lamar barely throwing it, that doesn't mean much for those pass catchers in Baltimore. But Jefferson now 4 for 90. So Jefferson 10 away from the bonus. Tajay Sharp, who I rostered, 3 for 28. I haven't even looked at my lineup, but we'll check to see how the 2 contests are going. Kyle Rudolph, 3 for 45. Thielen still stuck on 3 for 26 for those 2 scores, like I mentioned. Mark Andrews now 2 catches, -1. So he had 1 for -2. He's now up to 2 for -1. So he's netting, or on his way to netting a positive yardage number. Willie Snead, 2 for 31. Hollywood Brown, 2 for 22. And then a bunch of guys with 1. Still kind of anyone's game, I think, stat-wise, even though it feels like the Vikings have this in hand. And you look at our contest. Where are you in our contest?
I'm not doing great. I am in 79th.
Well, you're a lot better than me. I'm in 116th. Right now in first place, B. Kent, 827 has jumped to the top with Dalvin Cook's performance.
And he's got a 0 in his lineup. That's impressive.
Yeah, a goose egg from Miles Boykin, and still Jefferson, Cousins, Thielen, Dobbins, all there with Cook in the $250 free contest. Still Falkface, Mambo Jackson, and Granny Rich tied up top, 87.36. I think plenty of movement there. The folks that are right behind him are in striking distance easily. I don't feel like breaking down the lineups. El Paso number 1 says BK and Big Saxy. Let's talk about where Aaron Jones, who's got with, I believe, El Paso ties, goes if he isn't tagged by the Packers. And I don't know if you tagged that guy for $15 million. Right? Isn't that the number?
I would not pay Aaron Jones. I mean, listen, Aaron Jones, fantastic running back, but the Packers are not. I just don't see why they would have drafted
A.J. Dillon, right?
Exactly.
So who needs Aaron Jones? I don't know. The salary cap is so jacked up this year, and it will be. You're going to see between now and next, really Monday, probably a week from Monday, when the tampering period opens, teams that know they're cutting guys, you're seeing the Saints do it the most. You're just going to keep seeing vets get cut. And these salary caps are so jacked up that Aaron Jones, who probably could get close to top market value, I don't want to say top dollar because I don't know what that is anymore for a running back, may not get it. He may have to sign a 1-year deal. Tom's Microwave says Jones will be let go. I think he's going to be let go. I don't think they're going to franchise him. I don't think they're going to extend him. And he's been really good. But A.J. Dillon also looked good when they gave him a ball.
Yeah, I'm looking at it at a list on this is the draftnetwork.com.
Yeah.
And it just has primary needs listed for each team. There are like 3 teams that have running back listed as a primary need.
Are the Falcons one of them? Because Rossi's Fat Cat says give him to the Falcons because Gurley stinks.
No, they're secondary need for the Falcons. I guess just because they have more pressing issues. I mean, they certainly need a running back.
Yeah.
But they have some other bigger fish to fry, so to speak.
So let me think. Who's listed as running back needs? You said it's 3 teams.
Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3.
All right. I'm going to say the Dolphins
4
is one
teams.
of them.
4 teams.
Dolphins are in there?
Yes.
Okay, for sure. You can give Aaron Jones to Tua, that'll make Tua's life a little easier. It won't make him take more chances, but he won't need to take as many. I'd want to say the Bills, but they got those young guys.
They do have the Bills listed as a team with a primary need, which I'm with you. I feel like they've invested a lot in Singletary and Moss. I don't know if they'd necessarily want to move on, but certainly Aaron Jones would be a huge upgrade for them.
All right, so that's 2. I'm going to say your New York Jets has to be one of them, but they have everything as a primary need except left tackle.
Yeah, I missed the Jets, but they're up there. They're a primary need.
I'm doing good at this.
Their primary need for quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, and running back. So just the whole team.
Right. They're not great on the O-line either, except Becton. And, you know, my guy Connor McGovern's under contract for a couple more years, but still. Teams that need running back. So I've gotten 3 of the 5.
You hit the whole AFC East, basically.
Okay, so the AFC East, right, and that wasn't even intentional. I'm just kind of doing rosters in my head. Who am I missing that's obvious? Houston just re-signed David Johnson, right?
They did.
We worked a deal with him. So
yes, they renegotiated.
Let's see. Not Tennessee, obviously. I'm doing this quickly in my head. Maybe I'm not going quickly enough. Baltimore has Dobbins. Washington has all those young kids. Giants have Saquon coming back off injury. Broncos have a bunch of running backs. I could make a case for the Chargers. They're probably not listed. I don't think Eckler's a true frontline back. I think he's a nice player, but they probably don't have them on there. Detroit has all those running backs. I feel like am I missing somebody obvious? Atlanta wasn't on there.
This team was pretty notably the worst running team in the league down the stretch last year, which led to a huge drop off from their quarterback.
Oh, Pittsburgh?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. It just seems like our guy James Conner, as great a story as he was, coming back from the cancer and all that, and filling in so nicely for Le'Veon Bell and helping people win fantasy leagues. He's just done, and Jalen Samuels is just a guy in a lot of ways. So that's 4 of the 5. All right, who's the 5th? Spend all day doing
Cardinals.
Because Kenyon Drake, is he not under contract? Is that what it is?
I have no idea.
They definitely can't afford Aaron Jones with where their cap is. They still got to figure out about re-signing Hassan Reddick. I'm trying to think. There's other couple players they need to get back. They need to figure out how much Fitz is playing for, if he's playing. Tom here, Undercover Boss, asked, could you see the Jets making a move on Jones? They said also the Ravens. The Ravens have J.K. Dobbins. They're not going to spend money on Aaron Jones. They just cut Mark Ingram.
I could totally see the Jets doing it. I think the team that talks themselves into paying Aaron Jones is a team that has a rookie quarterback that they are not paying as much money to.
Sure.
So they can tell themselves the story of, okay, we're saving money at quarterback. We can spend up a little bit at running back, give our guy a security blanket, and blah, blah, blah.
Well, and let's take it a step further. If Mike LaFleur is running Kyle Shanahan's offense, that's a running back-friendly offense. It's designed to have a running back that can handle running in a zone scheme. So Jones, and he comes right from Matt LaFleur's offense. So the odds are the verbiage is going to be similar, if not almost the same. And maybe he helps coach up your team on that offense a little bit. So the Jets almost make too much sense, depending on how it all shakes out. They could. That's the kind of thing where you overpay to. Unlike Le'Veon Bell, right? Jones doesn't seem to come as a headache, and it allows you to kind of make a splash where you're not able to really make a splash at this point if you're the Jets, assuming they don't get Watson, right?
For sure. And I mean, the Jets have tons of cap space. I think they enter with the second most cap space.
Yeah.
So they are going to have to spend it somewhere. And the last mock draft that I saw had them drafting a running back with their second first-round pick. I would much rather them spend money than draft capital on a running back at this point.
With their second pick, they either needed to draft a corner. Well, we could list every position.
Every position besides running back, I think, makes sense.
But this is a really strong tackle draft too. So I think that could play into if they don't take Penei Sewell early. Maybe there's a tackle there because there are a lot of tackles in this draft, similar to last year's draft, if not even more top to bottom in terms of just the quality depth. Maybe not the high end the way Sewell is, but all 5 of those guys that got drafted. We saw Tristan Wirfs, I guess was he 4th, and then Jackson played a lot. He was the 5th tackle. But those top 4 tackles played a lot, and I think played pretty well as rookies, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the draft ended up being like the guy that the Buccaneers ended up with, I believe, was also very good.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs. He was the last one. That's who they traded with the Niners to make sure the Broncos didn't take him.
Right. And the guy that the Giants took was very hit and miss, but he got better towards the end of the season, Andrew Thomas. And the other one was Wirfs, right, for the Browns.
Well, you had, yeah.
That
so
I'm not sure how he played, to be honest.
The Giants ended up with 2 rookie tackles, right? Because they also took Pert, the kid out of UConn, in the second round, I think, who's got a 7'6" wingspan. I remember watching that kid at the Senior Bowl, and Bill Belichick pulls him to the side, was like coaching him one-on-one.
So did you attend the Senior Bowl, or you have in the past?
Not this year.
You've
Yeah,
done
I have the last 3
combine in the
years.
past?
Yeah, I have done that.
How do you think
4 or 5
that
of the last 2 years.
changes this year with no physical in attendance workouts?
Assuming you've got the medicals, I think that the workouts themselves can be a little overrated. And NFL Network has done a good job of making it a little more fun to watch and even creating a little bit of competition. And Rich Eisen and the rest of that whole crew do a good job of explaining what's going on. And it's cool that they have Kurt Warner on the field when the quarterbacks are there, and Irvin and Steve Smith in the wideouts, and Terrell Davis or Marshall Faulk in the past when there's running backs going, and lineback Willie McGinnis, when linebackers and D linemen are going. So they make it easy to watch. But ultimately, let me see what you can do on tape, and what do the reports say about you when I talk to people around you, and go back, talk to your high school coach and all that. And then how are you in the interview? All of that, I think, matters more than the combine.
That's true. We got to find out if any of these guys' teammates went to their birthday party.
Did they go to their birthday party?
I think if draft day taught us anything, that is vital information.
Zach Wilson not being a captain is a thing. I'm telling you, it's weird. I can tell you another story off air that I heard about Zach Wilson that I cannot put out there in public. I'm not trying to just say that to mess with the chat. It's just one of those stories that I heard it fourth hand.
Okay. I'm excited for that.
Cook missed the bonus by 5 yards. That hurts.
Still had a good game, though, with the touchdown.
Really good game. How about Cousins, though? 17 and 19, 231 yards, 2 TDs. He may end up being your player of the game. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But he was owned 22.7% of the time and only captained 2.6% of the time. It looks like we're going to end up with that 3-way tie in the $250 free showdown. Falk face, Mambo Jackson, Granny Rich. Dalvin Cook, 19 for 95. Lamar doesn't get the bonus. I almost wanted to ask you at the start of the fourth quarter, will Lamar get there? My 2 TVs went out behind me. Watch this. Magic.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a lock when he had 70 at halftime. But, David Georgie, good luck on the links tomorrow.
Do you think it's Georgie or Gorgie?
To get out on the golf course in the near future.
I know. It was
too cold at the
65.
moment.
It was 65 the last 2 days here in Denver, and I have friends that were out hitting, and I was a little jealous. I'm watching the kids most days in the middle of the day right now until our new nanny gets here. And then it snowed today. So, and then it's going to be back in the 60s. I got to get out. I got to get out and swing the sticks before the Masters rolls around. That's usually when I get pumped up about it, but I want to be ahead of it. I got to play a lot of golf last year, surprisingly, in the pandemic. It was like the only thing I got to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was like one of the positives for a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, they had actually, I was listening to some of my guys talk about it on the radio this week. Golf had as big a year last year in a lot of ways as it's had since like Tiger Mania in 97. It was really a big year. All right. So we ran through some of the stats. Jefferson ends up with 90 yards, Thielen those 2 touchdowns. You've seen the numbers. Who is your crusty crystal player of the game?
Yeah, this is as tight of a call as we've had in a while. I am ultimately going to side with Adam Thielen.
Because he's the captain in the winning lineup.
Yes, and he had 2 touchdowns. He was, relatively low owned. I mean, in reality, the answer is the Cousins-Thielen stack.
Yeah, but
I do think that Thielen just being a smidge cheaper and scoring a touch more points gives him the edge.
My TVs keep going up behind me, and I'm with the cool DraftKings logo for the people that are still watching. Before we tell you what's going on tomorrow, why don't you tell me who your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award is? There's a few candidates for that as well.
Yeah, I'm going to take Tajay Sharp.
Okay. He was
He
in
was-
my lineup. He helped me get 98th. No,
he was
contest.
pretty highly owned at 51% in our SimFam contest and just 5.8 DK points. So pretty big bust for his ownership and salary.
I got one that I would have nominated as well, only because of his ownership numbers, at least in our contest. Justin Tucker was on almost 50% of the time.
Wow.
And just had that one. He was on 47% of the time in our contest. In the big contest, can look that up. But 1 point for a guy that you're banking on having you 5-ish points, hitting his average usually. But I'm not going to fight with you if you want to give it to Tajay Sharp. He's certainly deserving as well. I'm just trying to see if I can find a lineup that has Dan Bailey 3 points. I'm just trying to find any. I guess I should go way to the bottom, see if anybody there has Tucker. I'll get it. You want to stick with it no matter what? Or do you want to at least be potentially swayed if he was owned by more than 50% of the people in the big contest?
Yeah. I think just considering the price difference, I'm going to stick with Tajay Sharp. Final answer.
Because of how much more you had to pay and how underwhelming he was. That's fair. Andrews, too. Andrews, 6.6. But all right. Tajay Sharp, that's fine. You're not going to get a huge argument from me. You and I are both off tomorrow, and I'm off. I'm here Saturday morning with Glash. Saturday midday, depending on what time zone you're in. But tomorrow on a football Friday, it's always a football Friday around here, right? Titans at Bills get you going early. Emerson and Rossi at 2 o'clock Eastern, all times Eastern. Cards at Bears, Kenny and Christian. Then Kenny's back with Jeff at 4 o'clock Eastern. Eagles at Panthers. Browns at Packers. Rossi and Jeff there. And then Bucks at Texans. Kaufman and Tom have the 8 o'clock, as well as Madden After Dark. Giants at Jets. Battle in the Meadowlands, MetLife Stadium. 2 New York teams that live and work in New Jersey. Buffalo, really the New York team, but that's it. They get to pay the highest taxes. That is your lineup. You working Saturday? I know you tend to be a big weekend guy.
Yes, I am on Saturday and Sunday night.
Way to get your schedule in this week. Be ahead of it. Good job.
I did, and Madison didn't even have to text me today to do it. I did
good.
it on my own.
Yeah, I was already emailing her about 2 weeks from now, trying to manage around free agency week, because there's that stretch in the middle of the week where I know I'm going to be slammed, but can do a little more early and later in the week potentially. So you'll get plenty of us. Want to thank everybody for rolling with us in both the Twitch and the I didn't tell anybody, smash the like in the YouTube chat. We're at close to 350. Now we're getting to 400. That's our fault for not forcing you to smash it. But thanks so much to for Angelico and Tom and Daniel and, of course, producer Michael. And thanks so much to everybody for rolling with us. LaMarca, this was fun. Hopefully we'll get to do it again soon.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Quick game. It was indeed a fun, quick game. And I guess the question is answered. The Vikings are truly the better purple team than the Ravens. So
it has been decided.
And we will catch you guys next time.